Dear participants, dear friends of the Delphi Economic Forum, we welcome you all and each one of you to this important online conference that we organize for a second consecutive year. This conference is co-hosted by the Hellenic American Leadership Council, and I would like to thank Andy Zemenidis for his invaluable contribution. Sincere thanks also goes to the Greek Ministry of Foreign Affairs and personally to Minister Nikos Dendias for his earnest support. The first conference was held in Washington, D.C. in November 2019. We do hope and trust that the next one will take place in the capital city of the United States in physical presence in November 2021, a year which is so special for Greece as we commemorate the bicentennial of our independence. There's been a lot of water under the bridge since November 2019 on the geopolitical developments, particularly in East Mediterranean. The landscape has changed dramatically, and tensions have reached in certain moments their all-time high. Over the last decades, Greece has been reliant for economic support from the European Union, and will do so in the decades to come, being, thank God, not only a member of the European Union, but also a member of the inner strong circle of Eurozone. However, since the end of the Second World War, Greece was always relying upon geopolitical support from the United States, not only because of the strong family ties we maintained for 120 years, thanks to the important Greek-American diaspora, which lives and flourishes in the United States, but also, and more importantly, I think, because both countries, since their independence, share the same values of freedom and democracy. It is exactly for these principles that both countries have stood side by side in all critical moments of the world history since early the 20th century. The bond of friendship and strategic alliance between Greece and the United States has been forged on times of war and peace. We have saluted the recent signing of the Strategic Operation Agreement, which brings the two countries even closer and which will enhance the relationship further in the years to come. There is also strong optimism that this relationship may reach new heights in view of the new administration in Washington. In view of all of this, the Delphi Economic Forum has taken the initiative to organize this annual event every November in Washington, D.C., aiming to create a platform of dialogue and communication among leaders and policymakers from both sides of the Atlantic to discuss strategies and a call to action for strengthening even further the ties between the United States, Southeast Europe, and the Eastern Mediterranean. We have had an excellent event last year in Washington, and we trust that this online event will be equally successful, as most of the key players are present and will address this virtual webinar. We thank them all sincerely for their participation, and we make a wish that we all meet again next year in Washington, D.C. A last word to pay tribute, among so many tributes in Greece and the United States, to a great American of Greek descent, Paul Sarbanes, who has passed away a few days ago. Greeks and Greek Americans were fiercely proud of Paul's achievements, and it was he, above many others, who advocated so effectively and genuinely for a number of decades in Washington and elsewhere the need for a strong bond of relationship and friendship between the United States and Greece. Our deep condolences to Congressman John Sarbanes and his family. Again, we thank you all for attending this conference. I now turn to Tom Ellis, the Editor-in-Chief of Kathimerini, English edition, who will chair the opening session. Thank you all.
Welcome to this first session of the digital conference on Southeast Europe and East Med, in which we will have a discussion with the Foreign Minister of Greece, Nikos Dendias, and former ambassador to Greece and to NATO, Nick Burns. It's only fitting that we would start with the top Greek diplomat, since he has been traveling a lot lately, all over the world, but mainly in our region, and has completed a couple of agreements with our neighbors, which show that Greece wants to have agreements with Italy and with Egypt. And we're also moving ahead with Albania on the exclusive economic zones. The issue with Turkey is probably not our fault, but it seems it's Turkey's fault, but we'll see that during the discussion. We will ask the Greek foreign minister what he thinks about the latest developments. And the latest developments, of course, is the US deciding on sanctions against Turkey, which is not something we are used to see and hear about. So what's the reaction from Athens?
Well, I have to say that the Greek reaction is the reaction of a member of NATO, a reaction of the country that looks to NATO as a stabilizing factor in Southeast Mediterranean, in Europe, in the world, and also as a force for peace, as a force that contributes to peace in the world. In that context, I think those sanctions were necessary. They were necessary not to punish Turkey. That is not something that we wish to happen, but as a way to underline that Turkey has moved beyond limits, not just in purchasing and acquiring the S-400 anti-aircraft system, which, by the way, endangers the life of the NATO or the NATO member countries' personnel in the future, but with its overall behavior in the area of we live in the Caucasus, in Libya, in Syria, in Iraq, in our overall region.
Do you feel a little bit upset about the fact that the European Union, and Greece is a member of the European Union, did not react so forcefully as the US did?
Well, as you know, I have to be honest with you, I would have preferred a much clearer languages from our friends or partners. Yet again, European Union is a project into being. It takes time. We know that the European Union reacts slowly, reacts with unanimity between 27 member states, so it takes time. But I will underline the fact that even the European Union addresses now Turkey as a European problem, not just as a country having difference with one or two member states, Greece and Cyprus. Turkey is being viewed as a destabilizing factor in our region, and that says a lot. Now, it may take time for the European Union to arrive to the same level of imposing sanctions as the United States, but unless Turkey changes course, I think that's what is going to happen sooner rather than later.
What do you say as Greece to people in the West, both in Brussels and Washington, who say that we want to lose Turkey? We want to make Turkey change some of its policies, but we don't want to go all the way, as some ask, let's say, in their view, Athens or Nicosia, because we might lose Turkey, the West might lose Turkey, so it's a huge gamble. What's your response to that argument?
Thank you for the question. This is a very interesting question because this is really a line followed by those who speak and act against imposing sanctions. I'm telling you that's exactly the opposite. If we want to save Turkey for the Western world, we have to make clear to Turkey where the lines are, where the red lines are. Because Turkey is not just a stone, it's not a monolithic society. There's an internal political dialogue within the Turkish society. And by imposing sanctions, that is by declaring unacceptable and failed the policies followed by the present Turkish government, the policies of invasion in Iraq and Syria, the policies of traveling jihadists in Libya and in Caucasus, we are helping the modernizing element of the Turkish society. If, on the other hand, we allow this kind of policies to appear within the Turkish political dialogue as successful, then we are undermining that dialogue. the modernizing and Western-looking parts of the Turkish society. So it's exactly the opposite. That is how we read Turkey today, that by imposing sanctions, by explaining clearly to Turkey where the limits are, by obliging Turkey to fall in line with the alliance, we help to keep Turkey within the Western alliance.
I know that you have had, you tell me, a personal relationship with your Turkish counterpart, Mevlut Çavuşoğlu, from your years at the Council of Europe. I'm just wondering if this relationship has helped at all in this very tense and difficult period we're going through between the two countries.
Well, I was always honest. I consider Mevlut Çavuşoğlu a friend. He was my friend, he is my friend, and I hope he will remain my friend. And I hope this personal relation between us two will help the Greek-Turkish relation go through these difficult times to calmer waters. And sometime in the future, I hope sooner again rather than later, we may arrive to an understanding. But up to now, things have not fared that well. That is obvious.
Any thinking right now of a meeting with the Turkish foreign minister? I doubt it, but you never know. Sometimes meetings break the ice. So where are we on that front?
First of all, I have recently met Mevlut in Bratislava. At that time, I was promised by the Turkish government that they will give us a date for starting again the exploratory talks. As you very well know, instead of being sent a date, we will send a research vessel with a flotilla of corvettes and frigates, etc., in close to Castelloris. So that didn't go very well. Now, for us, really, our position is crystal clear. What we're saying to the Turks, and I just heard it from the lips of our Prime Minister in Parliament just a few minutes ago, is that Turkey should stop the provocation, will allow for a period of time for things to calm down, and Greece is always ready to participate in a meaningful dialogue. But what do we mean by a meaningful dialogue? We mean a dialogue within the context of international law and international law of the sea, and a dialogue about the one difference we have with Turkey, the delimitation of the continental shelf and the exclusive economic zones in the Aegean, in the southeastern Mediterranean. That is it.
Are you hopeful that we might have some period of calm, that we might allow the start of the exploratory talks, or what's your feeling right now after the EU meeting, the European Council meeting, the US decision, and yeah, go ahead.
No, I have to say that following the decision of the United States government and following the conclusions of the European Council, there is optimism. There is some optimism. So if you would ask me to say what I'm expecting to happen, my answer would be, well, I'm sorry, I'm not a magician. But first of all, I do hope that Turkey takes the right message, takes home the right message out of these decisions, and B, that the Turkish government decides that is in the favor of Turkey, of the Turkish people, of the Turkish society, to abide by international law and within a reasonable period of time to restart the exploratory talks with Greece. I have to say we are waiting for this date since March 2016, because back in 2016 it was Turkey that stopped the dialogue with Greece, not vice versa.
So your message is that right now we are not in as tense a situation, a period, as we were a few months ago, because there was a moment when the Prime Minister noted recently that not that we were close to war, but it was quite, tense. Are we in a less tense situation right now? Or?
You're absolutely right. The times were not easy at all, and the situation was extremely tense. And that is something we have said openly to our friends and partners in the European Union, to the United States government, to Secretary Pompeo, to everybody that was willing and wishing to hear from us at the time. Now that the Oruç race is back in port and the Turkish vessels flotilla are not cruising around southeastern Mediterranean, It's obvious the situation is better, but we have to allow for a period of time. Why? Because we would like it to become clear that this is a choice made by Turkey, not just a flag of convenience, not just a limited period choice just to avoid sanctions from the European Union or heavier sanctions from the United States. If that becomes apparent, then Greece is always willing to talk. Greece, regardless of government, always believes in that.
And while you travel and you talk to the Americans and the Europeans, you also talk to your domestic political opponents. We have so many issues we disagree. Do you get the broad political support a foreign minister wants in situations like this from the opposition party in parliament in Greece?
Well, I'm sure you know, I'm meeting all the party representatives monthly and sometimes even in shorter periods of time. And I'm trying to keep them all very well informed on what we're facing, what the situation is, what are the choices available on the table. And that's the instruction I have received from the Prime Minister. So that is a policy of the Mitsotakis government. I have to say, on the broader picture, the vast majority of the political system has supported the government in these difficult times. Well, we have differences, of course. We have differences of opinion. We have differences on how we describe things. And as you very rightly said, there's also an internal political audience. But yet again, in the broader picture, I think most of the Greek political parties see things in the right way and support the current government.
Lastly, I got two questions. They have to do with the U.S. First, what do you expect from the Biden administration after January 20th?
Well, first of all, President Biden and also his team in the State Department and in the Ministry of Defense and in the Security Council has been people that are very experienced and that Greece considers them friends. Most of them know our area very well, know the Balkans very well, know Greece very well, know the context of the Greek-Turkish differences very well. So we're expecting them to be, from day one into the picture and help us address what is a very difficult situation with Turkey. We're looking very much forward to work with the new Biden administration.
And finally, I was wondering, we recently lost, we meaning Hellenism, a Greek American who was maybe the most important one in the US political system, Paul Sarbanes, former senator, former member of the Foreign Relations Committee. And I was wondering, I'm left with the impression you had met him. Some thoughts on his role in this relation between the two countries, given the difficulty had all these years?
Let me be frank again on this. It's a huge loss. It's a huge loss for Greece. It's a huge loss for the United States, for the American society, for the American people. So Paul Sarbanes was a statesman, and that says it all. I was lucky to have met him. I was lucky to have received his advice when I was a young member of parliament. And I remember very clearly his words on how we should conduct ourselves towards the Greek-American relations and the friendship between the two people and the two societies. So he will be missed, but he will not be forgotten.
Very much. It was a very interesting discussion, and the next discussion we'll have will be with somebody who knows Greece very well, and you know him too. He is the former ambassador to Greece, Nick Burns. Mr. Foreign Minister, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity.
And now we turn to our next speaker, who is a very well-known personality in Greece, used to be the ambassador in Greece. He looks young, but he was ambassador, he came to Greece 23 years ago. And he also was ambassador to NATO, Undersecretary of State. And actually, lately, he is an advisor, foreign policy advisor to President-elect Biden. So in that sense, there are a lot of reasons why his knowledge and his thoughts about our area matter. So, Ambassador Burns, welcome. And let me start with an issue which is actually on the news everywhere. It's not only Greece related, has to do with the recent decision by the U.S. to have sanctions on Turkey. It's something that was talked about a lot. Now we're there. So, how do you assess this relationship between the U.S. and Turkey, and what about the U.S.?
Well, Tom, first of all, let me say it's a pleasure to be with you. We've been friends a long time, you and I. And so it's always a pleasure to be with you. And I want to thank our mutual friend, Simeon Somokis, for organizing this forum. I very strongly support the decision of the Trump administration to apply sanctions to Turkey. Turkey has, of course, as you all know, purchased and is now bringing online the S-400 missile system. That system is produced in Russia. And so it is absolutely impossible for the NATO alliance to connect the Turkish system to the NATO air defense system. It would be like, Tom, we were letting a cancerous agent loose in the NATO bloodstream. And lots of countries, including my own, the United States, have asked the Turkish government to reconsider this decision. Turkey has not reconsidered it. And so I think it's appropriate. It's the right thing to do to apply sanctions. There has to be a penalty to the Turks for trying to give the Russians inroads into the NATO alliance. And of course, the major objective of the NATO alliance is to protect Europe and North America from Russia.
Are you worried that, given the move, but also what the Western policy on Turkey is lately, we might, or the West might, lose Turkey? That's something a lot of people in Washington and Brussels are talking about.
I think we're at the most difficult moment in America's relations with Turkey in well more than a generation. You have to go back maybe 4 or 5 decades to find as difficult a time, because the Turks have made this decision on the S-400, which is very dangerous. Turkey has become, in many ways, an autocratic country led by an autocratic leader. You can't really call it a democracy, so there's that problem. And third, and of foremost interest, Tom, to you and the audience in Greece, is these very, very difficult, complicated relations right now between Greece and Turkey, where Turkey is unfairly contesting the sovereignty of Greece in the Eastern Aegean Sea, as well as in the Eastern Mediterranean, interfering with Greece and Cyprus and Israel on natural gas rights. And so it's about the most difficult time that any of us can remember, and it is important to sanction Turkey. Whether the Turks walk away, I doubt it. NATO still is important to them, but this may be a time where you have to sideline the Turks. Interesting, Tom, you'll remember, you and I really don't remember this, we're not old enough, but we remember reading about it, that when Greece went through its own military dictatorship with the junta between 1967 and 1974, Greece didn't leave NATO. NATO didn't try to kick Greece out, fortunately, but NATO sidelined the Greek military dictatorship of that time, quite appropriately sidelined them. And we may have to encounter a variation of that same theme now with Turkey.
It's a heavy word, and actually, I want to make sure that I'm. So, do you think that Turkey is on the borderline of being a dictatorship, or?
I think Turkey has ceased being fully a democratic country at this time. Not when you have so many Turkish journalists in jail, so many peaceful opponents of the Erdogan government in jail, so many former members of the Turkish military with whom all of us worked at NATO in jail. And so Turkey, Hungary, to a lesser extent Poland, are the 3 members of NATO which are exhibiting autocratic tendencies. We've just finished a big report here at the Harvard Kennedy School where I teach on the future of the transatlantic relationship, where we recommend, this is a joint European-American group, that there have to be penalties against the Turks, Hungarians, and Poles inside NATO for acting in an autocratic way. The European Union, as you know, the summit that was just held last week, is facing its own choices on whether or not to have financial penalties ultimately against these countries, because both the EU as well as NATO are democratic organizations. We're coalitions of democracies. We don't want to have authoritarian countries trying to harm us from the inside.
Um, these positions are very interesting. I'm wondering, are these the positions that the new president and the new Secretary of State will follow on their relationship with Turkey? Do you have an idea how the new administration will deal with this member of NATO, which is strategically located, is a big country, but at the same time, as you mentioned, is authoritarian and creates problems with allies and other countries in its area?
These are my personal views. These are not the positions I'm not speaking for the president-elect or the Biden team. I'm not. But I'm speaking about my views and those of my colleagues on the joint group, the German Council on Foreign Relations, the Harvard Kennedy School. We just published our report. We've concluded that both NATO and the EU have to exact some penalties against these three countries, Turkey, Hungary, and Poland. But they're personal views to me, and I wouldn't want to predict what President-elect Biden would do. He's got a lot on his plate right now. He'll make those decisions, whatever decisions he makes, obviously after January 20th.
I turn to the U.S.-Greece relationship, which is very important to both, I guess, countries. Let me finish with on Turkey, actually. Its behavior in the area, do you feel, given your diplomatic experience, will continue? Do you feel President Erdogan is pushing the boundaries and then he might look for some deal with the new administration and the European Union? Or will he continue going against, logic, a lot of people would say?
Let's hope that that President Erdogan will reconsider his position on some of these issues concerning the S-400, concerning his territorial disputes with the Hellenic Republic, with Greece. I hope he will. Turkey is a vital country for Greece, obviously, for all of us in NATO. We want Turkey to remain in these institutions, NATO and the Europe, and NATO certainly, and its relationship with the EU. But these are troubled times, and so let's hope that there's a reconsideration by President Erdogan of this very aggressive behavior, which has created major problems in your part of the world.
And how do you see Greece these days? You were here in a very difficult period.
Yeah.
Now there's a Greece in the last few years. And actually, I would dare say both the center-left and the center-right are following a similar policy towards the U.S. and also with alliances with other countries in the area, important allies to the U.S. also, like Israel. So how is Greece seen these days on a bilateral, but also on a regional level?
You know, I must say, Tom, I think this is the relationship right now between the Greek government and the United States government is the best I have seen in 40 years. And maybe you have to go way back to the 1950s and early 60s to have a relationship where the two governments are aligned on so many issues. I give great credit to Prime Minister Mitsotakis, someone I know well and someone I admire very much. I give great credit, frankly, to the Obama administration and the Trump administration because they've both been involved in this. And I've done this a number of times, but I want to give great credit to a friend of mine, Ambassador Jeff Pyatt. I know something about what it's like to be the American ambassador to Greece, and Jeff has done it better than anybody in recent times. He's been incredibly effective, Tom, you know him. And he's really produced, I think, with the Greek government, a degree of confidence in the relationship. I'm sure we'll hear this, you'll hear it from the foreign minister when you interview him, a degree of confidence, of trust between Athens and Washington that had been missing for many years. So it's good to see that it's back.
And Greece's role, because we tend to talk about the East Med, which is huge for us and the world, I guess. But also, what about Southeastern Europe, where Greece also plays a role and used to play a major role? She's coming back, I think, and it's becoming again a leader in the area. How big is it for the Americans and the Europeans? But in this case, with you, the discussion has to center on the U.S. How would Washington view Athens' role in the Balkans?
When I think about the strategic importance of Greece, I think about our long bilateral relationship that goes back to the Philhellenes, who supported Greek independence 200 years ago in 1821, 22, 23, 24, 25. I think about Greece's role in the Eastern Mediterranean, Greece's connections to the Middle East, certainly Greece's role in Southeast Europe, in the Balkan region. If you think about the fact that North Macedonia, Albania have come into NATO, and you think about the fact that there's some of the countries of the Balkan region need to be further stabilized politically, they need economic growth. It's natural that Greece, with an expanding economy, having recovered from its own economic crisis, can be a leader in this region. And I certainly saw Greece that way when I was the American ambassador during the Kosovo War. That was a very different issue, but now there's peace largely in the Balkans, and Greece, I think, is an example to some of these countries of what they can become if they have market economies, if they maintain democracies, if they do not turn to authoritarianism or anti-democratic populism, which we see in some of these countries. You have to be concerned a little bit by Bulgaria. You have to be, we're very concerned here in this country by Hungary. And you want all of these states to recover their democratic foundations and their market economy foundations.
And actually, let me end with something which is more personal, not to all of us actually. A few days ago, a historic figure in the Greek American community and also in US politics, I dare say, Paul Sarbanes, passed away, and he was a member of the Foreign Relations Committee, and you dealt with him. You had to go through the committee to become an ambassador. Your thoughts on somebody who I assume with whom you dealt with as an ambassador, but also as a foreign policy member of the foreign policy world in Washington?
Well, Tom, I was deeply, deeply saddened to learn of the death of Senator Paul Sarbanes. I immediately sent a text message, email to his son, Congressman John Sarbanes, who is carrying on his father's tradition very ably. I remember Senator Sarbanes so well because when I was nominated to be ambassador to Greece, nobody was more helpful to me than in the U.S. Senate than Senator Sarbanes in giving me a sense of what the role of the American ambassador in Greece should be. And then when I became ambassador, I was living in Athens. We encountered some difficult times during the Kosovo War. You'll remember, Tom, because you and I knew each other quite well during this period, the more than 60 demonstrations in front of the American embassy during the Kosovo War, a lot of incidents of anti-Americanism in Greece, tensions between the two governments. And Senator Sarbanes was somebody that I could lean on. He was someone I could talk to for advice. He was in many ways, when I was ambassador, a mentor to me. He came out to visit Greece when I was there a couple of times. I would see him every time I went back to Washington, and he was a constant source of very wise advice, of someone who obviously was a United States senator dedicated to our country, but of Greek heritage. And he spoke Greek, as you know. He had a great fondness for Greece. It is a tremendous loss for the Greek American community, but for the United States as a whole, to see the passing of Senator Paul Sarbanes. So real sadness here in the United States. He was a great friend of Greece.
Thank you, Ambassador. So on that note, sad note, we conclude this very interesting discussion. Thank you very much for being with us.
Tom, thanks to you. Thanks to Simeon Simokis, and it's a pleasure to be with you as always.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In the second Southeast Europe and East Med conference, it's a privilege for me to participate in this conference, which has been a very successful platform for the exchange of ideas and good communication, either in a physical way or in digital, as it is now for us. Allow me to welcome in this point Mr. Dimitris Keridis, a member of the Parliament and a professor of international relations in Pandia University. Welcome, Mr. Keridis.
Thank you, Ms. Tassouli. Thank you, Alexia, for having me here. And thanks a lot to the Delphi Economic Forum and Simon Tomokos for the wonderful job they're doing in revitalizing the public dialogue in our country, Greece, and in helping put Greece on the international agenda.
Mr. Keridis, we're going to have a tete-a-tete conversations since Mr. Francois Hesburgh, due to an unforeseeable commitment, will not be able to join the conference. So allow me first to ask you about a subject that is very widely discussed in the public dialogue these days. It's about the US sanctions over Ankara's purchase of Russian S-400. And allow me first to ask you what impact might have this decision of the United States to the US-Turkey relations?
Thank you for the tete-a-tete. It's a special honor and a privilege, of course. This is a very serious decision with some very serious ramifications for sure. The United States, as of Monday night, decided to put some very severe sanctions on the Turkish defense industry. The sanctions refer to certain individuals, but more importantly, they prohibit the financing of the Turkish defense industry through loans and other financial tools from the United States or from multilateral organizations that the United States, where the United States participate. But more importantly, even, is the prohibition of exporting any weapons or components of weapons, any kind of American technology that can be used by the Turkish defense industry directly to Turkey. But also indirectly through other countries, for example, German weapons or Spanish weapons that use American technology, and these days most advanced systems do have American components, might fall into the orbit of these sanctions. So we are talking about something very serious that has caused obviously a lot of anxiety and nervousness in Ankara. We have heard the statements from the Turkish President Erdogan today. And justifiably so. It is unprecedented for a NATO member to be put under this kind of sanctions. They do create a certain environment for the new administration coming in on January 20th. Mike Pompeo took the initiative. He didn't wait for the defense budget to be signed into law. Probably Trump will veto it and will return it to the Congress on January 5th. But in advance, and given the very big majority that this law got in both houses in the US Congress, Mike Pompeo, he wanted to do it for a long time, apparently. He does it now, and he sends a powerful signal to Ankara.
I agree with you that it sends a powerful signal to Ankara. We heard the statements of Mr. Erdogan. We heard the statements yesterday of Hulusi Akar, the Minister of Defense of Turkey. This decision was welcomed by the Minister of Greek, Minister of Foreign Affairs. We heard earlier Mr. Dendias talking about this in the previous discussion. And now the question is, what impact might have in our area, in Eastern Mediterranean, and what might affect in the Greek-Turkish relations this decision?
First of all, let me just clarify something, that the debate on sanctions is not finished in the US Congress. There is a motion, there is movement for further sanctioning Turkey from different sides, including the American Armenian lobby in the United States, which is very very angry with what happened in the Caucasus. And obviously, we have the very poisonous affair of the Hulk Bank, the trial of which is coming up in a Manhattan court in March. And that will be an interesting addition to the burden right now on Turkey. And now, although the sanctions are not directly related to the Greek-Turkish tensions and Turkey's aggressiveness in the Eastern Mediterranean, in Cyprus, in the Aegean, they refer to the S-400s, they are a valuable tool. First, because they signify the return of the United States in the area. The United States has traditionally been the strongest force in the Mediterranean, in the Middle East. It kind of faded a bit during the last few years. Now it is back. It is back with its full force and influence. It does revitalize NATO as well. That was a bit in confusion the previous years because Turkey is a NATO member, and part of the reasoning for the sanctioning is exactly that a NATO partner cannot use hostile technology in its armed forces. It does send a powerful signal to the Europeans to act more forcefully. This was something that the Europeans asked, by the way, in the recent European Council. They said that we have to wait and see what the Americans will do. Now the Americans spoke, and the Europeans will have, according to their own reasoning, have to follow suit. It does create a certain wall of containment of Turkey's destabilizing behavior in the whole area. And in that sense, it is very welcoming by Greece.
You mentioned before about NATO, and that you said that this decision revitalized NATO presence and NATO power as an organization. I heard before Mr. Burns saying that there is a discussion whether Turkey, as a possible reaction, might declare a statement that they wish to leave NATO. They haven't done it so far, but as a possible reaction, because we have two powerful countries, Turkey and United States, are in NATO. There is a crisis between two powerful NATO countries. So a possible reaction, do you think, might be to say that we want to leave NATO alliance?
Obviously, a very tense situation and a very serious situation can always get worse. And it will depend on the choices now that Ankara will make. And for sure, there is a lot now of thinking and rethinking, and needs to have this kind of rethinking, because the Americans has presented after some years now a very clear choice to the Turks. Either you are with us, with the West, with NATO, with Europe, with the United States, or not. You cannot have it both ways. And the choice is for Turkey to make. We will see what that choice will be. But NATO, that has been hesitant, that has been kind of reluctant to take a position, now with America's first role, is back in play.
Mr. Keridis, thank you very much for this discussion. We hope to see you next year in the third conference in a physical condition. Thank you so much.
Hopefully. Thank you very much, Alexia.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second Southeast Europe and East Med conference. And our next session has the title, Greece, a Pillar of Stability in a Troubled Region. Allow me to this point to welcome Mr. Miltiadis Varvitsiotis, who is alternate Minister of Foreign Affairs. Welcome, Mr. Varvitsiotis. Mr. George Katsoungalos. Mr. George Katsoungalos, former Minister of Foreign Affairs. Welcome, Mr. Katsoungalos.
Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you. And the Ambassador of the United States in Athens, in Greece, Mr. Jeffrey Pyatt. Welcome, Mr. Ambassador.
Okay.
Allow me first to start our discussion on a matter that might affect the developments in Eastern Mediterranean, that of U.S. sanctions over Ankara's purchase on Russia's S-400. Mr. Ambassador, let me ask you first, since your country made this decision. And my question is, what impact might have this decision in the U.S.-Turkey relations?
Thanks, Alexia. Thank you for this conversation, and huge congratulations to you and Simeon and Indy Zimonidis for putting this event together virtually. I remember so well last year's event in Washington, D.C., and it's really impressive that we've been able to pull this together in the virtual environment with such high-level participation from both sides of the Atlantic. And I think it really reflects the very positive moment we're at in U.S.-Greece relations. Before I get to your question, I want to make 2 points, because it's a real honor for me to be doing this together with Minister Varvitsiotis and with George Katsoungalos. And I just want to remind everybody, how far we have come. And it was exactly 2 years ago this week, in December of 2018, that George and I were in Washington, D.C. for the first U.S.-Greece strategic dialogue. And he led the U.S. delegation. It was one of the first engagements, I think, that we all had with Secretary of State Pompeo on Greece issues. And if you look at the way we have built on that foundation over the past 24 months, it really is a model of how to construct an effective institutional framework. And that's a framework that I'm committed to sustain as we work through a political transition in the United States. We've got the strategic dialogue. We've got the 3+1 process with Greece, Israel, and Cyprus. We've got our new science and technology agreement that Secretary Pompeo and Minister Georgiadis signed in Thessaloniki. So we've got a lot going on. I hope we can come back to that in a minute. On Turkey, I'll just make 2 quick points. First of all, the United States has been very consistent. Even I remember the conversation when George was in Washington 2 years ago, and we talked about the need for Turkey to avoid provocative actions in the Eastern Mediterranean, which raise tensions and get us away from what we want, which is to build this region as a zone of cooperation and shared prosperity. In just a couple of hours, I'm going to be welcoming the U.S. Secretary of Energy, Secretary Brouillette, the last cabinet-level visitor of my Trump administration time here. And I think it's a fantastic way to cap our efforts, because Secretary Brouillette will be here to draw attention to the amazing progress that we've made in U.S.-Greece energy cooperation over the past 4 years, but also the prospect that that cooperation can be expanded in the Eastern Mediterranean. And Greece has been very consistent in suggesting that that cooperation needs and can include all countries that are prepared to observe the standards of international law. So I think that's where we want to get to. I'm going to leave to others the big hypothetical issues that our friend Tom Ellis addressed with Ambassador Burns just a short while ago. But our point is how to get back to cooperation in this region, build a region of prosperity and cooperation, leveraging the exceptional positive role that Greece has been having, both in the Eastern Mediterranean, with all of these new relationships that it's built with Israel, with Egypt, longstanding relationship with Cyprus, with Lebanon, with Jordan, but also in the Western Balkans, where the Prespes Agreement has unlocked a whole new Greek initiative for the Western Balkans, and where now we're seeing energy issues develop as a positive aspect of the Western Balkan conversation too, with the prospect of leveraging TAP, FSRU, IGB to bring non-Russian gas to North Macedonia, to Kosovo, to Serbia. So that's where we're going to keep our focus.
Right. Mr. Varvitsiotis, my question is the same to you as well about the US sanctions. The Greek Minister of Foreign Affairs welcomed this decision of the United States, but what impact might this have on the Greek-Turkish relations?
Well, first of all, let me comment on what Ambassador Payet has highlighted so far, and this is how well the U.S.-Greek relation is going the last few months, the last few years, and I think that shows that Greece is a consistent country, and no matter who is in power, we have a national strategy, and this is to elaborate and to deepen our bilateral relations within the United States. After all, from whatever region, you know, the political spectrum in Greece had various, in the past, various interpretation of what should have been the strategic position in the country. But after all the governments have followed one rule. We want to keep the country in the center of the European Union and in very close cooperation with the United States. And this is now being elaborated in a multilateral relationship that starts with this strategic alliance and goes on to bilateral issues that have to do with energy, that have to do with investments, that have to do with the accommodation of the American endeavors in the southeastern Europe. We believe that the area is a strategic area for all the security structure of Europe, and therefore it needs an increased attention from both parties, from European Union and from the United States. And I think that the sanctions against Turkey signalize, first of all, the comeback to the attention of the United States of the region and actually come back with a strong voice. The voice that we have heard also from Secretary Pompeo in last NATO meeting, but also the voice that there isn't any need and there isn't any room for maneuvering that may cause friction or jeopardize stability in the region for any of the parties involved. And this is a direct message to Turkey that in the last months is actually provoking stability in different ways. I don't want to comment more on Turkey. I think that what is important to comment on is how we are going to deepen our relationship with the United States and how we are going to make use of these trilateral or multilateral schemes of cooperation with other countries as to promote the whole idea of stability in the region. I think the steps taken lately from the United States in the recognition and normalization of the relations between Israel and the United Arab Emirates, with Bahrain, with Morocco, signalize a normalization of the region and actually gives a room and opens a window and gives a room for more dialogue and more understanding. Greece has elaborated its relationship with it and its strategic alliance with Israel, and we are very happy that we can participate in different schemes, both with Israel and with Egypt, in promoting stability, but also promoting what it has been a goal, to make use of the resources of the region for the benefit, for the mutual benefit of all the countries that actually water themselves with the Eastern Mediterranean.
Mr. Kandrougalos, Mr. Varvitsiotis said that all the governments before wanted to keep close relations with the United States. Do you agree with that? Do you think that Syriza as well want to have and will have close relationship with the United States?
Tassouli, Jeff has reminded us that the strategic dialogue has begun under the government of Syriza. And it was myself who initiated, together with the major contribution of Jeff, this important improvement, strategic improvement of the bilateral relations. But what was the basis, the fundamentals of this upgrading? It was the understanding that we could have an alignment of interests based on reciprocity, as it happens with all bilateral relations in our area, based exactly on the role of Greece as an exporter of stability. We have demonstrated this ability of us to act as a not just a honest broker, as a country that promotes viable solutions to problems that stagnated for decades in the Balkans with the Prespa agreement, in the Eastern Mediterranean with the trilateral schemes of cooperation that culminated with the 3+1 agreement and the East Mediterranean. So what I want to emphasize is this should be also the strategy of our country in the future, and not a logic that goes back to an obsolete idea that the right wing in our country had, that Greece is by definition the advanced outpost of the United States in the area. What I'm implying is that we must have always in mind reciprocity of interests and the necessity to promote the alignment of interests when this is possible. And it is very possible with the United States, exactly because they have also in mind as a strategic goal the political stability of the area. Regarding Turkey now, I must also remind you that I have visited to meet my counterpart, Mevlut Çavuşoğlu, exactly on the next day of this important agreement on the East Med pipeline. Exactly because we wanted to send the message to Turkey that there is no other precondition for Turkey to join the equation of energy in Eastern Mediterranean, but the respect of international law. If Turkey decides to abandon its provocative policy to project power and try to intimidate by this projection its neighbors, including Greece, and accept what should be the basis of all bilateral and multilateral relations, international legality. The path is open. So this must be, again, the basis of the Greek policy vis-à-vis Turkey. Not one based on the clash of civilizations, West versus Islam, as, again, many parts of the European right evangelize. We should always have in mind that Greece had always a peaceful foreign policy based on principles, with no ambitions to exclude anybody, but having also as a prerequisite for any kind of meaningful relations, mutuality of this behavior, that is respect of international law, omission of any kind of blackmails, like the threat of military force, even more importantly, the threat of casus belli at the case of exercise of legitimate interests. And again, this must be in the framework of a multidimensional active policy, like the one that we have followed as government the 4.5 years of our administration.
Thank you. Mr. Ambassador, you mentioned before that Greece has played a crucial role as a country of stability in a troubled region. Do you think in this region we might have more troubles if Erdogan, if Turkey moves closer to Russia? Because yesterday we heard Mr. Lavrov, Russia says they talk about arrogant attitude towards international law, commenting on US decision. So what are your estimations in the future regarding moving Turkey closer to Russia?
So, Alexia, I think I've learned over more than 4 years in this job now that my skills as a fortune teller are often not very good. So I'm not going to speculate on too much on what might happen in the future. I thought Foreign Minister Dendias put it really well in his conversation with Tom Ellis about everybody's hopes that there is a window of opportunity now to allow diplomacy to move forward. And as regards Minister Lavrov, I would simply point to, first of all, the very strong statement that you saw yesterday from Secretary of State Pompeo, characterizing the U.S. government's view of Russia's role in the Eastern Mediterranean and this region, and the self-evident point that Russia and President Putin in particular has been strongly interested in sowing division within NATO. And of course, one example of that is indeed the provision of the S-400 missile system, which is a direct threat to NATO forces and obviously a grave threat as well to Greek forces.
Right. I don't know if Mr. Vaivatsiotis, you want to comment on that, on a possibility that Erdogan, Turkey might move closer to Russia, and if you want to comment on Mr. Lavrov's comment yesterday that there is an arrogant attitude towards international law.
Well, the thing is that we shouldn't comment, but we should do. But also we should highlight what has happened in the recent months. We have seen cooperation between Russia and Turkey in several levels. It's not only on the S-400, but there is also a cooperation in the ceasefire in Azerbaijan by the increased importance that Turkey played in this field by the direct implication of its armed forces to the conflict in the Caucasus. We have seen also a kind of cooperation or understanding in the field of Libya. And I think that it's important to highlight as a strategic partner of the United States, of the European Union, as a member of the European Union, and as a country that really promotes the increased role that the rule of law and the international law should play in dealing with world affairs. That whoever is violating any UN resolutions and actually is dealing under the table by committing forces on the ground and creating instability instead of exporting stability is not really a credible player. And I think that it's only the way that Turkey is being acting the last 2 years is actually exporting instability, is playing by the arms and not by the international law. It's committing itself in secret deals and not in transparent relations. And the predictability of Turkey is not very high at the moment. That's why we believe that it's important to come back on the table of the dialogue, under the premises and following the things that we have to shorten out in Southeast Asia, and we shouldn't conduct this dialogue under the force of the use of arms or under any blackmail. You cannot negotiate, you cannot make any deal having a handgun on the table.
What do you think about that, Mr. Katsoungalis, about the possible beginning of a dialogue between Greece and Turkey? Should Greece wait for a certain period of time, as Mr. Dendias said before and as Mr. Vaivatsiotis said now, or should we start immediately the talks with Turkey?
Dialogue is the only way to resolve the one and only dispute we have with Turkey regarding the delimitation of the maritime zones. But this ambition of ours to resolve this difference as we have resolved others, like the one with North Macedonia, should be framed in the framework of, as I mentioned before, an active multidimensional policy. We have seen the escalation of the aggressiveness of Turkey the last 2 years, exactly because Turkey, following a steady strategy of revisionism, has tried to exploit a vacuum provoked by a gradual abandonment of such a multidimensional policy. A first priority of it would be to demonstrate why the Greek-Turkish differences are a European issue, not just a bilateral. And having that in mind, although we should always try to improve the bilateral strategic relation we have with the United States, we should never forget that our political home is Europe. So the Greek diplomacy should support all the political proposals that are now on the table regarding the strategic autonomy of the foreign policy of Europe, of its defense, on the idea of the European sovereignty based on the Article 42, paragraph 7 of the treaty, meaning that the European frontiers should be considered as the frontiers of each and every one of its member countries. And having a meaningful dialogue with Turkey in this framework. And again, in this framework, Greece could act as a bridge between our political home, which is the European Union, and other forces of the new polycentric international scene. We could be a bridge of the European Union with the Arab world, taking into account that we have never been a colonial power. With Russia, with which we have traditional bilateral relations. With China, with which we have a number of common economic interests. So again, I'm repeating, the key of success is not to act in a predictable way, as our Prime Minister has said during his visit in Washington, but in promoting our national interests in the framework of international legality and the idea that the European Union must become a global player, not just a global payer, like Juncker used to joke in the international scene.
Mr. Ambassador, should the exploratory talks between Greece and Turkey be an open discussion, or should be limited to the maritime zones? I'm asking about that because Turkey, as you know, claims the disarmament of the Greek islands, and when the casus belli is still active from 1996, and questions the sovereignty of the Greek island. So, what's the agenda of the dialogue should be?
Alexia, I think that's an issue that you have to talk to the Greek government about, and obviously the Turkish government. Again, I thought Foreign Minister Dendias was very eloquent on these issues in his dialogue a little while ago, and talked about the moment of opportunity, the cautious optimism that everybody feels right now. For the United States, I would emphasize that we strongly support the return to exploratory talks. But we also understand that that has to be on terms that make sense for two sovereign governments. I think we're all helped by the fact that there is a clear roadmap provided by the last exploratory talks, which concluded in the spring of 2016. And I think the idea, which I understand the governments have been working towards, that the starting off point for getting back to those discussions should be exactly where the work was left in 2016. I will also note again, because I can't resist remembering this while we have George Katrougalos here as well. George will remember when we sat down in Secretary Pompeo's office 2 years ago during the strategic dialogue in front of the fireplace there. I think one of the very first questions that Secretary Pompeo asked, and he was relatively new in office at that point, but one of his first questions to Minister Katrougalos was what should we be doing about Turkey? That is, the United States looks to Greece as a partner. We share the same interest. We want to see a stable, prosperous neighborhood. There's a great deal of confidence in the U.S.-Greece relationship today, and I'm very proud of how we've managed to build that across Greek governments and across political parties, and for that matter, across American governments. And that's the spirit in which we would approach this prospect of dialogue, not coming in and saying this needs to happen now or that needs to happen now. Rather, how do we work together, Greece and the United States, two strong democracies committed to the transatlantic relationship, committed to NATO, committed to the open international economy that both of our countries have benefited from? How do we work together to consolidate those values across a region that increasingly is challenged? The Eastern Mediterranean, challenged by our global adversaries, in particular China and Russia, both of whom have very different views of how the world should be organized. And then the Western Balkans, a region challenged particularly by issues of governance and how to continue the project of economic and political reform, moving towards European values and Euro-Atlantic institutions. And I am convinced that the United States has no stronger partner in those tasks than the Hellenic Republic.
Right. Now, my last question, I think it's the most important one. Mr. Varvisiottis, what should we expect next year from Biden's administration? What should we expect on his foreign policy in our area?
Well, this is up to President Biden, the president-elect, and his team to decide. But I think what we need is, first of all, a normalization of the EU-US relations. And I think that this should be deepened again. We should view the world as a whole, and we should definitely recommit ourselves to our basic and fundamental values, that there are no others but the rule of law, democracy, and prosperity for everybody. And this comes to the second point that I want to highlight. I absolutely agree about the vision that Ambassador Payet has presented to us about how southeastern Europe, Eastern Mediterranean may be transformed in a sea of prosperity, democracy, and good neighborly relations. In order to achieve that, we have to take, first of all, serious steps forward. And the first step that we should take is de-escalating the bilateral tensions, and especially the tensions between Greece and Turkey, but also between Turkey and Cyprus. We should observe what the UN resolutions on Cyprus are saying. And definitely we should make European Union being committed more to the region and not to take the stand of an observer or a third party on the region. Europe is committed because 2 member states are in the region, and they actually are being threatened by the unilateral and provocative acts of Turkey. And of course, we have to work with the rest of our European partners for enlarging Europe in the Balkans by advancing the process of accession talks for North Macedonia and Albania. So it's a heavy agenda. Definitely the United States could play a significant role by its weight and the leverage that they can put in the transatlantic relations, and also to the special attention that all the governments in the regions pay to what Washington says. And more involved Washington politically, I don't mean militarily, I mean politically in the region, will definitely help to ease differences and to make a strong statement that the United States, they look after their traditional allies and they bridge the differences whenever they appear.
What do you say, Mr. Katrougalos, what Syriza says about the future Biden administration in his foreign policy?
It is certainly a window of opportunity for Greece. George Biden knows in depth the problems of not just the bilateral Greek-Turkish issues, but in depth the whole area, Middle East. And of course, he's not going to have this special relationship that the President Trump had with President Erdogan. However, we shall have always in mind as I mentioned many times today, the need of reciprocity of interests. Because what is going to be the number one priority of President Biden? Keeping Turkey away of Russia. Of course, we do not have a problem with that. We do want a Western, democratic, pro-European Turkey and not a hostile Turkey in our borders. But we should be very careful. Our priorities, the de-escalation of the tension with Turkey, the promotion of a fair solution of the Cypriot issue. We did not speak about this issue during our conversation, and we should have done that because now it's in one of more difficult positions in the last years. So we should take special care not to sacrifice these priorities of ours to the priorities of our friends and strategic partners. And this is the meaning of reciprocity. And as Jeff has reminded, I'm going to give you an example of that based on our discussion with Secretary Pompeo. When he asked me what we could do in concrete in order to improve the situation, I gave to him two examples. The first one was the termination of the embargo of arms to Cyprus, which has been happened some months later, as a sign that the United States reacts to any kinds of provocation that also undermine international legality. And I mentioned also the infamous Luns rulings, the status of affairs that it is dominant in NATO and satisfies the demands of Turkey of demilitarization of some of our islands. I explained to him that it is contrary to international legality, and Secretary Pompeo has reacted in a very positive way, saying that that reflects the ideas of another era. So our government should continue to ask in this framework of reciprocity of interests, of alignment of the long-term aspirations of both countries to stabilize the area, to have the United States also strongly in favor of international legality, not in Greece, based on a principled strategy that should also take into account things like the Luns ruling I have mentioned, that of course are contrary to how NATO should continue to work. In a few words, we should promote their strategic relations with the United States, having always in mind also our strategic interests and priorities.
Well, Mr. Ambassador, both officials, Mr. Varvitsiotis and Mr. Katrougalis, said that Biden administration might bring a normalization to EU-US relations. Mr. Varvitsiotis mentioned about the Cyprus issue. He talked about being back to the rule of law. Mr. Katrougalis said a window of opportunity, this Biden administration. So what should we expect? What are your estimations on the Biden administration?
Thank you, Alexia. So first of all, I obviously can't speak for President-elect Biden and his team, but I can tell you, as Vice President Biden did me the enormous honor of administering my oath of office for this job in the summer of 2016. I got to know him as ambassador to Ukraine. I've also worked very closely in the past with his national security team. Tony Blinken, the nominee for Secretary of State, Jake Sullivan, National Security Advisor, Nancy McEldowney, the National Security Advisor to Vice President-elect Harris. These are all people who are deeply, deeply committed to our transatlantic relationship and people who believe strongly that all of the major challenges that the United States faces today, whether it's the pandemic or climate change or what do we do about China's exploitative trade and economic policies, what do we do about Turkey's destabilizing behavior? All of these challenges can only be addressed effectively if we work together as a transatlantic community. I also am extremely proud of what we've accomplished here in Greece through the 4 years of the Trump administration. And I think it's an enormous mistake to discount those accomplishments. And I think George has done a very good job of reminding us just how far things have come and the very strong foundation that we've laid. The terrific opportunity that we have now is to take what is already what Ambassador Burns called the best U.S.-Greece relationship of the modern era and leverage it up even stronger. And that's very much the homework assignment that I've given myself for the months ahead. And I'm enthusiastic that Prime Minister Mitsotakis and Minister Dendias, Minister Paniatopoulos, and the rest of the Greek government, I think, very much shares that objective. So I congratulate, again, Delphi on putting this event together, hopefully to begin charting out that roadmap. And it's a roadmap that I think needs to be ambitious and should not be confined to just what do we do about Turkey, but rather how do we work together in the Levant and the Middle East? How do we work together in the broader Eastern Mediterranean to include the Maghreb and North Africa? And critically important, how do we work together in the Black Sea and the Western Balkans? So it's a very exciting time to be U.S. ambassador, but I think it's also a very exciting time to be focused on this relationship and all of the fantastic opportunities that it provides.
Thank you, Ambassador. It has been an honor for all of us here in Greece to have you as an ambassador here in our country. And I think we all agree that we have the best U.S.-Greek relations for the last years. Time is up. Thank you very much, Mr. Vavitsiotis. Thank you very much, Mr. Katroungalos, Mr. Ambassador, Mr. Payat, for your participation in the second Southeast Europe and East Med conference. And I'm looking forward to see you next year in a physical condition. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Great to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening from Athens, and I have the pleasure to chair this panel that will discuss the air power projection as a key to stability and peace in the Eastern Mediterranean. And there is no better person to discuss about air power projection than Denis Plessas, which is the Vice President of global, responsible for global pursuits at Lockheed Martin. So, before we get to our discussion, let me try to highlight some of the geopolitical situation in the area. Analysts suggest that the most destabilizing place in Earth is the South China Sea. I disagree. I think Eastern Mediterranean is the most destabilizing area in the whole planet. You can see, if you look around the area, the geopolitical picture, you will see a lot of failed states, from Libya to Syria to Iraq, or countries ready to fail. You see local power competition from Iran, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Israel, and actually these competitions involve everybody else. And then you see countries like Turkey having a destabilizing behavior, as the American ambassador said a minute ago, or in his remark, or I will say it's destabilizing because of expansionism. So the area is unstable. So my first question to Mr. Plessas Could you comment on the geopolitical trends and how you think this area can be stabilized? And could you tell us a bit the strategy of Lockheed Martin with regard to air power projection in the area?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Professor Platias, distinguished guests and participants. This is an extremely important and significant conference on Southeast Europe and Eastern Mediterranean. And it is extremely timely, as you said, Professor Platias, given the tension and the activities going on in the region, especially the destabilizing behavior of our neighbors in Greece. First slide, please. In this discussion, I would like to address, as I mentioned, air power projection. Air power projection can play the role of a positive tool for peace and stability if it is used properly and if it is played properly. But before we go any further, let's discuss and define what air power really is. Next slide. With air power, we include a number of components. We include air superiority, global precision attack, ISR, that is intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, maritime dominance, global mobility, multi-domain operations, power projection, and of course, sustainment. Next slide. We at Lockheed Martin, we always put our customer mission in the center, focusing our capabilities, technologies, talent, and culture towards designing and building an advanced but integrated battle space, integrating all components of air power projection, that is, combat air, ISR, air mobility and sustainment, with battle space awareness, autonomy, hypersonics, etc. Our customers are operating in an increasingly complex global environment. Our assumptions on the threat environment most of our customers face are that it is a highly contested area which continues to expand. The fourth generation fighters' capabilities are rivaled. Near-peer competitors are accelerating fifth generation capability. Resilient and dense integrated air defense systems do exist, and long-range lethal weapons are proliferating. Our assumptions on the customer are the desire to be more networked, continue to balance affordability, interoperability, capability, force structure, and the industrial base, as well as establish new concepts of operations which challenge the status quo. Based on the aforementioned, our strategic vision as a company dictates that our customers, in order to be effective in power projection and in order to utilize air power projection to safeguard peace, security, and stability, it needs to be fully integrated, technologically advanced, and affordable. Our air power solutions need to be customer-centric, connected, affordable, agile, and holistic. In the domain of combat air, we should optimize solutions in the future and drive synergy with intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance while we shape persistent and survivable, affordable solutions. In the domain of air mobility, we normally require tactical and strategic airlift leadership as well as air refueling. Finally, we need from the very beginning to engineer sustainment alone or through partnerships with other nations. Our advanced technologies we use today include artificial intelligence, cyber, directed energy, hypersonics, advanced communications, machine learning, robotics, multispectral low observability, and quantum computing. All these technologies should enable future battle space through a better distributed command and control system, discriminating weapon systems, utilizing rapid kinetic and non-kinetic effects, and utilizing and employing interoperability in a multi-domain operations. In digital transformation, We focus always on integrity and quality architecture transformation through advanced analytic integration. To achieve that, we need to attract and develop and retain talent to evolve with the growing needs. In summary, we are transforming our organization to an air power solutions company. And most of the countries that we work with are thirsty about this technology and these capabilities. As for air power projection, it is extremely critical to have the ability and the readiness to project air power more than anything else in order to discourage harassment from neighboring countries showing little respect for international law. This is why investments in air power capabilities are a positive tool for peace and stability, Professor Platias.
I absolutely agree with you. You see, peace can be negotiated, but if there is no agreement in the negotiation, peace has to be enforced both at the international level and at the regional level. And air power is the tool, and the revolution that we have described in military affairs and the disruption that is bringing, it's a useful tool to be able to balance aggressive opponents. Now, coming from the general to more specific, could you tell us about your most successful program, the F-16, and most importantly, how it relates to Greece and the upgrade that is taking place right now? Could you comment on this, please?
Excellent question, Professor Platias. If we go actually to the next chart, allow me to make a few F-16 program highlights. And what you will see there is that the F-16 as a multi-mission fighter aircraft is in today's inventory of 28 countries. This is a very significant achievement. It's the world's most successful combat-proven fighter. We built 4,600 F-16s, and we have, with those F-16s, in excess of 400,000 plus combat sorties that have been flown, and that number continues to grow. It really shows, and that's the most important element, an undefeated air-to-air record. It's the world's most successful combat-proven machine. Ongoing technology flow and sharing between F-16 and other fifth-generation fighters like the F-22 and the F-35 continues. The F-16 has about 140 versions with different countries, different blocks, different models. We've already delivered more than 1,000 upgrades, and we also have new production, structural and capability upgrades to ensure the F-16s continue to fly, and it will fly until 2050 and beyond. We envision current F-16 production opportunities to be around 400 plus aircraft. Next slide, please. Here, allow me to talk about the Greek F-16 upgrade program of initially of 84 jets that belong to the Hellenic Air Force, and hopefully to continue later on with an additional 38 jets. With those F-16s, we are working very closely with the United States government through the United States Air Force, the Greek government, the Hellenic Air Force, HAI, to ensure a smooth program implementation, employing and utilizing the highest possible technical and operational standards. In addition, we produce the Block 70 and 72. This is a new designation that has been defined by the United States Air Force due to the added aircraft capabilities. We leverage in those designs proven and mature systems that will be supported for decades to come. We balance superior aeronautical performance with a robust mission radius capability and air patrol times. State-of-the-art mission systems suite, basically leveraging fifth-generation technology and integrating capabilities into the F-16 based on United States Air Force and international customers' combat requirements. Many F-16 technologies are really technologies that were derived from the F-22 and the F-35. A great example is the AESA, the automatic electronic radar, the APG-83. This provides the F-16 with fifth generation fighter capabilities. It shares approximately 90 to 95% software commonality with the F-35, and we achieve through that technology improvements that continue to flow between our three fighters, the F-16, the F-22, and the F-35, for many decades at a fraction of cost to the F-16 operators. In summary, the F-16 continues to offer for NATO and other users a great defense capability.
That's
If we go to the next slide, please. Please.
Let me ask a question at this point. I mean, the upgrade of the F-16 is really the natural path to F-35. So if you could comment about the Greek efforts to the fifth generation aircraft, but also what's the situation with Turkey? A lot of people would like to, a lot of analysts try to understand the state right now of the F-35 program in Turkey.
I think the next slide may address some of that. Let's go to that. The next slide, please. You see here some of the key components that were used in the F-16 upgrade. In this one, you see the F-35 and the number of nations that participate, and basically you see an airplane that is really redefining the multi-role fighter. Today, more than ever, Greece needs to participate in large, proven international defense programs in order to increase its deterrence capability and enhance its domestic defense industry. With the F-16 upgrade program now under implementation, the next step for the Hellenic Air Force would be the acquisition of a fifth generation fighter aircraft. Lockheed Martin is the only company that produces both the F-22 and the F-35. And while the F-22 is available exclusively to the United States Air Force, the F-35 is the embodiment of Lockheed Martin's cutting-edge technology, modern design, development and production processes. It's an aircraft that will transform operational concepts and actually the way we fight. The F-35 isn't just a new aircraft. It's an ambitious, revolutionary program embracing and replacing many of the different types of fighter aircraft, and it offers for its users an unprecedented capability. The F-35 is the only available fifth generation aircraft internationally, and it's designed based on low observability, survivability, lethality, maintainability, sophisticated connectivity, and affordability. The stealth capability that is provided by the F-35, the multi-mission capability, the extended range, the state-of-the-art sensors, data fusion, and other network-centric operations, and of course reliability and ease of maintenance, ensure that this aircraft will play a leading role in combat into the 21st century. The F-35, as everybody says, is truly redefining the multi-role fighter. Next chart, please. At Lockheed Martin, we actually see, and this chart here summarizes the number of aircraft built and delivered, the flight hours flown, the number of air bases internationally, the technicians and pilots already trained and qualifying to support and fly the aircraft, and the number of services that have already declared initial operating capability, and those that have actually conducted F-35 operational missions. We see a number of customers. The number has gone close to 15, and there are nations that are already operating the aircraft from its own home soil, while others are conducting training in the US. To the question on Turkey, we understand that the sanctions prevent new contracts and scope changes to existing contracts with the Turkish Defense Procurement Agency, SSB, which may affect follow-on program work. We will work closely with the US government to ensure full compliance with these sanctions. Additional queries may be directed to the US Department of State, and I believe there are speakers before us and after us who are much more qualified to comment on that.
The issue is not just acquiring airplanes. I mean, are these transactions going to help to create technology transfer and an industrial infrastructure that support Greek defense need beyond just one particular program, let's say an aircraft? The issue is how you build an ecosystem of defense via technology transfer. Do you have any ideas on this?
I think the next chart, I believe, will probably demonstrate why what you said about technology transfer is extremely important. The F-35, as an example of a multi-role fighter, covers numerous missions: strategic attack, close air support, suppression of enemy air defenses, air superiority, and extended surface warfare. Next chart. None of these capabilities can be supported adequately without a very effective, next chart please, without a very effective industrial base. Here you see the production line in Fort Worth of that aircraft, and it is a very unique line, both in terms of robotics and other technologies, but also in terms of speed and tempo that they are using. Indeed, next chart, please. Indeed, the technology transfer is an extremely important element of any program acquisition. And when we say that the F-16 represents the best bridge to the F-35, that means that that transition has to be done taking into consideration operational, economic, industrial criteria, both for the short term and the long term, as we move from a very advanced and capable fourth generation fighter to a fifth generation one. Next chart, please. But let me focus in terms of technology transfer to a major facility that exists in Greece and with whom we have been having more than 45 years of strategic relationship. That's Hellenic Aerospace Industry. HAI was established back in 1975. We were privileged and honored to be selected by the government of Greece to serve as the technology contractor. Today, HAI is the sole source supplier for Lockheed Martin for major F-16 and C-130J aerostructural components for our worldwide production. All the above co-production programs are very critical for HAI's growth and survival, a fact that the MOD and the government of Greece are constantly mentioning and emphasizing. HAI faces a number of challenges, as the majority of the defense industries around the globe: manpower, cash flow, management, and growth. Lockheed Martin and HAI have a long-term relationship since the foundation of the company. Lockheed Martin has used many offset programs or SSI programs to the benefit of HAI. And actually today, we supply to HAI probably in excess of 70 to 75% of its workload. Lockheed Martin also, together with the government and HAI, is examining new options and methods to support HAI's future growth. HAI undoubtedly can be a huge asset to Greece's industrial growth and development. And I believe the government of Greece is recognizing that, and we are working very closely to ensure that they have the necessary trained manpower, the necessary modern systems to grow and to develop and work into those new programs. HAI is really in a critical path. However, the challenges are always investments, inadequate cash flow, etc. I also believe, next chart please, that with the F-35 acquisition, as well as of course with the ongoing programs that exist, basically HAI and Lockheed Martin working together with the government of Greece towards development and growth will probably ensure that in the future we could see a Greek public-private venture that may be necessary to ensure that the Greek defense industry has the necessary flexibility, agility, and quality standards to cope with the technological challenges of an airplane like the F-35. Working together with other allied nations, the F-35 is the perfect example of a multinational collaboration, both in development, production, and sustainment. But we at Lockheed would definitely welcome Greece in the F-35 family when that decision is made. And we will work closely with the government of Greece and the US government to ensure the necessary infrastructure is in place for this uniquely capable aircraft. And I think that's the long-term goal and objective here.
Mr. Plessas, what I understand from your presentation is that the air power projection is very important for peace to be projected and imposed. And I was really curious to see that in your last slide you use Aeschylus. This line comes from Perse, that actually it was a play that celebrated the victories in Salamis. And this year we celebrate the 25 centuries exactly from that victory. And what was the component of that victory? Proactive policy, strong defense, a strong ecosystem, and that made it possible for the Athenians to survive, to live in liberty, but also to project power in the Aegean and have peace and stability for the next century. So the historical, let's say, example here is very pertinent. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Good afternoon to all, to this in conversation session of the second Southeast Europe and East Med Conference. My name is Angelos Athanasopoulos. I'm editor-in-chief politics in Toima, a newspaper in Athens, Greece. And I would like to welcome with us Mrs. Heather Conley, Senior Vice President for Europe, Eurasia and the Arctic in the Center for Strategic and International Studies in the United States. Heather, it's nice to have you with us in this conversation. Very interesting times with the new administration coming in. So This is where I would like to start from and ask you, what do you believe are the main challenges the United States and the European Union will face in the Southeastern European and Eastern Mediterranean region in the next 4 years?
Well, Angelos, thank you so much. It's great to be with you. Happy holidays to all. I hope everyone's staying safe and well during these very difficult days. I think there are four main challenges that both the United States and the European Union face in the region. In sort of no particular order, but certainly the order that's pressing for me is Turkey's foreign and security policy in the region. We've really seen over the last several years a dramatic change in approach, military tactics, and that's causing a great deal of destabilization across the region. So that to me is a challenge. You've seen this week where Washington now has finally imposed sanctions against Turkey for its purchase of the S-400. So that, I think, in itself is one of the main challenges. The second challenge, in some ways, is Russia, and I would argue Russia and Turkey's increasing condominium when it comes to resolving regional challenges, whether you see that in northern Syria, even in Libya, Nagorno-Karabakh, a little farther afield than the region we're focusing on, that I find Ankara and Moscow becoming increasingly comfortable in deciding and reorganizing how these conflicts may or may not be resolved. The use of proxy forces by both of them. They're on opposing sides in many of those cases, but it seems to me that this is sort of a condominium that pushes the West out, and Ankara and Moscow making more critical decisions about the future of the region. China, of course, continues to be an important part of the conversation with China's growing economic infrastructure in the region, whether that's in the port of Piraeus or the port of Haifa in Israel. We're seeing that broader picture of Chinese infrastructure and interests that will continue to shape the region. We're certainly seeing that in the Western Balkans. I can come back to that later. And then the fourth challenge, I would argue, is the European Union itself. How deeply divided it is on addressing the challenges in Southeast Europe and the Eastern Mediterranean. We see the rise of ethno-nationalism, fragmentation, the rise of violent extremism, increases in corruption, which is just an endemic challenge. So if the EU is not united in addressing those issues, then comes the question mark. How much will the U.S. engage in this region? All of these challenges take an enormous amount of diplomatic time and political energy. And quite frankly, I think the incoming Biden administration will want to focus on these issues. But I'm absolutely unclear if there's going to be enough bandwidth because of the domestic pull, that the pandemic and the economic situation, and a whole range of issues from the rise of China, instability from Iran, Russia poses. Will they have enough diplomatic time and energy to really dig in here, strengthen the European Union, and then transatlantically meeting all of these challenges?
Mm-hmm. Seizing on your last point, do you think that it's possible to have a division of labor between the United States and Europe in handling most of the challenges you mentioned? And we know that even the Obama administration was saying to the Europeans, you have to share more of a burden. President Trump said more or less the same thing, but in a very much different tone. And I think that also President-elect Biden will say more or less the same. So what kind of division of labor should we expect?
Well, we know the division of labor that hasn't worked is when the United States turns to Europe and says, you have got to resolve all of your regional and neighborhood challenges. We are busy. We've got to focus on the Indo-Pacific, or we're busy. We really are concentrating in South Asia and the Middle East. We know that doesn't work. And that was not just, quite frankly, the Trump administration or even the Biden administration. This was a view that Europe has got to take more responsibility. But Europe has proven that it cannot take sole responsibility for managing its regional challenges. It really does need to be a shared responsibility where the United States needs to be much more engaged, much more focused, concentrated, consistent policy. But it doesn't have to be in the lead. Europe should be able to lead these conversations, but the United States needs to be securely beside it, helping it, sometimes pushing it where it doesn't want to go, and also providing that needed geostrategic balance. But we tend to view each other in some ways as competitors. That was certainly the case, certainly the last 4 years, and with the Serbia-Kosovo dimension. The United States started competing with the EU. Who could manage this? Well, we need one another to resolve these challenges. We need a transatlantic approach when it comes to addressing Turkey's issues. So these are all issues that we have got to work together, but it's a different leadership style. It's not necessarily the US getting in there and managing everything. Europe can't manage it by itself. We need a new shared and combined approach.
Mm-hmm. So it's obvious that the elephant in the room has a name, and the name is Turkey. This elephant is pretty big, it's heavy, and it touches upon various fields. So we all understand that the conflict we have between Greece and Turkey over the last few months is bringing down memories from the not so long past. I wonder, how can this conflict be mitigated? How these differences can be mitigated and maybe solved? And we have the Aegean, we have the Eastern Med, we have Cyprus between these countries, and we also have a more general, let's say, regional difference, because the Turks think that somehow they are excluded from everything which is taking place in the neighborhood, so they just want to go against everybody. How can the United States and Europe find a solution?
So you're putting your finger, I think, on one of the most fundamental challenges for the transatlantic relationship, and it's reconfiguring our policy approach towards Turkey. Now, I will say, I think despite the rising and very concerning challenges between Greece and Turkey, that we unfortunately have built up decades of experience of managing and trying to mitigate those tensions. And you saw that most recently with NATO stepping forward and doing deconfliction. It's unfortunate that we have to do this, but there are methods and pragmatic approaches to doing that. What I'm probably most concerned about, though, is not Greek-Turkish tensions. It's actually growing French-Turkish tensions in the region. And those got quite alarming in July of this year, when we had a real test of wills with two naval vessels in the Mediterranean related to shipments going into Libya. So I think that the first step, though, is acknowledging that we have a very new Turkey. And in fact, President Erdogan told us in 2016, after the coup attempt, this is a new Turkey. And this new Turkey has a very new foreign and national security approach to the region. And we have to adapt ourselves and understand that new Turkey and provide hopefully very clear messages where behavior is unaccepted, and with accompanied by efforts to make sure that we assure Turkey that we want Turkey to remain in the Euro-Atlantic family, but that does require commitment. So what you've seen over the last 4 years is the establishment of anti-Turkey coalitions. Again, I'm just being very clear-eyed about it. The 3+1 construct is to manage instability from Turkey. The Mediterranean dialogue that you mentioned, that the French are organizing, is in some ways a counterbalance to Turkish policy in the region. And Turkey understands this. Ankara is very concerned about these growing anti-Turkish coalitions. But I don't see Turkey correcting its behavior. So we have, in an incoming Biden administration, an opportunity for the U.S. government to recalibrate its own policy approach, and to do that in cooperation with the European Union, making NATO again a firm anchor for Turkey. But we also often be clear-eyed that Turkey may, in fact, be repositioning itself away from the Euro-Atlantic community. We can want Turkey to remain close, but it's their sovereign choice. And we're going to have to get our arms around the potential if they choose a different course. But I think we have a lot of work we need to do now, but the signs are very, very troubling that Turkey is now at a stage where it's making decisions and choices that will have lasting harm to its economic and security relationship with the Euro-Atlantic community. So this is important. We have to get this right. And of course, we have to do this in very close concert with our strong allies. We call them our anchor allies. Of course, Greece is one of them.
Heather Conley, thank you so much. I'm sure that we're going to have a very busy 2021. I would like to wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and let's hope for the best. And thank you for joining us today for the second Southeast and East Med Conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Happy holidays.
So good afternoon to all again. This is the session 3 of the second Southeast Europe and East Med Conference. This is Angelos Thanassopoulos again, Editor-in-Chief Politics from Newsweb Tovima in Athens, Greece. Our session is called US Commitment to the Western Balkans. I would like to welcome 3 very good friends and analysts. First of all, Deputy Assistant Secretary at the Bureau of Europe and Eurasian Affairs at the US State Department, Mr. Matthew Palmer. Sir, nice to see you again and talking to you.
Great to see you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Angelos Syrigos, first of all, a good friend, Associate Professor of International Law and Foreign Policy, and today an MP with the New Democracy Party in Athens. Mr. Syrigos, nice to see you again. And Mr. Daniel Vajdich, excuse me, sir, if I mispronounce your name, non-resident senior fellow and president to Yorktown Solutions in the Atlantic Council in the United States. So, time is short. I would like to start with the the Deputy Assistant Secretary Palmer. Sir, you have 5 to 6 minutes at your disposal to present your views and your initial statement, and then I will give the floor to Mr. Syrios and Mr. Vaidi. So please, the floor is yours.
Terrific. Thanks to you. Thanks, as always, to the organizers of the Delphi Economic Forum for hosting this. You've had some outstanding speakers already, and I'm honored to be included among them. The consistent United States vision for the Western Balkans across successive administrations, Democratic and Republican, has been and will remain centered on a region at peace with itself and its neighbors, a region that is stable, prosperous, and integrated into the European family of nations, European institutions, and Euro-Atlantic institutions. This means membership in the European Union for all, and NATO membership for all those who aspire to join and make the reforms that are necessary in order to do so. What gives me hope is that this is not just the vision of the United States for the Western Balkans. It is nearly indistinguishable from what our European allies and partners also want. And even more promising is that it is a vision explicitly articulated by the countries of the Western Balkans themselves. This common vision is our collective strength. Despite the challenges of a global pandemic, 2020 has seen some positive progress, results of our collective strength. The June 5th electoral reform agreement in Albania, facilitating an agreement to hold the first elections in Mostar in a dozen years. In March, we welcomed North Macedonia in as the 30th member of the NATO alliance, some short 3 years after we welcomed Montenegro as the 29th. We welcome the appointment of Miroslav Lajčák and applaud the EU and Croatia hosting the successful Zagreb summit in May. We also welcome the Commission's economic and investment plan aimed at mobilizing over 9 billion euros to spur economic growth throughout the region, and its commitment to ensure that the fast flow of essential goods through the region's green lanes is expanded to include the European Union. For our part, we expanded our investments in the region through the International Development Finance Corporation, the DFC office in Belgrade. It is important that US-EU coordination is robust on finance and energy projects, and that our commitment to ensure the growth across the region is maintained and sustained. One of the year's most significant decisions was the one made by the EU to open accession negotiations with North Macedonia and Albania. It's important that this moves forward. It was a reset for the region, putting all of our efforts into making the region a significantly better place. And it served to counter the false narrative and insidious doubt propagated by our geopolitical competitors that the Western Balkans, no matter how much progress they make on reforms, will never be fully integrated into the European Union. However, I know 9 months later, I know that many of you share our disappointment with the further delays in opening the years-long accession negotiations for Albania and North Macedonia. And I cannot emphasize enough how absolutely essential it is that the EU maintains an open door for the Western Balkans. Prospects for accession need to be tangible, achievable, and progressing. The United States and the EU are tremendously invested in securing a stable, peaceful, prosperous region, and this requires full European integration. The countries of the Western Balkans need to meet our shared transatlantic standards, and the United States remains committed to partnering to help them do that. But the EU's strongest incentive has been and will remain the accession process. The United States has a voice, and we will use it to encourage positive movement between North Macedonia and Bulgaria. Finally, and given today's events, I'll end for now by noting Greece's role as a pillar of stability in the Balkans and the Eastern Mediterranean, and a vital partner bolstering the region's security and prosperity, particularly in the energy sector, but in other areas as well. Greece's strong support for the Euro-Atlantic aspirations of North Macedonia and Albania are most welcome, as is its increased outreach to Kosovo. Over the past 4 years, the United States and Greece have worked together to redraw the energy map of Southeast Europe. This is no small feat, and these positive developments mean that Europe and its neighbors will have a choice of where their energy comes from, what type of fuel they will use, and the route for delivery. Having options mean nations cannot be coerced to act against their own interests. Much of this progress was unlocked by the Prespas Agreement and renewed Greek attention to a region that welcomes a significant role for Greece and Greek business. We're on the cusp of doing more together than ever before, and I'm excited to see what the next year holds in store. Thanks again for this opportunity, and I'm very much looking forward to the conversation. Regards from Washington.
Thank you so much. Mr. Sirigos, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer of Economic Forum for me the opportunity to participate in this forum with so important speakers. Back in the 80s, when Greece entered the European Union, the EEC as it was at that time, if we were seeing the maps of the EEC, Greece was an island to the east of Western Europe with no borders to the north. Then, after the end of the we discovered the existence of Balkans, and Balkans became synonymous with the worst dreams of the First and the Second World War. Then we changed the name and we called the area Southwestern Europe. We thought that if we baptized it with a different name, it would give us the opportunity to see it from a different angle. Then today, at the end of the day, we use the word expression Western Balkans, which describe the area which is the most problematic of all Balkans. I believe that we have two problems now with them. The one is political and has to do with the fight between the Serbian and the Albanian element. After the NATO intervention in 1999, the element feels that it has triumphed in the area, whereas the Serbian element feels humiliated. And as long as this continues, it is difficult to have real peace in these lands. The second problem, I believe, has to be faced as soon as possible by the European Union and the United States, has to do with the organized crime groups. If I remember well, there was a report last July by the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime, which described that the crime gangs from the Western Balkans have expanded in Latin America, in Western Europe, in Turkey, and they become key international players which manage to interfere with politics, to influence politicians, and this is something that we have to see in the near future, because quite often you have the feeling that you do not speak with the politician, but with the gangs who are behind him. This is more evident in areas like Albania and Montenegro, but you can see it in the whole area, and especially Kosovo. So I believe this is the first thing that we'll have to do in the near future. Try to face and stop all these crime gangs which try to control politics. Integration to NATO and to the European Union offers stability in the area, and this is a common target that we have to follow in the near future for all the countries of the area. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Thanks.
So, thank you so much. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Vadik. Please, sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and thank you to Delphi for organizing this important conference. The incomplete Euro-Atlantic integration process in the Western Balkans does leave the region vulnerable to external non-Western actors. But I would argue that the primary entry point for these actors, especially Russia, is the unresolved relationship between Belgrade and Pristina. While China can offer and does offer certain state-to-state commercial engagement that may seem attractive in the short term, Russia actually has very little to work with in the Western Balkans. It curries favor with based on certain historical events and phase and it obviously has relationships that it uses with the Orthodox churches in the region. But Moscow's actual clout, economically, militarily, is minimal. Rather, it's the unresolved relationship between Belgrade and Pristina that really gives Moscow its only real point of leverage in the Western Balkans. Serbia's leading political actors are compelled to cooperate with Moscow up to a certain point in order, from their perspective, to maintain Moscow's veto against Kosovo's membership at the UN. And what they're trying to do is buy time for some sort of agreement with Pristina that would be acceptable to the Serbian electorate, or at least a portion of the Serbian electorate. As a result, Serbia is highly vulnerable to Russian pressure and quite frankly, blackmail. Serbia's actually recent vote at the UN is a case in point. Belgrade voted with Russia against a resolution condemning the militarization of Crimea, Ukraine's Crimea Peninsula. I talked to a number of Serbian officials about this, and they said, look, Russia tied our vote at the UN to their votes at the UN regarding Kosovo. We didn't have a choice, and this isn't our geopolitical orientation. But what's incredible is that Russia's pressure in Serbia is so intense that it causes Belgrade to make decisions that aren't consistent with its own policies. Serbia has reiterated its support for Ukraine's territorial integrity over and over again. And in reality, Belgrade views Russia's annexation of Crimea as undermining its own position vis-a-vis Kosovo. And this was made clear when then Ukrainian President Petro Poroshenko visited Belgrade in 2018. So in order to remove Russia's only real point of leverage in the Western Balkans, we have got to normalize the relationship between Belgrade and Pristina. And we have to do it in a way that is, as Das Palmer has said, sellable in both Belgrade and Pristina. If it's not sellable internally, it won't happen. Regardless of the external incentives that the United States and Europe provide, and the status quo with respect to non-Western actors in the Western Balkans is going to persist or maybe even get worse.
Thank you so much, and you actually give me the opportunity to go back to Mr. Palmer and ask him a bit more about how a solution can be sellable to both Belgrade and Pristina, because we've seen lately some kind of competition between the United States and Europe on who's going to solve this difference first and who's going to solve it better. So do you think that we can now have the United States and the European Union joining forces and trying to solve this Belgrade-Pristina spat? And what are the main points of a sellable solution, in your opinion?
Sure. I mean, thanks for the question. I do think the whole narrative about U.S.-EU rivalry in the Serbia-Kosovo dynamic is overblown. We've actually been working quite well and quite closely together. We have been strongly supporting Miroslav Lajcak and his process. Miroslav and I speak regularly. We have met together with the leaders from both Serbia and Kosovo. Our support for him and his effort is clear. What it is that the United States has been doing in parallel on normalizing the economic relationships, I would argue, is broadly supportive of the EU efforts to reach an agreement on normalizing the political relationship. And I think that Miroslav Lajcak and his team would share that view. Going forward, we intend to stand shoulder to shoulder with our European partners in trying to move this forward. It's a tough dynamic right now. Certainly, normalizing the relationship between Belgrade and Pristina would reset the entire region, be a tremendous step forward. There is a lot of work to do in getting the countries from where they are to where they need to be. The divisions, the political divisions in Kosovo have complicated efforts for Kosovo to speak with a forceful, coherent, unified voice. We're hopeful that they can find sufficient common ground amongst themselves to empower their own negotiators in engaging in the Lajcak-led process. but we are committed to working with our European partners to advance the objective of a fully normalized relationship, ideally centered on mutual recognition.
Thanks so much. Mr. Sirigos, you are considered, and this is not only a compliment, one of the best experts on Turkey in Greece. We know about Turkey and the East Med and the Aegean, but we also have Turkey and the role that she aspires to play in the Balkans. I would like to ask you, what do you think of this role? And if you think that it's disruptive in various of the fronts existing in the Western Balkans, for example, in the Belgrade, Pristina, or elsewhere?
When AKP came to power in 2002-2003, they were seeing the Muslim populations, Muslim and Turkish populations in the Balkans as the best example of the Ottoman history. They were calling these elements, these populations, as elements of the Ottoman history. But during the last decade, they started interfering in another way with these populations. For example, the fact that they spent tens of millions of euros to build a mosque in Tirana, to build similar mosques in various areas in the Balkans. So that AKP does not consider these populations only from the historical point of view, but they are trying to influence present-day politics. And this is the most disturbing thing today with Turkey in the area. What I find very interesting is this fight with schools in elementary and secondary schools in Albania, in Tirana. There were some schools which were owned by people who belonged to the Gulen movement. During the last 3-4 years, Turkey is trying to undertake these schools, and there is a long fight, and there are the Albanian states to intervene into this conflict. What is happening in Tirana is similar to what is happening in Kosovo, what is happening in Moldova, for example, where they have similar schools in the area of the Turkish-speaking Gagauz in the south of the country. It happens in Kosovo. It happens in all over the places. And we have to be very careful with what Turkey does with political.
I think we lost Mr. Sirigos. No, he's back with us. You are back with us. Yeah. Please repeat your last sentence. Yes.
Yes, we have to be very careful with this radical Islam that Turkey promotes, not only in the Balkans, but generally in the whole area, in the Middle East, in the Arab Springs.
Thank you so much. Mr. Vadik, the last question is for you. You gave a very interesting expose, a short expose a while ago about Russia's influence in the Western Balkans. And I was wondering, what do you think about China's effort to project mainly soft power in the Western Balkans? And if you think that it considers the same risk like Russia?
Well, I think it's a risk. It's a large risk, but it's a very different risk at this moment in time. I think it is primarily commercially driven at this point. The countries of the Western Balkans are obviously below the EU average economically in so many different ways, and are looking to upgrade their infrastructure and expand economically. It's a priority for all of them. And China, does provide certain terms and make offers in a commercial context to these countries that, private sector Western companies can't, or Western governments can't. But over the long term, the terms aren't so great. And I think the danger over the long term is that what is currently commercial becomes political over time. and that China does play a role that is similar to Russia in terms of inhibiting these countries' development politically as democracies, in terms of the rule of law, exploiting corruption, and things of that nature. We're just not seeing that right now, but that's the risk factor over the long term. And that's why it's very good that there is increasing cohesion in Europe, within the EU, and transatlantically between Europe and the United States when it comes to China, which needs to be applied to the Western Balkans as well.
So, I would like to thank Mr. Matthew Palmer. Said it was great to talking to you again. Mr. Angelos Syrigos for his intervention, and also Mr. Daniel Vaidik, especially for your excellent expose on Russia. And of course, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the honor to both share this panel and also having the conversation a while ago with Mr. Conley. I would like to thank you all, and I wish happy holidays to all and a better 2021 for all of us.
Thanks, and same to you. Really do appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Hello from Washington, D.C. in our first snowfall of the winter. You are in session 4 of this conference, and our panel is titled Election 2020 Implications for U.S. Foreign Policy. I'd like to start by congratulating Simeon Simokos and his team. I think this is the first Greek event I've ever been involved with that is not only running on time but ahead of time. But we very much look forward to welcoming Simeon and you all back to our Horiyo of Washington, D.C. next year. Let me start by introducing our panelists. First, we have Ambassador Gerard Araud. He was the ambassador of France to the United States from 2014 to 2019. He was also France's ambassador to Israel, to the United Nations, Deputy Permanent Representative to NATO, and Director General for Political and Security Affairs of the French Foreign Ministry. Welcome, Mr. Ambassador.
Kalimera.
Next, we have MP Tasso Hatzivassiliou. He is a member of parliament with the New Democracy Majority Party. He is Secretary General of the National Defense and Foreign Affairs Committee and International Secretary of New Democracy. Welcome, Mr. MP.
Kalispera. Good afternoon.
And third, we have Nicholas Logothetis. He is the co-founder and chairman of the board of Concordia, a nonprofit organization that seeks to promote and develop public-private partnership around pressing global issues. This includes the Concordia Summit, which is now the largest and most inclusive nonpartisan global affairs forum on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly. Nick and Concordia have hosted President-elect Biden at Concordia 3 times in New York, Athens, and Colombia. Nick's also an executive board member of the Libra Group and a good friend. Welcome, Nick.
Thanks, Mike.
And finally, I'm Mike Manitos. I'm president of the public policy government affairs firm of Manitos & Manitos, and a member of a family that's been working in or with the U.S. government for 85 years and 3 generations, much of our work focusing on U.S.-Greece relations. So let me set the stage for our discussion here. We have, with the Biden presidency, an historic first. While we've had a number of pro-Greece incoming U.S. presidents, for the first time in U.S. history, we have a president who has spent his 43-year career in government promoting Greece, Cyprus, and the Ecumenical Patriarchate. And he did so from the powerful positions of chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and vice president of the United States. For example, with regard to the Ecumenical Patriarchate, then Vice President Biden was the first sitting vice president in U.S. history to visit the Ecumenical Patriarchate, and he did so twice. President-elect Biden has referred to His All Holiness Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew as one of the 2 most Christ-like people he has ever met. With regard to Cyprus, as Senate Foreign Relations Committee chair, Chairman Biden sat before Erdogan, who was before his committee publicly and said publicly that until you get your troops off Cyprus, I'm going to make Turkey's relations with the United States as difficult as possible. With regard to Greece, President-elect Biden has a similarly strong record of support, plus he has an intimate personal connection with the Greek American community. Our family is blessed to have known him since he arrived in Washington 47 years ago. And add to all of this that his Secretary of State designate Tony Blinken and his White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan have contributed significantly to President-elect Biden's pro-Greece accomplishments over the years, and both of them know quite well Greece, Cyprus, and the East Med. So the question before our panelists today is, what does all of this mean? How will U.S. policy towards Greece, Cyprus, and Turkey and the East Med change under a Biden presidency? Let me start with Ambassador Araud. Mr. Ambassador, throughout your career, you've seen quite a number of new U.S. presidents. How do you think policy towards Greece and the East Med will change under the Biden presidency?
Well, first, allow me to, in a sense, to speak of the wider landscape beyond Greece and beyond the East Med. I think it's important to notice first that American diplomacy will be back. During the Trump mandate, it's a fact that American diplomacy has been more or less absent on most of the world issues. The US were quite selective in their engagement, world engagement. They were working on Iran, North Korea, and a very few other issues. Now, American diplomacy is back. And we see it with the engagement to rejoin the agreement on climate change, to rejoin the agreement on the nuclear deal with Iran. That's a very positive element. So what we can expect, speaking of what is happening in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea, is simply to have an American diplomacy more engaged than it has been in the last 4 years, which is quite important, of course. The second element is also an administration which is going to work with its allies and its partners, which is, of course, of interest for all the European members of NATO. The Trump administration basically didn't care about the alliances, didn't care about democracies and values, which will be quite different with the Biden administration. But last point, the GIs won't be back. I think we already felt it under Obama and, of course, under Donald Trump. There is a fatigue in the American public opinion for international involvement and especially for military interventions. So it was under Obama that the U.S. didn't do anything substantial in Ukraine, in Syria. It won't change. It means that for the Europeans and especially for Greece or for France, actually, our environment is in flames from Ukraine to Africa. And let's not have any illusion. The Americans could help us in diplomatic terms, but they are not going to get involved in military terms. The US don't want anymore to be the policeman of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. MP Hatzivassiliou, what was Greece's reaction to the Biden election? What does Greece expect from a Biden presidency?
Good afternoon again. I would like to congratulate also Endis Zemenidis and Simeon Tsomokos for this excellent initiative to discuss all these interesting issues. I will be very brief. Biden's election was received in Greece with satisfaction. You know that the Greek government was among the first ones to congratulate the new president-elect. During the last year, we had an unprecedented approach between Greece and the United States for the sake of our regional stability. Washington has abandoned the policy of equal rhetoric distances between Athens and Ankara, with the Congress playing a pivotal role towards this direction. I'm confident that the new administration under President Biden will further enhance our strong bilateral relation. It's not only upon this. We have that, you know, that we share common values for the free world, for democracy, for freedom. We have a common vision for the East Med area. Mr. Biden knows really well Greece, Cyprus, the Aegean, the Mediterranean Sea. He has a strong relation with the Patriarchate Vartholomeos and, of course, with a vigorous Greek-American community in the United States. So we are really confident that our bilateral relations will be further enhanced. Concerning the foreign policy, I would say that Greeks expect from the new administration to make the US foreign policy stable and predictable again. As a European politician, I would be very happy to see a well-functioning relation with the EU based upon our common values of democracy and freedom. And of course, I would like to see the US re-engagement in the East Med area after a long period of limited presence in our neighborhood. You know that this area has suffered a lot from crisis, conflicts, even wars. Certain regional actors prefer revisions with instability, but you know that others, like Greece, stand as security providers in the area. In any case, I remain optimistic because the new president has a thorough knowledge about our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick, as I mentioned in the introduction, you had the opportunity to host the president-elect 3 times and have had other private audiences with him. What's your sense of where the Greek-American community in Greece are in his list of priorities?
Thank you, Mike. Thank you to Delphi Forum and to Endis Zemenidis and Simeon Tsomokos. As someone who has organize these events. I know how difficult it is, especially virtually. So I'm extremely impressed with how all of this has gone. Listen, I think Joe Biden has the nickname Joe Bidenopoulos for a reason. And I think it's important to keep in mind that, and he said this publicly, that the Greek American community in the United States has played an early and important role in his political ambitions. And so, yes, he is a very good politician, and he, has a lot of different constituencies. But I do think that the Greeks and the Greek Americans mean something personally to him that hasn't been the case with other presidents. And that is very important, and I don't think something we've seen before. As Mike mentioned, we've had the opportunity to host the vice president when he was vice president, now the president-elect, and then when he was a former vice president. He came to Greece, he attended our Concordia Summit in Athens in 2017, and what was one of his, I think, if not the first, one of the first international trips after he left the White House. And we also had the Patriarch join us, and it was a very special and important moment. And we were obviously there and with him during that trip, and you could see just how important the country is to him. So it's definitely something that he takes very personally. It's definitely something that he's very familiar with, the region. Now, that's not to say, and I think we'll address this later, that everything is going to be solved. I take the ambassador's comment very well in that I don't think we're going back to a previous Obama administration or before that. Things have changed in the last 4 years in the United States, and some of those things are not going to go back to the way they were. But definitely an unprecedented engagement on these issues that we haven't seen from previous presidents.
Let's change the focus a bit to Turkey. Perhaps the most significant determinant of U.S.-Greece relations under a Biden presidency will be how his administration handles Erdogan and Turkey. Mr. Ambassador, at last week's EU summit, Greece was hoping for much stronger language condemning Turkey's provocative actions against Greece. How is Turkey seen in Europe as a whole these days?
The very particular position taken by France during the crisis in this summer. We consider that we are facing a wide Turkish challenge, which is going beyond the Eastern Mediterranean Sea. We have seen Turkish mercenaries or soldiers in Libya, which is totally unprecedented. And actually, you can argue that it's precisely because the US were absent from the diplomatic scene that Turkey has dared doing what is that done. And we can say the same thing for the Armenian conflict. So there is obviously a problem, a global problem of the Turkish ambitions, and we have to contain them. It doesn't mean that we have to open a confrontation with Turkey, but we have to contain Turkey and to start a negotiation on a strong basis. And the problem that we have in Europe is, which is not new and it's not the first time, is that seen from Scandinavia or from Northern Europe, our partners don't feel any particular need to engage into really opposing the Turkish ambitions. Geography and history have a meaning, and from Stockholm, Turkey looks very, very far, and the Swedes and other countries don't see why actually they should be engaged with Greece and with the other Mediterranean countries. That's a fact, and actually in Northern Europe, they're arguing that we are doing the same with Belarus, that we are not engaging enough in Belarus. That's the predicament of the European Union. But the European Union has started to move in the right direction. It means that beyond the European Union, we have to work with all our partners. First, all the Mediterranean countries, which have a particular interest. with Italy, Spain, and the other Mediterranean countries, and now with the United States. We need the United States in diplomatic terms to put a pressure on Turkey. And here the jury is out. We have a new administration. As I have said, this new administration is not going to go back, of course, to Trump, but also to Obama. Things have really dramatically changed on the world scene, and we still have to guess, to see what will be really the American diplomacy, how much the Americans are going to be engaged on the world scene, considering that this country, the US, is facing a major political, economic, sanitary crisis. So let's not also overestimate the way the Americans are going to rush back to the world scene. They have a lot of different priorities. And last point, of course, in foreign policy, the absolute priority in the coming years will be the relationship with China. Thank you.
Yeah, Foreign Minister Dendia said this morning that the good news out of last week's somewhat disappointing EU summit was that the EU clearly sees Turkey as a European problem, not as a country having problems with EU member Greece. So that is a significant change. Tasso, what is Greece expecting from the Biden administration with regard to Turkey?
Yes, first of all, we do not expect an Obama true era, to be frank, but we expect something equally fair. All Greece is hoping for, and we have worked a lot to this direction, is an honest and meaningful re-engagement of Turkey to the values of the Western world. So we expect that the Biden administration and, of course, the new national security team will connect the dots of the US and Turkish relations in a more systematic and effective way, including a rules-based approach that highlights our core liberal values. Moreover, we expect from the US to remain our close partner with whom we share common vision for the East Med area. And I would like to mention that Turkish provocations have already created great tensions in the neighborhood. You know that the neo-Ottoman aspirations of Ankara, the provocative political speech, and all these unilateral legal actions, like the researches with the Ruch race vessel on the Greek and Cypriot seas, are all signs of a troubling behavior that should stop. Turkey is the common denominator of instability in the whole area, from Libya to Syria and recently to Nagorno-Karabakh in the Caucasus. We called Turkey to resume our exploratory talks, but she denied to do so. The government believes that it is important to maintain channels of contact with Ankara, but now Turkey is the one to show good faith by stopping provocations. To this direction, we really expect from our partners in Washington to understand us and to help bring Turkey back to the Western Bloc of values. Thank you, Mike.
Nick, some are concerned that expectations are too high given Biden's remarkable record, specifically with Erdogan. And as you mentioned, he's got the name Joe Bidenopoulos. You know, we were proud to have coined that phrase when he was came in with Obama in that administration. The release we sent out was that we have not yet had a Greek American president, but now in the White House we have Joe Bidenopoulos because of his strong record. Is it important to manage expectations here?
I think it is very important. You know, the world is in a crisis that we haven't seen, I guess, at least since World War II, with the coronavirus pandemic. There are regions of the world that have just as or more thorny issues than the Eastern Mediterranean. And all those regions, from the South China Sea to Latin America to Sub-Saharan Africa, to take your pick, are going to be demanding the attention of the new president and his team. And so I really think it's important to keep that in mind. With everything I said before, that has always been the case. There's always been problems around the world. The difference this time is that you have a president elect who will personally be aware of the Eastern Mediterranean issues and have worked on this his entire career. I also think it's important to point out that there's a very important election still to come in the United States, in Georgia, on January 5th, which will decide the balance of the United States Senate. So it'll either be 52-48, or it'll be 50-50, with the vice president breaking the tie. I think it's unlikely to be 51-49, but that's also possible. Now, with that comes control of the Senate, and many, many, many things flow from that, including the ability to have cabinet secretaries and sub-cabinet secretaries appointed. So if, for instance, President Biden wants to have his chosen person be Assistant Secretary of State for Europe, it's going to be much easier to get that person confirmed if they control the Senate versus not. And so all of those things will become clearer after January 5th. And certainly the president-elect's life will be much easier if they're able to take control of the Senate, although at this point, I personally think that's unlikely, but we will see.
That's a great segue into the third piece of this I wanted to address before your point about the Senate. And that is, let's flip the script here and let's look at this from the U.S. perspective. While Greece and Cyprus are certainly top priorities of those participating in this conference and pillars of stability in the troubled East Med, to the United States, it's a bit of a different story. Greece is one of 29 NATO allies in a country of 10.7 million, slightly larger than the state of North Carolina. Cyprus is a trusted partner with a population of 875,000, slightly larger than one member of Congress's district. And the Greek American community, while certainly influential, is punching way above its weight. We are 0.5% of the U.S. population. So, Tasso, what more can Greece do to improve its value to the United States?
Yes, Mike, that the retirement of the USA from our region caused a chain reaction in the aspiring regional powers to fill the gap. This is why I want to focus on this Mediterranean region and the cooperation dynamics. That contrary to those who mobilize the concept of power over others in the region, I think that the US will benefit from further deepening of the notion power with others in the region. That means prioritizing dialogue, negotiation, and cooperation over polarization, confrontation, or conflict. So in an emerging security structure for the peace and development in our region, I think that Greece and the US have joined forces, and we can continue to act as the front runners in this endeavor. The unfinished business should not be put on hold. For example, especially between Greece and the US, allow me to highlight the cooperation for the Souda base and the port of Alexandroupolis. They confirmed that Greece is a reliable ally and partner for the US. This is why we have to work more toward this direction. And of course, I believe that the cooperation approach is very important to the stability both of Greece and the US. Why? First, because it creates an interstate momentum that attracts the interest of third parties. And second, the new networks stand as new pillars of stability, which is important to both of us. And as you all know, states are free to choose, either indulging the conflict or engaging in dialogue. Therefore, the future of our region could depend on what states will make of it. And you know that Greece has already made her choice. Thank you, Mike.
Mr. Ambassador, when you were ambassador of France to the United States for 5 years, I imagine one of your top priorities, daily priorities, were what more can I do to raise France up on the United States a list of priorities? What recommendations would you have from your service here that Greece could do in the years ahead to try to work itself more into the priorities of the United States?
The Americans are pragmatists. It means that you have to show them that your country, first, doesn't create problems, and secondly, helps to solve problems. And which means that in the Eastern Mediterranean, as was just said by Tassos, I think it's important to show to the Americans that Greece is a good and reliable ally, and it should be more, in a sense, more useful than ever because of the crisis that the region is facing in Syria or elsewhere. And the second element also that Greece should come to the table in Washington with solutions. Don't ask questions, don't raise problems, but bring solutions and credible solutions. There is a problem, for instance, in the delimitation of, as you know, the territorial seas, the territorial and the continental plateau in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea. It's a major problem that Turkey is using. Go to Washington and show to the Americans that you are reasonable and you are ready to accept a solution based on the international law. And I think that will be the beginning of a very productive dialogue. So show that you are not the problem, but part of the solution.
Nick, through Concordia and through Libra Group, which does business all around all 5 continents around the world, you worked with a lot of other world leaders, particularly some of the smaller countries, South American countries. What advice would you have for Greece on how they can, again, be raised up in priority of this Biden administration?
Yeah, so I think, just keep doing what you're doing. It's been very heartening to see over the past, few months and years that Greece in the United States is one of those mythical things that is generally a bipartisan supported issue. So many countries aspire to have that support in the United States, but both Democrats and Republicans in the United States Congress and the administration, whichever administration it may be, have support the relationship with Greece, whoever is in power here and whoever is in power in Greece. And so it's been thanks to the tremendous work of our ambassador in Greece, Jeff Pyatt, and the Greek ambassador in the United States, Mrs. Papadopoulou, who, along with people in our community like Mike Manatos and others, who have really, led the way into Greece remaining an important issue for the United States. Maybe not the most important or the most urgent, but you also don't want to be the most important or the most urgent for many reasons. But I think the under the radar support and consistent economic, political, and military partnerships that we've seen over the past years should be very well viewed in terms of the U.S.-Greek relationship, and I have no doubt that it will continue and grow.
And that's a really good point. As excited as people are about this incoming Biden administration, the president, which I should also mention, the vice president-elect is someone who has a very strong track record on support for U.S.-Greece relations, but also close relations with the Greek-American community. As excited as everyone is on this side, to have the A-team over in Greece, from Prime Minister Mitsotakis to Foreign Minister Dendias to Ambassador Papadopoulou, the sky is really the limit. And as Nick Burns said this morning, in his experience, U.S.-Greece relations are possibly the best they've ever been in 40, 50 years. And I would agree with that. But again, the sky's the limit with the leaders of both countries at this crucial point. Well, we're at the end of our time here. I want to thank again our panelists for being with us today. I want to congratulate again Simeon Simokos and the Delphi Economic Forum and the co-sponsors, Hellenic Leadership Council, and my longtime friend and compatriot, Andy Zamanidis, on a wonderful conference. I look forward to watching the rest. Thank you all.
Thank you.
everyone. I'm Alex Papachelas. I'm the managing editor of Kathimerini, and I'm glad to participate in this second EastMed Forum by the Delphi Forum. And I'm especially glad to have with me Mr. David Harris, who's the CEO of the American Jewish Community. Good evening, David. Good to see you.
Nice to be with you.
It's been a while since we have seen you here in Greece. I suppose that's because of COVID.
It's been a while since I've left New York.
Okay, that's a good point. Well, first of all, I want to ask you, we had this conversation about a year ago. And you were very optimistic about the blossoming of this relationship between Greece, Israel, Cyprus, and to some extent Egypt. Looking back now, in this year that has lapsed, do you think this has grown more mature, stronger? What's your assessment?
So first of all, it's a pleasure to be back, and thank you to the Delphi Forum. Yes, I was optimistic a year ago, and I remain optimistic today. For the viewers who may not know the background or context, the American Jewish Committee, beginning in the 1980s, at a time when relations among Greece, Cyprus, and Israel were really quite chilly. In fact, Greece had not yet achieved full de jure diplomatic relations with the State of Israel, which didn't come until 1990. This seemed like a very distant dream, Alexis. But today we have a flourishing, what I would call a strategic triangle among Greece, Cyprus, and Israel. And I would add that the United States has become an increasingly important component part of this process. And as you suggested, and as I mentioned already a year ago, the hope is to bring in some other countries as well. You mentioned Egypt. Egypt is involved in some respects. There are certain countries in the Balkans, including Bulgaria, that have been watching this process closely as well. So as I look ahead, I see the possibilities both for deepening the existing strategic triangle and also for extending it.
Now, also recently we had this rapprochement between the Emirates and Israel and also Saudi Arabia. Do you think this sort of alliance could expand based on these latest developments also in that direction?
I think there's no question. Again, it may not expand in a linear fashion, but what's emerging are a growing network of, let's call them like-minded countries. And as you said, and it is to the credit of the Trump administration, the Abraham Accords that were signed in September now bring the UAE and Bahrain into the, if you will, the peace bloc in the Middle East. And as we've seen, the speed with which the UAE and Israel have moved forward is really quite breathtaking, with Bahrain only a step or two behind. And since then, of course, we've now added Sudan and most recently Morocco to the peace bloc. So we have 6 Arab countries, beginning with Egypt and Jordan, that are now formally at peace with normalized relations with the State of Israel. We have several other Arab countries who are not quite there, but have moved forward quite significantly. And I think the implications for the region are quite substantial, because the momentum is with this bloc. And again, I add to it Greece and Cyprus, and potentially other countries in the Balkans and the Mediterranean region. And if we look ahead, we can see sort of layers of deepening cooperation that may begin in some cases with energy, in other cases with economic or cultural or trade, but ultimately do have a very important strategic dimension to them as well.
Now, you have noticed, I'm sure yourself, that President Trump had a bit of a soft spot towards Erdogan. We're not quite sure why. But let me ask you, do you think that was the case? And how do you explain that yourself? Because you've been very critical of President Erdogan yourself, I know that.
Well, I think to be absolutely fair, the last 3 U.S. presidents have had a soft spot for Erdogan's Turkey. And I say this from very personal knowledge. In early 2003, after Erdogan became prime minister, an American Jewish Committee delegation went to Ankara. We sat with him for about 90 minutes. I've probably participated by now in literally thousands of diplomatic meetings. That was among the chilliest. And he was new to the job and presumably trying to make a good impression. And we left that meeting with a sense that he was taking Turkey in a very different direction. And we took that message from Ankara back to Washington, and by the way, other capitals. At the time, of course, there was President Bush in office. We continued to believe that, and everything we saw in the ensuing years suggested that, indeed, Erdogan was going in a different direction. We repeated the message to President Obama and his administration, and we repeated the message to President Trump. By the way, I need to add, traditionally, we have been good friends of Turkey. If one goes to Adapazarı in Turkey, for example, there is the American Jewish Committee School we built together with our friends in Israel who collectively built a village after the devastating earthquake. The school in that village was a gift of the American Jewish Committee, as just one illustration of the traditional relationship we have with Turkey. But facts are facts, and wishful thinking cannot replace analytical thinking. And so we conveyed the message to President Bush, we conveyed the message to President Obama, we conveyed the message to President Trump and their administrations, and for a variety of reasons, they listened at best with one ear, or perhaps did not listen at all. They were too invested in Turkey. Turkey was too important to the strategic map of the United States. Its geographic location, its hosting of air bases that are important to us. And particularly in the case, I think, of President Obama, there was this kind of wishful notion that Turkey could present a model of the marriage of modernity and Islam. And when the so-called Arab Spring, and I put it in quotation marks, surfaced, this intensified the American belief that Turkey could provide this model. Well, we argued it could not. And I'm sorry to say that in all three cases, all three administrations, they succumbed a bit to the sort of siren song of Erdogan and to the belief that we had to stay on the same side with him. I think it was a strategic mistake, and we're seeing the consequences of it now.
Now, one thing we've noticed in the last few months of the Trump administration is that there seem to be two lines. One is, from the White House with President Trump, and there's another which is, quite a bit tougher, I would say, in terms of Turkish policy, expressed by Secretary Pompeo. Is there such a dichotomy, or is that a real perception?
I can't take you behind the scenes to tell you whether
well,
this
you're
is.
very back in that now, so you must know what's going on.
Whether this is the good cop, bad cop. Governments have been known to do this, but look at the United States Congress in particular. And since we last met, look at the dramatic leap forward in the Eastern Med Strategic Partnership Act. This has broken entirely new ground, and the administration has clearly gone along with this. And look at the fact that just in recent days, almost hours, Alexis, the State Department announced new sanctions on Turkey because of its purchase of the S-400 missile defense systems. Strong language coming from the State Department. Look, at the end of the day, there are not separate governments under one roof. What's happening surely had the approval of the White House, even if the White House may have chosen different language. But at the end of the day, one government policy, and that government policy has gotten tougher on Turkey because despite all of the efforts, and if one reads the State Department language clearly, it says, I'm paraphrasing, despite repeated efforts to explain to Turkey how the purchase of the S-400 would endanger American security, American personnel, Turkey decided to go forward. So this was not a casual decision by the U.S. But at the end of the day, they saw in Erdogan
if I may say so, some of the elements that we've seen in Erdogan since 2003. I think he's overplayed his hand. That's my view. But clearly, the Europeans, the Americans, much of the Arab world today see Turkey very differently and much more clearly than they had in the past. And I don't think it's going to benefit Erdogan's Turkey.
Do you think we're going to see any dramatic policy changes when the new administration comes in? For example, we've heard that there is a desire to have a strategic review of U.S.-Turkish relations. Do you expect any major sort of review or moves and so on?
I would not be surprised. Those who know Joe Biden, and I think where you're sitting in Athens and in Nicosia, there are many who know Joe Biden very well. He's not a newcomer. I mean, when Barack Obama became president, when Bill Clinton became president, they were largely new to global foreign policy. Joe Biden is anything but new to global foreign policy. Given his Senate record, chairmanship of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, vice president of the United States, he knows the world well, and he knows the Eastern Med particularly well, and he feels very close ties over a long period of time, very personal ties to Greece and Cyprus. So I think Turkey is going to be scrutinized very carefully by the incoming administration, and what they're going to see, we know, are consistent violations of human rights. I think Turkey today is number 2 in the world in the imprisonment of journalists, only after China. Turkey's efforts to flex its muscles throughout the Mediterranean. Turkey's partnership with the Muslim Brotherhood, its hosting of Hamas in Turkey, its occasional coziness with Iran and with Russia. And I think it's going to be very clear to the new administration that something has to be done, a message has to be sent. And I suspect it will be quite soon.
But what do you think it would take for this, this attitude that, that nobody wants to have a debate about who lost Turkey, let's say? There's this real fear, anxiety. You can see the Defense Department, State, and so on. What do you think it would take for that to really, change in a dramatic way?
I think it's in the process of changing. I think that's quite clear. And we know, certainly in the current administration, that much more attention has been paid to Greece as a strategic partner of the United States, not just as a historical, cultural, tourist trade partner. And I give a special shout out here to Ambassador Pyatt, the U.S. ambassador. But all of the sort of discussions between the United States and Greece around defense, military, strategic issues is a reflection of the fact that the United States understands that we may have to rethink some of our longstanding assumptions, and we may have to redeploy some of our assets. And if that's the case, and we have to rethink Turkey, then Greece becomes a very natural partner for discussion.
Now, there have been some overtures by the Erdogan government towards Israel in the past few weeks, claiming that, there might be a rapprochement of some sort. Do you see any potential in that, or you think the rift is just too deep?
I don't mean to be cute, but I think the answer to the question is yes, meaning yes and yes. I'm not surprised that Turkey, as I said a few moments ago, may now realize it's overplayed its hand. And by the way, it picked the wrong side. I mean, the momentum is with the other side. I mean, Turkey joined with Qatar, the Muslim Brotherhood, Iran, to some degree Russia, although the relationship between Turkey and Russia is not a simple, uncomplicated relationship. But where is the momentum? The momentum is with Greece, Cyprus, Israel, the UAE, Bahrain. Let me throw into the picture Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, Morocco. And increasingly within Europe a recognition that here is where the center of gravity is, here is where the momentum is, and here is where the pro-Western orientation is. So I think Erdogan tactically, not strategically, tactically, has decided that maybe making some overtures to Israel might score him some points. From Israel's point of view, it's probably better to have a cool peace with Turkey than a hot conflict, even if it's a non-military conflict. So sure, I mean, from Israel's point of view, they would like to have relations once again with Turkey as they have with an increasing number of countries in the world. In fact, today there are very few countries in the world with which Israel does not have ties. But I think there's a greater sort of sobriety, a greater realism in Israel that there are limits to the relationship between Israel and Turkey so long as Erdogan leads the country and so long as he embraces an Islamist sort of neo-Ottoman ideology, which fundamentally is at odds with Western values and certainly with the state of Israel. You cannot host Hamas on your territory, offer its leadership support, financing, protection on the one hand, and on the other hand, extend a hand to Israel. Let's be clear. Hamas is a terror organization that openly seeks the destruction of the state of Israel. So if Turkey is going to reach out to Israel, it's going to have to make some much bigger decisions, including, for example, whether it's going to continue to embrace Hamas or not.
Now, one of the big unknowns is what kind of policy the new administration is going to follow towards Iran. What's your take on that? Do you think it will be a dramatic change from what President Trump was doing?
That's a discussion for a much longer conversation, and I know that we don't have unlimited time. I think this is going to be one of the probably clearest changes of direction between the current Trump administration and the Biden administration. Again, let's just look at sort of the circumstance. The Biden administration embraces much of the Obama national security and foreign policy team. Indeed, Biden himself was part of it for 8 years. Their signature foreign policy achievement in their own minds was the JCPOA in 2015. By 2018, President Trump had withdrawn from the deal, having called it many times arguably the worst negotiated deal in the history of negotiations. That was a slap in the face to the Obama administration. Clearly, President-elect Biden, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, Secretary of State designate Tony Blinken, go down the list, were all invested in the original deal. So they're going to be looking for a way to re-enter the deal. The question will be, and the question we're asking, will they first seek to re-enter the deal as it was written and try to renegotiate it from inside? Or will they first try to renegotiate the deal before re-entering? That's a question that remains to be decided in Washington, I believe, in conversations with Brussels, London, Paris, and Berlin. And ultimately, we have to remember the JCPOA also includes 2 other countries which have a very different interest in the deal than the rest. And those are, of course, China and Russia.
Okay, and lastly, let me ask you, what kind of advice would you give the Greek Prime Minister? A new administration is coming in a few weeks. What should he watch out for? What are the first moves he should do?
Well, I have to be careful on that because I'm not allowed by American law to give advice to foreign leaders. But having said that, I think it's clear that the U.S.-Greek bilateral relationship is on a very steep upward trajectory. It's a very exciting trajectory. Again, I give credit to the current administration. I give credit to the government of my dear friend, Prime Minister Mitsotakis. And I again give a shout out to American Ambassador Jeffrey Pyatt. I don't see any reason why that trajectory should not continue to go upward. As I said earlier, Joe Biden has a very special place in his heart for Greece. And now if you add all of the implications of the U.S.-Greek relationship for American security interests, for America's larger interest in the Eastern Med, I'm quite bullish on the future of the relationship. And I think that one will definitely survive the transition from the Trump administration to the Biden administration.
Okay, thank you, David. It was enlightening, as usual, to discuss these issues with you, and hope to see you in Athens soon.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Thank you. I look forward to seeing you in Greece.
Thank you. Thank you. Good night from me.
Hello, and welcome to this fifth session of the second Southeast Europe and EastMed conference in Washington, D.C., this time taking place digitally. I would like to thank the Delphi Economic Forum for their invitation to moderate this panel. I'm Katerina Sokou. I'm a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, and I'm also Washington, D.C. correspondent for Kathimerini and Sky TV. I'm honored to have with me Mr. Kostas Fregogiannis, Deputy Foreign Affairs Minister for Economic Diplomacy and Openness, Her Excellency, the Ambassador of Greece to the US, Ms. Alexandra Papadopoulou, Mr. William Antholis, Director and CEO of the Miller Center at the University of Virginia. Madam Ambassador, if I may start our conversation with the broader theme of bilateral relations. We're here to talk about the deepening US-Greece strategic relationship. Greece has become a pivotal player at the time when the need to maintain stability and energy security in the Eastern Mediterranean has become more central for US foreign policy. At the same time, we hear a lot of Greek and US officials talk about the best relations ever between our two countries. You know the US well, and you also have a great grasp, I would say, of the historical perspective of the relationship. Do you agree with that statement? And if so, why is that the case?
Thank you, Mrs. Sokou, for giving me the opportunity to address and to speak in this forum. Just to give you a context about the present stage of the Greek-American relations, we're living in a world that is about to change. COVID-19 brought a lot of changes up in the surface, a lot of changes that were brewing for some time, and now they're up. Also, the world order, the world security order, as we knew it after Second World War, is facing a lot of challenges. The US is a dynamic, democratic, very open society, and when you serve in Washington like I do right now, we're witnessing all this brewing, all these changes coming up, and of course they will affect American foreign policy, America's posture in the world, and how they view their future. So sitting here, I think in order to discuss the future of the US-Greek relations, we have to answer two questions. Why Eastern Mediterranean matters for the US and why Greece matters in this context. We hear a lot of discussion about America not being dependent on energy resources in Eastern Mediterranean. And by the word, the term Eastern Mediterranean, I mean a greater region starting from the Gulf all the way to the Caucasus and the Balkans. The US now, of course, is not dependent on energy. The US was involved in many thankless, pointless wars that brought nothing to the US. So the US should get disengaged. The US has to review its relationship with the region. A lot of these points are right. Of course, the US is not dependent on energy in the Middle East, in the greater Middle East region. But it's not only the US. Europe is dependent. China is dependent. A host of other countries are dependent. So it's still, energy is still a big factor, a big chapter. But apart from that, we're talking about the US turning to the East, US foreign policy turning to the East, which is correct and normal and understandable. But it's turning to the East because the West is somehow solidified. The EU-US partnership is solid and will last for many, many years. So you can focus on the East when you know that the West is there. But when we're speaking about the European Union, about Europe, then the Middle East, the Eastern Mediterranean, the greater this region is the gateway to Europe, is the gateway to the West. And this is also a region where everything meets. People meet, cultures meet, interests meet. And when a lot of things meet, you have friction, you have upheaval, and you have a lot of interests. Some of them are going to prevail, and some of them are not going to prevail. So there are a lot of repercussions. So Eastern Mediterranean, in this bigger sense of the term, does matter. Why Greece matters in this? I will not speak only about geography. I'll speak about something much bigger. A lot of times we're talking about military might, military power in the Middle East. And of course, military aspect, the military component is very important. But it's not only about armies. It's not only about military. We tend to forget that America's position in the world, of course, has been solidified based on military might, on economic prowess, but also there was a cultural element. Hollywood and Coca-Cola has done a lot for the United States, more than we want to accept. So in this part of the world, Greece is the quiet power. This is a country, member of the EU and NATO. This is a country with a solid economy, economy that has been through a very difficult 10 years and survived, a solid democracy, democratic institutions that survived this huge economic crisis of the 10 years, a country with deep historical ties and cultural ties to the entire region, a country that is not perceived as a threat by anybody, but as a partner. I hear the new administration speaking always and a lot of times about values-based foreign policy. And this is very correct. Values-based means that we value the basis of our civilization, of our countries, which is rule of law, democracy, human rights. And Greece is a pillar for that, is a stable pillar for that, accepted by everybody. Greece is not a country that pursues an expanded military agenda. It's not a country that pursues for itself an agenda of division or an agenda of influence. It's a country that goes about with an agenda of inclusion. We're a valid and solid partner. And we're a partner who shares with the US the same approach and the same interest. This is not a transactional relationship. This is a relationship which is based on 200 years of common history, in which we were always on the same side. We were never fought against each other. A relationship that is multifaceted, covers everything from military cooperation to political cooperation to economic cooperation to people-to-people ties. This is a relationship tested with time. A bigger country, a superpower like the US, with deeper interest in the region for the stability of the Europe also, and a smaller country which is acceptable to everybody. The pillar of stability, which is going to enhance the interests and the relationship of the entire West, the way we speak, we use this term, European Union and the United States, in this volatile region in the world. What a better basis to have a better and deeper strategic relationship in the future. That's why I'm very hopeful about the deepening of the strategic relationship, because it has a solid basis projecting into the future.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. Minister Fragogiannis, if I may come to you. I remember as journalists a couple of years back noting that even as relations with the US were greatly improved, the economic potential, the potential of the economic relationship was lagging behind. And arguably since the Thessaloniki International Fair in 2018, we've actually seen a new wave of US investments materialize in Greece. What do you count as the biggest developments on that front, and what contributed to that effect?
Well, Mrs. Oku, thank you so much for the kind invitation. I'm honored and pleased to be a member of this panel today and talk about the future of the economic relationship between Greece and the United States. The truth of the matter is that the last time I visited the United States, it must have been last February, if I'm not mistaken, just before the breakout of the pandemic. I had a number of visits, discussions, potential investors, and I realized there was an important and growing interest by American companies to invest in the Greek market. I hope that soon I will come back to the United States and the pandemic will be over and we will be able to have face-to-face discussions in that respect. Now, and as far as FDI, foreign direct investment, is concerned, from the United States to Greece, it has increased by 40%, which is significant. But the interesting part is that this goes into R&D and financing major energy and renewable energy and port and naval building projects. So there has been a tremendous progress and interest in this. Of course, the most recent and prominent example of an investment from the United States to Greece is, of course, that of Microsoft Corporation, which I believe it was October this year, announced its plans for the creation of a first data center region in Greece as part of what they call GR for Growth Digital Transformation Initiative. This initiative is a significant technology commitment that supports businesses of all sizes in Greece with technology, resources, and creating new opportunities for growth. As a matter of fact, Microsoft has committed to skilling almost 100,000 people in digital technologies in Greece by 2025. It is an initiative that will obviously empower today and tomorrow's Greek workforce. Of course, it goes without saying that a Microsoft data center region will provide what we call a competitive advantage to our digital economy and will position the country among the digital leaders of Europe. There is, however, other examples that I would like to mention in answering your question, and I'm referring to Cisco, Ernst & Young, Pfizer, Quantum Energy Partners, National Energy, General Electric, Fortress Investment Group, Blink, and Tesla, to name only a few, as there is currently other businesses that pursue investments in the Greek market. Now, at institutional level, we think that we have achieved a great deal since the first US-Greece strategic dialogue, which took place, I believe it must have been 2018 in Washington. And we obviously look forward to the third round in 2021 in Washington again, and hopefully in person. The dialogue has helped also to sharpen up our agenda on the work that we need to do by going forward. And I'm speaking of the 3+1 scheme, which is Greece, Cyprus, and Israel, together with the United States, and the East Med security, building up defense, security in our relationship, as well as a potential for implementation of what we call a number of joint trade and investment projects. In the energy sector, we enjoy a very fruitful bilateral cooperation. We promote diversification of energy sources in routes, in simple terms, to make sure that we do not have all of our eggs in one basket, both for the United States and for Greece and for the European Union. The prioritization has confirmed, it was confirmed last September when the US Foreign Minister, Mike Pompeo, and our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Dendias, and our Minister of Environment and Energy, Mr. Hatzidakis, and myself met each other in Thessaloniki, and we consider all of our options in as far as energy diversification, especially in the northern part of the country. Now, I remember I had an opportunity to meet with Francis Fanon, the Deputy Minister and Assistant Secretary of State of the United States for Energy Resources, and we together spent time in Thessaloniki, Komotini, and Kavala, visited work sites of various energy infrastructure projects. And I'm speaking of the interconnector Greece-Bulgaria, the IGB, the Nea Mesimbria gas compression station, the interconnector issue between Greece and Northern Macedonia. We talked about the FSRU, the floating storage and regasification unit in Alexandroupolis, the Kavala Natural Depot in as far as gas is concerned. So there is plenty that altogether constitute what we call a diversified future for the entire region, and Greece becoming an energy hub for Southeastern Europe. So finally, I'm going to conclude by stating the strategic involvement of DFC in privatization schemes of key ports and energy infrastructure projects, again, in the northern part of the country. Already they've done business with Onyx and Black Summit, and there is potential interest to build up additional FDI and additional business of theirs, either as equity partners or financing projects, both for Greece as well as for our northern neighbors and partners. So that we did quite a bit in this past year.
Indeed, and all in the middle of a pandemic. Bill, if I may turn to you, I remember when I first came to Washington in 2013, I visited you at your office back then as managing director. You were at the Brookings Institution, and we talked about, you were kind enough to receive me and share your wealth of knowledge about the Greek-American community and the bilateral relationship and everyone in Washington who was involved in bilateral relations. And I was wondering, how do you see relations evolving during this time since the Greek debt crisis? And do you also share this feeling among both U.S. and Greek diplomats and politicians, officials, that relations have improved greatly during that time?
Well, first of all, Katerina, it's really great to see you, and a real honor to be on the stage, the video stage, with Madam Ambassador and the Minister. I'm very lucky to have been a long-standing participant in Delphi Economic Forum events, and just delighted to be with everyone. And congratulations to Greece, both on the upcoming 200th anniversary of Greek independence, as well as the 2,500th anniversary of the Battle of Salamis. And the reason that I point to the latter and the former is I think moving forward, the issue of the democratic alliance that was forged 2,500 years ago after the Battle of Salamis in the Delian League is at some level, and then again reaffirmed 200 years ago with Greek independence, building on the democratic revolutions that started here in the United States. That common shared democracy, I think, is going to be a big feature of the new post-crisis relationship. Going back to your question of where we were a little over 10 years ago in the last economic crises, at some level, roles were reversed. We both went through a crisis then as now. The United States came out of the crisis, I think, a little bit better and stronger than Greece, which really labored through the crisis. What our mutual friend Yanis Paleologos wrote in his book, one of the 13th labor of Heracles. That's what the Greece crisis went through. And I think that here the role is reversed. The United States is coming out of two crises a little bit slower than Greece, both the pandemic and the democratic crisis that both countries have faced. Greece and the Prime Minister has referred to Greece's performance as a post-populist democracy. And I think the Biden administration views itself that way quite explicitly. President-elect Biden has called for a summit for democracies. He wrote that 9 months ago in an essay in Foreign Affairs that this would be a priority for him. And it's more than symbolic and rhetorical. I think if you think through, as the ambassador mentioned, a number of the security challenges, this is a practical matter that democracies view these challenges differently than non-democracies and authoritarian states, whether it's the relationship with Russia, relationship with China, and the range of players in the Middle East, and certainly the challenges that Greece and the United States face together in Turkey and the broader Middle East. And I think our common democratic systems are practical matters. We think about our militaries differently. We think about how we budget differently, how we think and plan strategically differently than non-democracies do. And I think that will be an enduring strength in the relationship. And then it also applies on the economic side. If you think about everything from how the coronavirus vaccines were developed in open regulatory systems that view these things differently than in non-democracies, and the strengths and challenges that investment, both public and private investment in biotech companies have in democracies as opposed to non-democracies. These are things that we share and we will have to build on in the coming years. So I do think that it's more than symbolism to think about how democracies cooperate. And here I think that the U.S.-Greek relationship will be a strong one. We often talk about Greek Americans that are involved in leading companies in the United States and that forge those ties. And I think in the biotech world, the number of Greek American leaders in these companies is a symbol of strength in the relationship, and that I hope will be built on in the coming years.
Thank you. As a second round, I would like to focus on the ways to further enhance Greek-American relations and what are the challenges to overcome, if any. Talking about challenges, Madam Ambassador, we've seen the announcement of CAATSA sanctions against Turkey on the S-400 purchase from Russia. And just today, a few prominent Greek Americans published an ad at the New York Times asking the US to support Greece against Turkey's aggression in the Eastern Mediterranean. How does US relations with Turkey influence Greece, and how do they influence our bilateral relationship?
I would like to point out that the Greek-American relations is not defined as against somebody. It doesn't have a negative meaning. It has only a positive meaning. It's a relationship based on common values and common interests. And as Mr. Antholis said, we define strategic interests in the same way because we're democracies. And when it comes to Eastern Mediterranean, in the bigger term of the what we want to achieve is the same. It's stability with full respect to everybody's culture, priorities, sensitivities, and a policy of inclusion, not a policy of exclusion. So the relationship between the US and Turkey is another story. And of course, the Greek-Turkish relations is another story. But it's not that we're friends with the US with regard to Turkey or against the US with regard to Turkey. It's not a transactional relationship, the one we have with the US. And I want that to be very well known to everybody. It's a relationship based on the same way we view the world and we view the strategic interests and the same way we face challenges. We have the same value system, democracy, rule of law, respect for the individual, respect for human rights. So this is the cornerstone of our relationship. And of course, Greece is a member of NATO, but also is a member of the EU. That makes a big difference because we're exactly the bridge between the EU and the Eastern Mediterranean. And Greece has a different historical background in the region than the other countries, which is normal. Every country has a different background. So it's a major mistake if we define the Greek-American relationship with regard to something else. It's a relationship that it's self-sustained.
That being noted, and especially the non-transactional aspect of the relationship, I would like to follow up, if I may, and ask you, given that we're having a Biden administration coming out in this January, what are you hoping to, how do you see this relationship going forward with the Biden administration on our region? And are you concerned that the political tensions that we've seen in the past few months and years, frankly, in the US may undermine a Biden administration capacity or willingness to engage in the world?
As I said in the beginning of my first remarks, the US is going through a transformation. There were a lot of forces brewing under the surface for a long time, and COVID-19 brought them to the surface in a more violent way, in a more demanding way. But it's normal. Societies change, people change, countries change. So the US has to face, in my view, to deal with the changes that are happening within the American society. And this is the number one priority of any new administration, of course, the Biden administration. First, the US has to give an answer to the domestic issues, but also give a basic answer to the question that is being heard around Washington for quite some time now. What kind of a role the US wants to play in the world? The two go hand in hand. The domestic situation, the demands of the people, of the voters, are the ones who define the political agenda of any administration. So President-elect Biden will have the big task to coordinate the demands of the American political scene with the demands of the US as a big country with interests around the world, and I would dare say a country upon which we're all looking upon the US. We're all looking upon US leadership. This was even very obvious in the last European Council, and US leadership is needed, and but the definition of leadership can be a big thing, because you can lead in many ways. So the definition of leadership is very important, and how this is going to manifest itself in the field, and how this will also address the concerns and the questions in the American society, which are very big, poignant, and right now number one priority for any president.
Thank you for that. Minister Fragoulianis, if I may turn to you to talk a little bit more about your steps forward to further enhance economic relations with the US. And one could argue that it was the Greek financial crisis that made it evident to Greece that it has to open up to foreign direct investment, that it needs it more than it needed in the past when I guess credit was easier within the Eurozone. What do you see as the next steps that you are taking to further open up and unleash the potential of the Greek economy and its competitiveness in order to attract more foreign direct investment? And in relations with the US, any specific initiatives that you're forwarding in that regard?
Well, as already said, there is a long-lasting relationship between Greece and the United States. This is not a temporary thing. There is no excuse of going back. There is only one way, and that is the way forward. Greece, as well said by Her Excellency Ambassador Papadopoulou, has been a pillar of stability and will be a pillar of stability in the region. And this is very important to those who make decisions in reference to investing in another country. I often ask myself, what does it really take to invest in another country? Why go to one place versus another? And I think there is 4 or 5 or 6 conditions that I would like to name one after the other that make it very important. And I think that Greece can lead the way towards most of these conditions or criteria. First of all, there has to be political stability. And in the country, as we speak, and with the current government of Kyriakos Mitsotakis, we hold an absolute majority in the parliament, and there is political stability way beyond what one would think. Second, economic growth, and if we for a minute leave aside the pandemic, which will eventually go away, there has been tremendous improvement in the country since 2 or 3 or 4 years ago. The crisis regretfully put the American investments at a lower level. I mean, considering the size and the strength of the United States, the American FDI should have been higher, and it is on its way to becoming higher as we speak. Third, you need to have the security and the safety and the institutions and the justice in place. And as said already, Greece is a country that one can find all of these institutions to perform quite well. 4, it is important to have a set of incentives and social cohesiveness and make sure that you are welcomed in undertaking initiatives towards attracting foreign direct investment. And my goodness, it has been paying back in many ways. Already, as said, American investments are being realized in energy, in tourism, in real estate, in infrastructure, but also in R&D and innovation. And this is very important because one of the big advantages of the country is the human capital, which is immense, well-educated, performing at work, and very much willing to undergo a career advancement. And to us politicians, it is very important that we do not suffer anymore the brain drain that we have been suffering for the past 10 years. Just to name a few, lately we have had a very innovative project called Smart and Sustainable Island, and I'm speaking of Astypalea, which is a project that Volkswagen together with Greece has been working on. And we are trying e-mobility, electrification, hybrid energy systems, and even autonomous driving in one place, in one island of the Aegean in Astypalea. And to share with you the news of today, we signed a letter of intent with a German automaker that will build in Greece the first automotive assembly plant in the country, employing 1,000 workers and eventually another 5,000 indirect jobs. So we are living a particular moment in time. The pandemic has been an obstacle, but despite that, and considering, of course, that the pandemic will eventually vanish, there is a momentum. Greece is considered in the markets of the world as an investment destination, and it is not a traditional tourism type investment destination only. It is also a place that can attract innovation, technology, R&D, scientific projects. There are people, partners, companies, and individuals and politicians that can speak the same language with the investment community, and that has already been recognized, and we're looking forward to materializing more projects in this country.
Thank you, Minister. And Bill, if I may close with you, on your most recent note as director of the Miller Center, you talked about a turning point, December 14 being a turning point for the U.S. as the electoral college voted, and of course the first vaccine was started being administered in the U.S. At the same time, you've talked about a secession crisis that President Biden might have to face, and American society, frankly. How do you see what will this pressure within the U.S. affecting bilateral relations, but more generally the U.S. standing in the world?
Well, Katerina, thank you for reading my letter that just went out this morning. First, in answering your first question from our first go-around, what is amazing to me is that during this incredibly divisive period in American politics, how strong the U.S.-Greek relationship has stayed across the Trump administration. I think a great deal of credit for that goes to the career civil servants and foreign service officers serving there in Greece, particularly Ambassador Payet, who is truly one of our leading career diplomats. But it even goes to Secretary Pompeo, who is not loved on the Democratic side of the aisle, but I think demonstrated both American support for Greece, but also the importance of the bilateral relationship beyond the current moment. And that even extended back to Prime Minister Tsipras' time in office during the Obama administration. So regardless of the deep partisan divisions in both countries, I think the strength of the relationship goes to some of those deeper political, security, and economic ties that both the minister and the ambassador have been mentioning. As for our current moment in the United States, it is a very difficult one. And it goes to some of the things that the ambassador talked about. The failure of our political institutions in periods in the past, foreign wars, very close elections here in the United States that have been ongoing for some time, where in the past Democrats were concerned about how our elections were conducted, and now Republicans were concerned about the current moment. I do think that this has been fueled in recent years by a splintering of our own media and our own society, where across the political spectrum, voices are hearing only what they want to hear, and we're not having the same kind of cross-partisan conversations that we once had. I think President-elect Biden is very committed to forging ties that cut across party lines. And the blog memo that went out as a letter that you mentioned that I sent today really applauds him for doing what President-elect Lincoln did 160 years ago when he was first elected to the presidency, of saying to those who didn't vote for him that we are not enemies, but that we need to be friends. I think his immediate opportunity is to the other 15% or so who did not vote for him, but who are still tethered to, roughly speaking, the same set of institutions that try to filter reality that they share and believe to be correct, that the election did find President-elect Biden to be the winner. That includes the media like the Wall Street Journal and Fox News that called his election early. It goes to the electoral systems that are managed by Republicans, both at the local level and the state level, that affirm those votes, to the courts in the United States, many of whom have Republican-appointed judges, including in the state of Pennsylvania, where the federal judge is a Greek American that was appointed by President Trump that affirmed the outcome in that state. And so I think what you're seeing is a deep part of our political system that affirms the current reality. And President-elect Biden should be building on that and reaching out to those who still have doubts in a fulsome way and hearing their concerns and trying to move forward together.
Thank you, Bill. And I would like to thank you all for this distinguished panel and conversation. We'll have to go to keep the time. Thank you. And hopefully next time we'll be all together in Washington, D.C.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for including.
Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. On behalf of the organizers of the Delphi Economic Forum, I welcome you all to our today's discussion, with a wish that next year we shall have the pleasure of our physical meeting at the ideal environment of Delphi. Now let's get to our topic. The geostrategic developments in southeastern Europe and eastern Mediterranean cause a reasonable concern, and threaten peace and security in the area. Beyond the diplomatic handling of this danger and the political initiatives of the area states, including bilateral and multi-member interstate agreements, private sector is hoped to play its own role so as to contribute to the effort for the avoidance of unnecessary developments by enforcing such agreements and taking clever business initiatives that would convert crisis into an opportunity for economic growth. This perspective becomes even more realistic due to the election of Joe Biden as the next president of the United States of America. The president-elect has a full awareness of the issues in our greater area, and he has been historically a friend of Greece and Cyprus. Together with my good friend for many years, Kamala Harris, and a team comprising from Philhellene politicians as Nicholas Burns, Tom Miller, Virginia Bennett, and others, the new administration will reinforce the American and Greek relations and will create new perspectives in our greater area. This evening, we will deal with the methodology necessary to approach these perspectives with the contribution and help of sound politicians and business personalities of our country. Therefore, I welcome Mr. Adonis Georgiadis, Vice President of the Government and Minister of Development and Investment. Welcome, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Grammatis, for the invitation. I'm just the Vice President of the Party of New Democracy, not the Vice President of the government.
You're absolutely right. I beg your pardon. You are absolutely right, Mr. Georgiadis. Mr. Mario Kondomerkos, Managing Director of Mohegan Gaming and Entertainment of the United States of America. Welcome, Mario.
Thank you, Mr. Dramatidis. It's an honor.
Mrs. Peggy Antonatou, General Manager of Google for Southeastern Europe. Welcome, dear Peggy.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Mr. Christian Hadjiminas, President of the Group European Finance and Aerospace Ventures and Vice President of the Hellenic Association of Businessmen. Welcome, dear Christian.
Yes, good evening, and thank you for inviting me here.
For the economy of time, we have almost 40 minutes, perhaps 45. I will not refer to the CVs of the tonight's panel members, which in any case may be traced in the website of Delphi Forum. On the other hand, there is no need for such reference for such personalities that have a long record of successes and contribute decisively to the growth of the economy and of the country in general. For your information, I will only say that our business panel members represent companies as Mohegan, which is one of the world leaders in gaming and entertainment, Google, which is the largest search company globally, and EFA, which is a leader in the global markets in the fields of aerospace, security, defense, and business cooperation. With all this in mind, I kindly ask the Minister to present to us the initiatives of the Greek government for the support of the growth of the private sector in the frame of encouragement of international cooperation in Southeastern Europe and Eastern Mediterranean. I refer specifically to the bilateral and multi-member interstate agreements signed also by Greece, Minister.
Mr. Grammatidis, again, thank you for the invitation. I wish to everybody Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays, and this year to finish as fast as possible. It was a terrible year. And before I start, I wanted to congratulate publicly Ms. Antonatou for her new big position in Google. Of course, it's a big personal success for her, but it's also a great honor for Greece that one Greek woman has a so high position in such respected company. To your question now, our government in this 17 months that we are in the government after the elections of 7th of July of 2019, we tried since day one to transform Greece to a very business-friendly country. And in the first months of our governance, in the last months of 2019, we started in a very speedy way, reforming the country, establishing a new business spirit in the country, speeding up all big investments, foreign direct investments, and simplifying all the licensing procedure and the bureaucracy that for many years has tolerated a lot of businesses here with bureaucratic obstacles that at the end costed them a lot of money and time. Our main message was that we respect other people's time and money, we welcome foreign direct investments, and we are here to solve and not to begin problems. Since day one, the new spirit had started to produce results. The first big foreign direct investment that I managed to get in my office was Pfizer's decision to establish in Thessaloniki a digital center, at the beginning for 200 employees. After some months, because they were very happy with what we were doing, they accelerated to 500 employees, and now they have decided to increase it even more to 700 employees. And we passed laws in the parliament that simplified all the procedures, and we started, as you mentioned, discussions and agreement with other countries in the region and in the business level and in the political level in order to find ways to have common projects, joint ventures, foreign direct investments from their countries. And not only from the region. For example, I have to mention, of course, that 1.5 months ago, I signed in Thessaloniki with Secretary Pompeo a very important deal between Greece and the United States of America for American-US investments here in Greece in the digital area and R&D. But we started with many countries of the region, and I will especially mention the agreement I made with Minister Akounis from Israel 2 months ago, that we decided to co-organize together Greece and Israel with Cyprus, and with the invitation to other countries of the region as UAE, Bahrain and other countries that would like to participate in order to organize, first in Israel and after in Greece, big business meeting events with our commerce committees, chambers, in order to find ways to welcome enterprises from all these countries to Greece and from Greece to all these countries, and fix together the incentives that we would give in order to achieve having cooperations, joint ventures and investments from the one country to the other. Our perspective is that economy can really participate and give a stable environment in order to have peace, stability, a prosperous future for our people, and find ways to go forward together and not reproducing conflicts of the past and destroying the good hopes that all the people want to have for the future of them and their families. Beyond that, we signed deals, you know, that with countries in our region, with Bulgaria, with Romania, in order to have investments from their countries here and from Greece there. And we managed to persuade many foreign direct investors that now in Greece we have a very stable environment, and an environment that gives you the opportunity to come and make your vision a reality here. Mr. Kodomerkos, who is here in the panel, he has tasted from his own experience that what we say, it's not words, but it's really what we believe in, because we managed to finish the tender for the casino in the old Athens airport in the Hellinikon region with a very transparent way. It was not an easy task, it was a difficult task, but now it's already done. I can announce you, Mr. Kodomerkos, that in the next days, I was informed today, the final results of the tender will be in our High Court in order to have the final validate and start the real projects in the first month of 2021. So once again, I want to welcome you in our country and your country as your place of birth, in order to build together something really important and something that will change the future, not only of Athens, not only of Attica, that I would say even the future of Greece. So in order not to take more of your time, We are working very hard, exactly in the line you mentioned.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much for this. Dear Peggy, I understand that your appointment as General Director of Google for Southeastern Europe constitutes, in effect, an upgrade of Greece as a strategic hub for Google in the area. Which was the rationale that led to such an important decision?
Well, Mr. Grammatidis, I think you have to ask the people who hired me in this role for the rationale. But thank you for the kind words. What I want to say is that it's extremely encouraging to see that Greece can really play, an increased role in this new digital economy. This has been my vision and my dream for years. And I see that we're making steps to that direction, and this really makes me happy and really makes me optimistic on what can Greece do to achieve its digital potential. I often say that Greece can be the next digital frontrunner, and I'm very happy also to see that the government's efforts and focus is towards digital transformation. It's needless to say that, the pandemic in the last few months has really, if you look at the information from McKinsey and the studies from McKinsey, they say that we managed to achieve 5 years worth of digital transformation in only 3 months. So this is spectacular if you think about it. And that goes at every level, whether this is state level, government services to the citizens, whether this is economy, small business, large business, education, employment, and whatever you want to put it in that list, it has been transformed. The one thing I want to call out, and it ties back to the beginning of your question, is how important digital skills are in this whole discussion. I mean, at any data point that you look at, and specifically an EU Commission report, almost half of the EU population is not properly digital skilled. Yet in the near future, 90% of jobs will require some level of digital skills. So I would say that as important as it is to attract foreign investment and to make sure that we have the right infrastructure to move ahead, skilling the population for this fourth industrial revolution and making sure that we get them ready for what is next to come is important. I mean, I will just call out specifically two industries that I think are very critical and very important to that direction. Tourism, of course, is the first one that comes to mind that has been very hardly hit in these past few months. Analysis show that if tourism is in Greece specifically is to become more digital and take advantage of technology, it would drive a 4% increase in Greece's GDP all up and drive and generate over 200,000 jobs. So you can imagine that number. That's one. And the other one is retail, especially SMB, smaller retailers. And as we all know, small retail has been hit really hard by the pandemic, especially now with all the shops closed, and we all hope that this will end soon. This was, for us, a priority because we thought technology could make a difference. Looking at Greece and small businesses, especially in retail, were lacking significantly. The EU average in Greece, only 11% of actually the retailers transact online versus 20% for Europe. You can imagine what that gap creates, especially when the shops are closed. We recently launched with the Ministry of Development, and Mr. Georgiadis has been a very big help on that front, a new initiative to help retailers get digitally savvy, create a website, create an e-shop so that they can actually generate GDP and actually transact while the physical shops are closed. And last point I will make is that what we saw in the search, in the Google search results for 2020, one of the highest jumps was what is around me. People were looking to shop and buy things in their neighborhood, where they could walk, where they can find clothes. So this is an opportunity for small businesses, and it's an opportunity for for job creation across the neighborhood.
Thank you, Peggy. Thank you very much for this. I would like now to ask Mario. Mario, why did Mohegan choose to invest in Greece? And what will Mohegan need from the government to enforce smooth and timely implementation of your project?
Well, first of all, thank you, Mr. Grammatidis. And let me also give a thanks to Minister Georgiadis for the kind words and the welcome. And let me also say that from my experience, everything that he has said in terms of making our entry into Greece has been exactly spot on. To your question about the rationale that led us to Greece, let me give you a couple of perspectives on that. First, from the perspective of a large-scale resort developer, and then also from the perspective of a foreign investor. As to the first, let me give you a little bit of background. Our company, which is a major developer of integrated resorts in 10 jurisdictions across the world, including across 3 continents, including Connecticut, Las Vegas, Atlantic City, Niagara Falls, and in Korea. We have a number of these resorts, and they've all been successful, and they all share a number of common fundamentals that we believe lead to success of any integrated resort development in the world. When we look at Greece, we see that many of these factors, if not all of the factors, are already present there, and it gives us a lot of confidence in terms of making an investment, in terms of the viability of an integrated resort. Let me give you an example of a few examples of what I mean. You've got the benefit of the year-round climate. You've got an advantageous location with fantastic views, particularly at the site that we're talking about of the sea and the sun and a great atmosphere. You have a 4 million person population locally in Athens and 19 countries within a 2-hour flight. You've got a one-of-a-kind culture and history and a unique culture of food and entertainment that already drives 30 million annual visitors around the world to this country. Because of that, that experience that's already there in Athens and in Greece in total, you've already have a tourism and transportation infrastructure that's already proven to be able to handle large amounts of people, whether that's by bus, by car, by airplane, by subway, or even by ferry. In addition to that, as a result of the fact that Greece already handles large numbers of tourists every year, you have a deep, educated, and dedicated workforce that's ingrained in gracious hospitality and has deep experience attending to foreign visitors. You know, from our perspective, these are very, very important factors from the perspective of a real estate developer and a mega resort developer in terms of having the characteristics for success. Let me just give you one other point. I look at it from the perspective of a resort developer. I also look at it from the perspective of a U.S. foreign investor in this country. And as I look at that environment, I see a strong and growing political relationship between Greece and the United States. I see a political climate and government, as Mr. Georgiadis has mentioned, in Greece today that is extremely business friendly. And he just mentioned to you exactly the experience that we had just over the last year. We share, obviously, English as a common language of business. Greece is benefiting from an improving economic profile, as evidenced most recently by the credit rating upgrade of Moody's recently. And most importantly, and this is probably, you know, if there's one thing to take away from our perspective as a foreign investor, and I think from the perspective of others who are looking at Greece as an investment, transparency and the rule of law. We have seen the Greek state and the Hellenic Gaming Commission in particular conduct a very complicated tender process in a very transparent and fair way, always to the letter of the law. And to us, and I'm sure to every foreign investor that is considering making an investment in Greece, these are the bedrocks that provide confidence to foreign investors. And we believe that if that continues, and we're confident that it will, that others will follow.
Thank you, Mario. Thank you very much. This has been noted also by the minister, who has taken his own part and role in this very, very interesting project. And now I'd like to go to Christian. Dear Christian, what is your view in relation to the existing net of international treaties signed also by Greece for the promotion of business synergies and plans in the areas of defense and security, and what initiative has your group undertaken so far?
Thank you, Yano. Thank you for the invitation, you and Simeon. It's a very important point in time for our region during this time that this panel is taking place. Let me say first, to start from the basics, the 3 main important countries for Greece are foremost the US, France, and Germany. The US and France, and I'm certain Germany as well, recognize the positive strategic role of Greece in the East Med region. This was the first leg that has been built, and now is the second leg that has been built as well, which involves the strategic alliance with the countries in the East Med region, including UAE and Saudi Arabia, and of course Egypt, Israel, and Cyprus. These strategic interconnected pillars that Greece is rapidly building need to be complemented, allow me to say cemented, if I may say, by stronger bilateral investments at all levels. I stress the word bilateral, as Greek companies need to invest in this region as well, and not just expect the typical and welcome by all of us foreign investments into Greece. Our group that operates with 90% of its turnover consisting of exports and is in the area of aerospace and defense, the last few years has been working on both those legs. More specifically, to mention some examples. First, we have not only opened a US office recently, but we have invested industrially in the US while we work with US companies in several countries around the world, using Greece as a hub for aerospace and defense. A result of these efforts has been that we were the first Greek company to win a major US Pentagon contract, the one for the US Marines. And that is one, the most noteworthy perhaps contract we had in the US. Secondly, we're bidding as part of the US consortium for the ports of Alexandroupolis and Kavala. Other examples which involves more our involvement in the region. We have started a co-production line in Egypt several years ago, while now we start the same thing in UAE, and we have just established our first subsidiary in Riyadh, where we are one of the first foreign companies to obtain a license to co-produce defense items over there. All this after, of course, we have already exported several million of products into these three countries. So I guess we have already started this a few years ago, and now all we do, helped by the developments in the region, which are very positive, is to accelerate further this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christian. I can see that the background behind you of the globe shows evidently that you are a global company. Thank you very much for this. Minister, could I come back to you, and could you please tell us which projects are already in the phase of implementation and which are expected to be announced or are in the pipeline in the sectors of defense, security, energy, and tourism?
I had to speak for more than an hour to explain all of them. So, but let me say the most important ones. Yeah. In the defense sector, you know that our Prime Minister announced yesterday that in the next days the contract with France is going to be signed, and until March the first 8 planes Rafale will come and enter to our air forces. At the same time, the big decision about our frigates and our Navy ships is ongoing. Most probably the choice would be from the United States of America, and this has to do and with TFC's interest through Onyx for LFC shipyard and the tender in the Skaramaga region. And of course the tender of Elvo that finished and was bought by the Israeli consortium of Rafale and Dassault is already there, and they have already started their investment plan for vehicles for the army, and not only for the army, and many other smaller projects that are ongoing in the defense area. Into energy sector. Energy sector is much more complex. We have at the same time big decisions, for example, between Greece, Cyprus, and Israel about the pipelines, the EastMed. We have the big projects in Alexandroupolis and Kavala for natural gas from the United States through a pipeline through Alexandroupolis in Bulgaria that will distribute natural gas through the Balkans. But we have big projects in the renewable energy and a lot of investment from the United States of America, not only, from France, from Germany, from Canada, and from many other countries, especially in windmills and solar energy. This is an area that has huge interest. You know that our government decided to decarbonize our energy sector, and this gives a lot of space for renewable energy and investment in that field. And of course, in the COVID-19 fund of the European Union, the new European funding of 21-27, renewable energy is one of the sectors that are going to have a lot of money that will be invested in this area. So in all these areas, Greek housing has a huge interest. I just wanted to comment to what Peggy said before. This pandemic crisis, Peggy, helped Greece to be digitalized much faster than it would be if the crisis was not here.
It seems that we have a bad connection. I hope that we will see and hear the minister in a short while. In the meantime, can I go to Peggy, waiting for the minister? Peggy, what are Google's initiatives in the field of transfer of knowledge in the various sectors of the economy? And how do you envisage Greece's role in the formation of a frame of dialogue for wider synergies in the area of Southeastern Europe and Eastern Mediterranean?
So I think to begin, I would say that the narrative for Greece has changed a lot. And the minister was about to say that this pandemic has helped us basically accelerate the digital transformation for Greece. I would say that along with the narrative for digital transformation, we have also the changing, the shifting narrative for the country. So basically, we're going from a country in crisis to a country as an opportunity for investment. And I think this is a very important and critical point, because when you're functioning out of Southeastern Europe, then you can leverage cases and learning from the bigger countries, you know, to the west, and potentially the smaller countries around our area. And we can play a key role in that. We can play a leadership role in that, which I think is critical. Going back to your point about digital skills and digital knowledge, Google has to date trained almost 200,000 people and businesses across industries, mostly focused on tourism, but now also on retail, as I mentioned. But I want to highlight, and maybe we'll take the opportunity to play a short video, some other industries that we don't necessarily think as top of mind when we think about digital transformation, and agriculture is the one that I want to share, just to show how you can keep the GDP growth going. Imagine if you're a farmer and you're trying to get workers. We could all do, our work from home, and some of us could work from home. But if you are a farmer looking for workers, or if you are a worker looking for a job in the farm industry, how do you do this? So this is a fantastic story of two young people getting trained on how to create platforms and how to create applications, and this is what they have managed to do. And after the video, I will share with you the results of this. So I think it's worth looking at.
Η δουλειά του αγρότη χρειάζεται χέρια.
Είμαι η Κορίνα.
Και εγώ Κυριάκος. Έχω σπουδάσει γεωπόνος, κατάγομαι από αγροτική οικογένεια και έβλεπα τον πατέρα μου να ψάχνει να βρει άτομα να εργαστούν στα κτήματά του και δεν μπορούσε να βρει. Αποφάσισα ότι κάτι πρέπει να κάνω για να τον βοηθήσω.
Εγώ έχω σπουδάσει πληροφορική. Με τον Κυριάκο έχουμε παρακολουθήσει ένα σεμινάριο της Google, το Grow Greek Tourism Online. Κατάφερα να διεκδικήσω μια υποτροφία από την Google και έμαθα με αυτόν τον τρόπο να φτιάχνω εφαρμογές για κινητές συσκευές. Έτσι η ιδέα μας να βοηθήσουμε τον πατέρα του Κυριάκου πήρε μορφή.
Η AgroYou συνδέει αγρότες με άτομα τα οποία θέλουν να εργαστούν στον αγροτικό κλάδο.
Τα ψηφιακά σεμινάρια της Google μας βοήθησαν να καταλάβουμε τις βασικές αρχές του προγραμματισμού προκειμένου να αναπτύξουμε την υπηρεσία μας, καθώς και να γνωρίσουμε καλύτερα τους πελάτες μας και να τους προσεγγίσουμε.
Ήμασταν έτοιμοι να βγούμε στον αέρα και εκείνο το διάστημα ξεκίνησε η πανδημία.
Φέτος με τον κορονοϊό η εισοδιά μας θα πήγαινε χαμένη εάν δεν βρισκόντουσαν εργατικά χέρια για να τα μαζέψουμε.
Δεν θα υπήρχαν στα ράφια πατάτες, ντομάτες, κρεμμύδια, αγκούρια.
Θα πήγαιναν χαμένα όλα.
Στραφήκαμε λοιπόν στην αγορά της Ελλάδας. Σκεφτήκαμε ότι τα άτομα τα οποία έχουν μείνει άνεργα θα μπορούσαν να καλύψουν αυτές τις θέσεις που έλειπαν.
Στην πλατφόρμα μπορούν να βρουν δουλειά όλοι, ανεξαρτήτου ηλικίας. Εξάλλου, η γη μπορεί να προσφέρει εργασία σε όλους.
Συναρπαστικό το ότι την υπηρεσία μας άγγιξαν 1,5 εκατομμύριο άτομα. Μέχρι και σήμερα έχουμε εξυπηρετήσει εκτός από τους αγρότες, κτηνοτρόφους, μελισσοργούς, βοηθείς συγκομιδείς, χειριστές τρακτέρ, μπογιαστές. Το όνειρό μας είναι να αξιοποιήσουμε όλη τη γη, να μην πάει τίποτα χαμένο.
Τη μετά COVID εποχή, όπως φαίνεται, ο κόσμος θα ξαναεπιστρέψει στη φύση και θα αναζητήσει μια πιο ήσυχη και πιο ήρεμη ζωή.
Πρωτοποριακή ιδέα.
Startup.
Startup. Yeah.
So far, they have managed to find employment for 1,500 people. So I only shared this video as a teaser that we're all very proud and happy to be getting foreign investment in Greece. At the same time, it's really good to have, to keep an eye on the job creation and GDP creation that we can do by leveraging what we have in the country. And you have to do both. This is how you create GDP. This is how you create jobs.
It was a great video. Thank you very much for this, Peggy. Thank you very much indeed. Christian, could you tell us something about the initiatives of ENE towards the formation of an environment that would support international cooperation in our great area?
Sure. First of all, Ms. Adonakou, I was also very impressed with the video. It's a great thing. Also at the Greek Entrepreneurs Association, we also promote a lot these new agribusiness from young people. So this is really fantastic and I congratulate you for that. Let me turn to Greek Entrepreneurs Association. ENE, and more specifically ENE International, the last 4 years has been diligently working to deepen the relationship between the economic relationship between Greece and especially the US, France and Germany. And with the main motto to encourage Greek companies, which is a new approach, if you allow me to say, to invest into these countries as a way of expanding overnight their business territory and thus creating wealth and jobs for the Greek economy itself. Success stories like Chipita, Fage, Raychem, Titan only show the increased employment which all these companies have invested in the US. They show the increased employment and wealth generation in Greece arising out of those Greek foreign investments. What is very interesting now, Yano, is that several Greek companies and rather small ones, like in the area of food, for example, maybe by necessity and especially now with the virus situation, they have started viewing positively the region of East Med, with a first step, of course, in Dubai. Let us remember that these companies are still the backbone of the Greek economy. We can only expect that due to the recent few months' developments in the region, to accelerate this appetite by Greek companies, small, medium, and larger, and we need to encourage them. As a result, and I'm sure our good friend Simeon will be pleased to hear this, I'm pleased to announce for the first time that ENE International, coronavirus conditions permitting, of course, will organize a conference of similar like ENE business associations of the region in Greece in 2021, where we can bring up the post-developments and benefits of these bilateral investments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christian, for this very interesting. And finally, I would like to ask Mario. Mario, has Mohegan in mind to embark also to other similar projects, either in Greece or in our great area? And I take this opportunity in order to remind everybody that we shall have also the tender for some other casino licenses very soon, perhaps in 2021, in other parts of Greece, as Crete and Santorini and Mykonos. What are your views about it?
You know, I think that, Mr. Grammatidis, that we have an important opportunity in front of us right now with the Inspire Athens project at Ellinikon, and we have made commitments to the Greek state and to various stakeholders far and wide to follow through on that commitment. So as far as our interest in Greece right now, that is the top of our list. That being said, and for all the reasons that I talked about earlier, you know, we love Greece. Okay, we all of the factors that we've talked about before, whether it's the climate, whether it's the infrastructure, whether it's the access to population, whether it's the hospitality and the incredibly talented workforce that we have there, we would be foolish not to consider other opportunities in the country. Having said that, we do have one big project in front of us, and we need to deliver on that, and that's what we intend to do in the near term.
Mario, thank you very much for this. Minister, welcome back.
I had a problem with my internet here, and it was saying that we would digitalize ourselves, but okay, this thing happened, Peggy, with technology. And if I can have the floor for just a minute, because I forgot to mention when I answered to the question for defense, to the very important project that we do in the Hellenic aerospace industry with Lockheed Martin, with the Viper F-16, and potentially, if everything goes good, with the F-35 program that Greece wants to participate. Defense area, we're really going very high speed in front.
Minister, thank you very much, because it was an excellent closing statement. This is what exactly I would like to hear from you at this moment. And I would like to take the opportunity to thank all our panelists for their valuable contribution. Thank you very much for that. Let's meet next year to Delphi in that idyllic environment. As for those attending the conference, I would like to mention that in a few minutes we shall be here with Mr. Alexis Haritsis, a member of the Parliament for Syriza Party. Thank you all for your contribution. Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas. ladies and gentlemen, let's now get into a very interesting discussion, which I'm sure we will have, with our next guest, Mr. Alexis Haritsis, who is a member of the Greek Parliament with the Syriza party, and he has served as Minister of Interior and also Shadow Minister for Development and Investments. Welcome, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grammatidis. Thank you very much for having me.
Our pleasure, Minister. Mr. Haritsis, presumably your political party has its own program and policy proposals for the necessary political initiatives that Greece could undertake with the Southeastern Europe and Eastern Mediterranean states, including bilateral and multi-member interstate agreements, and for the role that private sector is hoped to play so as to contribute to the effort for the avoidance of unnecessary developments in the area by enforcing such agreements by means of clever business initiatives that could convert the crisis into an opportunity for growth. I must say that this perspective becomes even more realistic now due to the election of the new American administration. And could you please elaborate more precisely on this issue?
Yes, Mr. Grammatidis, first of all, let me start by saying that I strongly believe that it is absolutely essential, despite the extraordinary circumstances that we all currently live in, to continue to engage in productive discussions about very serious issues. So I would like to thank the Delphi Economic Forum and the Hellenic American Leadership Council for organizing this very important event. Let me start by saying two general comments, I would say, about economic policy and investments, if I may. First of all, the deep recession that we are currently facing, most probably for the Greek economy in 2020, it will be double digits, demands a very strong response in terms of actual support to the real economy and to the investors. This is the only way we can reverse the current negative economic sentiment, which is the main burden to investment. Just to highlight that a few weeks ago, a survey was published by the European Union, by the Commission, stating that the Greek business community was the most pessimistic about the near future compared to all their European counterparts. So the first thing we need to do, we need to definitely reverse the situation and provide support to the private sector in order to overcome this huge burden that has been created by the COVID crisis. Otherwise, any discussion about serious investment policy, I think, will not be relevant. So that's the first point. The second point, I think that I strongly believe, actually, that the current situation, we will not allow us to return to this so-called pre-COVID economic normality. There will be a new normality that will eventually evolve sooner, hopefully, rather than later, which will have two main consequences. First of all, the competition for investments between the different countries will be extremely tough. So Greece will need to have a thorough strategic plan to address these new challenges and, of course, to strengthen its bilateral relationship with its main strategic allies. And, of course, the US is the main strategic ally. And the second issue here is that one of the consequences that I foresee for the future is the transformation of the global value chains. This means that there will be a significant, in my view, increase in the importance of peripheral and regional markets and economic relations. In that respect, Greece will have the opportunity to play a more active role in the Southeastern Mediterranean and Middle East, as you mentioned, and maybe turn this crisis, as you very correctly said, into an opportunity. In order to do that, and because Greece has all the main advantages, being a country member of all European and international institutions, being a very stable democracy and a country with very strong human talent, Greece can become a pillar of economic stability and prosperity in our very volatile region. Of course, we need a very thorough strategic plan for attracting investments as soon as we manage to overcome this huge COVID crisis. So regional markets very important for us. Strategic alliance with our main allies, of course, the US playing a very pivotal role in this is crucial. And of course, actual support, material support to the private sector in this time of crisis in order to reverse the economic sentiment and make it again positive, which is not, I'm afraid, at this time.
Mr. Hadjis, because you mentioned the United States of America as a strategic ally for the country, I would like to deal with it a little bit with you, and I would kindly ask you to tell me what kind of initiatives would Syriza ask from the new American administration to undertake in relation to Greece and in the great area. And I say this because many times I am asked while in Washington that why don't you propose for us some specific things to do? We cannot say as an administration to the business community in America, invest in Greece, but they have to take other actions. So indirect actions in order to promote the idea of investing in Greece. So what is your view about that? What would you ask from the new American administration?
I think this is a very crucial question, Mr. Grammatidis, and I don't want to be vague or theoretical about it. I think we need to build on recent successes and developments that we had in the last few years, which I think were very, very crucial. First of all, the very successful, just to remind you, Thessaloniki International Fair Exhibition of September 2018, where the US was the honored country. This was a very important development which paved the way for American investments that followed since then in the last couple of years. Second one, very important development, that we managed to establish a comprehensive strategic dialogue with the US in December 2019, which includes a very strong economic, a very strong defense, and a very strong diplomatic track of cooperation between our two countries. That was a crucial turning point in our relationship, in my view. And the third development, which again the US has treated very, very positively, is the Prespa Agreement, which provided stability in the region and strengthened the diplomatic presence of Greece in the international arena. These are developments of the last few years. These are developments very, very important. And to be very honest with you, I was very pleased yesterday to read the interview in a Greek newspaper of Mr. Matthew Palmer, the Deputy Assistant Secretary in State Department, who identified in his interview these three particular developments as being the most critical in the improvement and in the increase of the importance of the US-Greek relations in the last few years. So I think we are on the same page there, and I think this is very important. We expect and we hope, and we are very optimistic that the new administration, the new American government, will follow in this path, will strengthen even further the relationship between the two countries, and will increase the presence of American investment in Greece. But at the same time, and I think this is equally important, at the same time, let's not forget about the presence of Greek enterprises and Greek businesses in the US as well. I was in June 2018 in the US to attend a conference there as a representative of the Greek government and having a meeting with Mr. Ross, the Secretary of Commerce. And I was really amazed by the improvement that we've had the last few years in the exports in the US of Greek products, especially from the agricultural sector, but also from the industry. We need to build on these successes. These are success stories that we need to build on, and we have all the capacity and the opportunity to do that in the coming years.
Great points. Great points. Thank you very much, Minister. I think that you said the right thing, that we are asking for signals from the part of the American administration, signals to the American business community in relation to the significant role of Greece in the area, not only in Greece, but also in the greater area. At this point, I would like to thank Minister Harissis for his valuable contribution. I'm so sorry, Minister, that we have a shortage of time and we cannot go even further. I would like to ask you for your ideas about the privatization program and all that stuff and the priorities that you have in mind. But I hope that we will have the opportunity to talk about that in the foreseeable future.
I'm sure we have many more issues to discuss, Mr. Grammatidis, and hopefully we'll have this opportunity in the very near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harissis. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention in relation to those two last panels. Thank you.
Please stand by, we're going live.
Welcome. We're moving to the next session, and I'm really happy and honored to preside over that. We will have a discussion with Maryland Senator Van Hollen. Chris Van Hollen, a Democrat, has been for the last few years, I mean, he has always been, but now in the Senate, because he was in the Congress before, in the House, at the forefront of many efforts to help Greece and help the U.S. understand Greece and Cyprus. In the last few years, we have so many developments, mainly the sanctions, which is an issue of the last few days, although it began a few years ago. Also, the EastMed Act was a huge development, and there he was again. And along with Mr. Van Hollen, we also have the one of the leaders in the Greek-American community. Some people would say the leader, but let me say one of the major advocates of our issues in Washington and in the U.S., actually, since he's from Chicago, Andy Zamenidis. So let me start. I don't want to take any more of your time. Let me also point out that Senator Van Hollen, before becoming a senator, he was also a member of the staff of the Foreign Relations Committee during Paul Sarbanes, our Paul Sarbanes, late Paul Sarbanes, unfortunately. And I dare say that he might have gotten some information about our issues from this great personality in Greek-American and U.S. politics, actually. If he's kind enough to share some thoughts on that, I would appreciate it. And then I will quickly go into a question on our issues and mainly the sanctions, and if he's happy, satisfied with the Trump administration's approach to our region, and mainly the latest development, which is the sanctions. Senator?
Well, thank you, Tom, and thank you to all the organizers. And it's wonderful to be here with my friend Andy. And thank you for starting us off by remembering Paul Sarbanes. I was going to do the same. We lost a great Marylander. Paul Sarbanes, of course, was from my state of Maryland, but we also lost a great American, a great friend of strengthening relations between the United States and Greece. And he was somebody who took his immigrant roots and never forgot where he came from. His family started with a restaurant on the Eastern Shore of Maryland. He always believed in the American dream and American values and stood up for them. And of course, really helped strengthen relations between the people of the United States and people of Greece. And so Senator Cardin, my colleague from Maryland, and I and others remembered Paul Sarbanes on the floor of the Senate just after he passed away with remarks. And I can tell you everybody who served with him in the Senate remembers him fondly. And I had a chance to work with him when I was a staff member long before I thought of running for office myself on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. And you're absolutely right. He was a great role model. And on issues regarding Greece and Cyprus and the Eastern Mediterranean, I learned a lot from him.
So let's move to U.S. policy towards Turkey during the Trump administration. Are you satisfied with what has happened until now, and more specifically on the sanctions, which is the hot issue of the day, and not only about us, but about a lot of countries and a lot of people in the world?
Right. So look, I've been very dissatisfied with the Trump administration's policies toward Turkey over the last 4 years. I'll get to the sanctions in a moment. But what we've seen is a president in Donald Trump who thought that somehow a personal relationship that he had with President Erdogan would persuade, Erdogan and Turkey to follow the rule of law, to respect American interests in the region. And nothing could be farther from the truth. We've seen just the opposite from Erdogan, starting with the fact that he's not abided by the rule of law and international law in the Eastern Mediterranean when it comes to drilling. His actions recently with respect to Varosha in violations of UN resolutions. Of course, his attacks on the Syrian Kurds, who had been great allies with the United States in our fight against ISIS. And of course, also his adventurism with Azerbaijan and Armenia by engaging in that conflict. All of those matters, in fact, undermined U.S. interests and in many cases strengthened the hand of Russia. So let me talk about the sanctions. We passed CAATSA, which is our sanction law, many years ago. It was very clear that Turkey was violating that law by taking the S-400, purchasing the S-400 from Russia. So we did two things. I and a number of other senators on a bipartisan basis first said that if Turkey's going to proceed with the S-400 sale, they can't participate in the F-35 program. That puts at risk NATO pilots and NATO security. And so we, through legislation, not through Trump administration action, essentially terminated that program. We still have work to do with respect to the supply chain. We also said from the beginning that this is a violation of the CAATSA sanctions and have pushed the administration to impose them. They did not do it. And so as part of the National Defense Authorization Bill, which is now passed the Congress with veto-proof majorities in the House and Senate, hopefully it will stay that way, we required the administration to impose these sanctions. And it was only after we had moved this bill that you finally saw the Trump administration follow the law. So it should have been done much earlier. I'm glad to see these steps taken now. And I look forward to the incoming Biden administration to really focus on issues of rule of law and NATO interests, American interests, and Greece's interests. interests of rule of law in the region.
Andy, I'm wondering, you've worked with Congress for many years, and actually in a lot of countries, including Greece and Cyprus, because the US is a little bit different in the sense that Congress is quite independent from the executive. And a lot of people don't get how powerful the Congress is, and they think, well, it's one power center, or the president talks, and of course he does have, the main power, but the Congress plays a role. So give us your take on how the Congress has played a role, especially with respect to the East Med and our area, because as I said, many people cannot, and maybe our viewers are not sure what the main difference is, and if Congress is as powerful as I think it is, because I've been in the US for so long and I know it. So your take.
Sure. And again, great honor. We're thrilled to be on with Chris Van Hollen. Even though he doesn't hold Paul Sarbanes' seat, Ben Cardin did. Chris Van Hollen is a more than worthy successor in the Senate. And one thing we didn't mention, but since I'm an Islander, I have a special feeling for he's an honorary Kefaloniti from his wife. But Congress is not only, it's different and more independent, as you said. This is something that people lose. Congress is Article 1 of the Constitution. And fortunately, this is something that wasn't lost on Congress. And thanks to the leadership of senators like Senator Van Hollen, they asserted that. You talked about the sanctions. Let's remember, those are CAATSA sanctions and the Countering America's Adversaries Through Sanctions Act. That was an act that President Trump also threatened to veto. So the Congress passed it with veto-proof majorities. I'm forgetting my numbers, Senator. You may remember them, but I think it was 97-2, something like that. And then the pressure never stopped. Senator Van Hollen, he talked about it, and there were several bipartisan teams, but Senator Van Hollen worked very closely for the last 4 years with Senator Lankford, Senator Tillis, Senator Graham to keep bringing this back. The administration kept pushing it off, ignored. Senator Van Hollen and Senator Lankford did a letter this September after Turkey tested the S-400s asking for information on it. They were ignored. So it culminated in Congress using its authority and passing a mandate, taking away the president's discretion in the National Defense Authorization Act. And if people think that it was just a coincidence that the administration decided now to do that, and it's par for the course. Congress is going to force something, so let's get ahead of it and not give Congress the credit. And going into a new administration, it's very important to note that these are the powers of the Congress. As we're getting into, there's going to be multiple hearings, maybe even up to 10 hearings on positions and nominees that need Senate confirmation that deal with issues in the Eastern Mediterranean. There are going to be several opportunities in the next very few months for Congress to show again its leadership on Eastern Mediterranean issues. And we didn't even talk about the East Med Act, but it was Congress. It was Congress that actually kicked off a new Eastern Mediterranean policy, not the administration.
Since you mentioned confirmations and the new administration coming in, we've been introduced in a way to, although most of us knew them because a lot of people were in the Obama administration and they're being involved in foreign policy for quite a while, the Defense Secretary and the National Security Advisor and Tony Blinken as Secretary of State. We know a lot of these personalities. The question to the senator is, what do you expect from the Biden administration? You will deal with the confirmation, we'll move on, but are we expecting, should the world expect a different American approach to the world in general, foreign policy by the US, and more specifically to our area? And actually, let me add to that. Do you buy this argument that the West should not lose Turkey and should do everything it can in order to avoid that? That would be combined with the administration's new policy as a question, I mean.
Sure. Well, let me just start by saying, yes, the world is going to see a very different foreign policy from the Biden administration. And I think he's been very clear on that. We know that he previously served as the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. And he's committed to engaging with the world as opposed to the go it alone approach that President Trump has taken, which in my view has really sacrificed American interests and harmed our collective interests in the NATO alliance. You can see, obviously, the re-engagement through Biden rejoining the Paris Climate Accords, making good on our commitments to the World Health Organization. And we also know that when it comes to NATO, the Biden administration will quickly reassure our allies of our commitment. We also know that incoming President Biden has very strong relationships with Greece and Cyprus and a long history in working to bring justice to Cyprus and to make sure that we have very strong relationships with Greece. And we mentioned the Eastern Mediterranean Security and Economic Partnership Act, and I believe you're going to be hearing from my colleague, Bob Menendez, and I want to thank him for his leadership in that. It was good to partner with him. But that further cements the relationships between the United States and Greece and Cyprus. As Andy said, this was a congressional initiative. And we're already seeing some of the results with dropping the arms embargo on Cyprus. And we've been pushing hard. It's not a lot of money, but it is important symbolically. We were able to authorize $500,000 in military training for Cyprus, and I serve on the Appropriations Committee. And while we haven't seen the final ink on the omnibus bill, we're hoping to get it in the next coming hours. I'm fairly confident that we will have that appropriation to go with it. And of course, I've also worked over the last couple of years to increase IMET funds for Greece. And from $200,000 to $1 million, and we're pushing that. And again, this is not a lot of money, but it's a reflection of our strong security commitment and the fact that we are aligned on so many important issues here. And so I do expect the Biden administration to be much more focused on trying to work with others in the European community who want to enforce the rule of law and international law in the Eastern Mediterranean. And we've seen Turkey consistently violate those rules and those norms, not just with respect to its oil and gas exploration, but also airspace issues. And so I think you're going to see the incoming administration push back. Now, look, I would like to see Turkey be a faithful ally, but this is on Turkey at this point. This is on Erdogan. It's not the United States and NATO that's pushed Turkey away. It's Turkey that, by its own decisions, has pushed itself away, both in terms of the security component, the S-400. I mean, the NATO alliance was, of course, formed, because of the threat of the Soviet Union. Obviously, those challenges have evolved over time, but for a supposedly faithful NATO ally to get a major arms purchase, the S-400, from an adversary like that, just was a decision that Erdogan decided to go his own way, and that's the way he's been going in many of these cases. So I expect Biden, and you've seen previous Biden statements about Turkey. I expect that he will take a very different tone and enact a different set of policies. And Congress, I can tell you, will continue to weigh in on this.
Actually, I was planning on asking Andy, but Andy will be in a couple of panels afterwards, and I know your time is short, so let me get a quick final question with you on the Georgia election coming up. How important is it? Do you feel confident that you could possibly be 50-50 and be able to work with the vice president in passing a lot of laws that you would like to? And let me also take this opportunity to note that you will be running again in 2022. It's maybe too soon to mention it, but since this discussion is being seen all over the U.S., I just wanted to make sure that senators who have been there should be reelected. It's just my take, but I felt I had to say it. So just a quick note on the Georgia election. How do you feel with the runoff?
And it's never too early to mention that 2022. So thank you. I appreciate that. Look, the Georgia runoff is very competitive. I mean, this is a neck and neck race. The polls show that it's neck and neck, although, as you know, these days it's much harder to trust any polls. This is all about turnout because the election's on January 5th, which, of course, there's no other election in the country that day. And so everybody's very focused on the early vote, which has already started, both in terms of vote by mail and some in-person voting. And you've seen a strong response. Of course, Joe Biden was in Georgia just yesterday, and Trump is working it very hard too. Although within Georgia, as you know, Trump is also fighting with the Republican governor of the state and the Republican Secretary of State of Georgia. And so that could have, diminish Republican turnout. So we are all in. What difference would it make? It makes the world of difference because it determines who controls the gavel in the United States Senate, whether that continues to be Mitch McConnell or whether it goes to the Democrats with Chuck Schumer. And control of the gavel in the Senate is, as you know, control of the schedule. It's control of the agenda. It doesn't guarantee you win all these votes, but it is the power to schedule the votes. And of course, starting with nominations that we're expecting, of course, from the Biden administration, it would obviously ease the path, because if we don't have that majority in the Senate, McConnell has essentially, a grip and a veto power over both nominations, but also, so long as he can hold his caucus, but also over the Biden legislative agenda, including those parts of the agenda that relate to Greece, Cyprus, and the Eastern Mediterranean. So these are very important races. I've been working very hard to try to elect our Democratic candidates. And let me just take this opportunity again to thank you for bringing us together and for all the organizers of this conference. It's great to be again on with Andy, and I want to thank Andy for all his leadership. And of course, he focuses on both the executive branch and the Congress. But to everybody who's listening, these are, of course, important issues. We all need to work together to defeat the coronavirus and to address the economic impact. I'm hopeful that within the next 24 hours here in the United States, we'll finally get another round of emergency relief, both in terms of money to distribute vaccines more quickly, but also importantly, relief for small businesses and individuals who are out of work. And I know in Greece, that obviously is a big issue and challenge, as well as it is throughout Europe and the world. So we look forward to working with you to weather this storm, but then make sure that we are very focused on all the issues that we're discussing today. And I'm glad you started by remembering Paul Sarbanes, and I just want to close by, saying that he obviously was a great example to all of us as to how a legislator should conduct him or herself. And he often hearkened back to his roots, and of course, very proud of the fact that democracy in its earliest forms was launched in Athens.
Senator, thank you very much. Andy, I apologize. Thank you very much. We'll move in a couple of minutes to a discussion with the Defense Minister of Greece, which I assume, I'm certain, will be interesting also. So we're going to a quick break, and actually after our discussion with the Defense Minister, stay tuned, because Andy will be talking to some congressmen and also Senator Bob Menendez.
Terrific.
We're back, moving from Washington to Athens, and the next discussion will be, by definition, interesting, is with the defense minister of Greece. And given what's happened over the summer, it's as I said, very, very interesting. Let me start, because we don't want to lose any of the time we have, with a question about the sanctions. We were talking with the senator about sanctions. The European Union, in the latest European Council, avoided, in a way, what we hoped for, but the US did impose sanctions. So I'm just wondering, how do you feel about the fact that the US has imposed sanctions, that the EU not yet? And from a military standpoint, do these sanctions make a difference in Turkey's military abilities?
Well, first of all, let me thank you for giving me this opportunity to be present here at the sessions of the Delphi Economic Forum. It's an honor and a privilege for me. And stepping into the discussion right away, I must say that we feel it was certainly a step in the right direction. At some point, some type of pressure needs to be applied to Turkey in order to make a note of its overall destabilizing behavior. And I think that the United States of America took this step, and we just want to express our satisfaction over that step without making too much further noise, cries of jubilation and all that. It's not our sort of thing. However, I do believe that if we all agree that Turkey has resumed a very revisionist, aggressive and authoritarian strategic posture that threatens the overall stability in the region of the north of the Eastern Mediterranean, not to mention NATO's internal cohesion and stability, then something should be done about it. And I'm also pretty satisfied by the fact that the United States, in imposing those types of sanctions, has demonstrated a strong bipartisan approach toward this development. It seems that the political system of the United States does realize the overall behavior of Turkey, does realize the problems in this type of behavior, the destabilizing element in all of that, and decides to take measures to cope with it. On the other hand, Europe has been slower. But then again, Europe as a political entity has always been slow in reaching resolutions over a certain any issue of geopolitical repercussions. I understand and I believe that Europe is slowly coming to grips with the realization that I described about Turkey. It's not so easy. I assure you that many Greeks feel that they'd be better off as citizens of Alabama or Maryland rather than that of a European member of the European Union with respect to the swiftness with which sanctions have been imposed. But then again, we have to respect this type of political process. And I think that little by little, Europe is realizing that Turkey's overall behavior is becoming a problem, and not a problem in relation to the bilateral relationship with Greece, but a problem vis-a-vis Europe and the broader region of the Eastern Mediterranean. So I think that during the recent Leaders Summit in Brussels, a small first step has been reached by outlining a series of potential sanctions that could be imposed if Turkey was to continue on that same path of its destabilizing and overly threatening behavior towards, let us not forget that, two European Union members, two member states of the European Union, and I'm talking about Cyprus and Greece, which strongly feel that we are being threatened militarily, and I'm not missing my words here.
Actually, now that you mention it, that was my next question, and you are the person to ask. What's exactly the situation right now, given what has happened over the summer? At some point, even the prime minister a few days ago, he was asked if we were close to war. He said, well, I don't want to over dramatize, but it was really, really tense. You are the defense minister. So let me ask you, where are we right now in the Aegean and the Eastern Mediterranean?
Well, right now, recent tensions have de-escalated, but let us take into consideration that our entire armed forces were in a state of high alert throughout most of the summer and early fall. 3 times we had to mobilize in succession. We had to mobilize our entire naval fleet in order to monitor the movement of the research vessel, the Uruç Reis fleet of naval escorts from the Turkish fleet. We had to mobilize in order to counter this type of very aggressive behavior. Tensions have eased, but I'm sure that that was partly due to the European summit that took place a few days ago, and it's more of an excuse than a credible and real change of position on behalf of Turkey. So we are still on a relative state of alert, and we are taking our own set of measures in order to revamp our armed forces and increase the deterrent element of them. Recently, we've announced a much bigger defense budget. We've just concluded with a budget discussion in Parliament. There, the Prime Minister announced a series of acquisitions in terms of weapon systems, new planes, new frigates. These deals should go through during this coming.
Can you make a brief summary of? I saw what the Prime Minister said, but many people who was watching us, especially abroad, have not. But can you give us a brief overview of what we will be doing with our air defense or Air Force and Navy? I mean, the Rafale, the F-16s, just quickly for somebody who wants to know how the Greek armed forces will be developed.
We are pushing forward with a very organized and prioritized and financially supported plan with respect to revamping our entire armed forces. The major interventions, of course, have to do with the acquisitions of new weapon systems like the 18 Rafale aircraft we'll be purchasing from France. The deal is almost done, and it will be passed through Parliament in the coming few days. During the course of the next year, we will be deciding on the acquisition of 4 new multiple-role frigates at a cost of about 4 billion, with weapons and follow-on support contract included in them, because that's also a big part of the whole package. We will also be refurbishing through a midlife extension program our existing MECO class frigates, our least old frigates in our existing fleet. And also we're underway with a very ambitious project of revamping the largest portion of our F-16 fleet, 84 aircraft that will be revamped into the Viper edition, which is the most advanced edition as far as the F-16 fighter jet is concerned. These are the biggest interventions. However, there is a great number of minor interventions, about more than 100 programs that will be processed through the defense minister, government and Parliament, of course, because you need parliamentary approval for all of that. That shows a true ambition and determination to revamp the capabilities of our armed forces, and at a very fast pace, because we are compelled to do so. We will be increasing our defense budget about 4 times, fourfold with respect to our existing ones. We are racing in order to cover needs that have been generated in the past few years, where we didn't have the capability to do that because of financial difficulties, among other reasons. But we're trying very hard to revamp our armed forces in order, as I said, to reinforce our main deterrent element. not to mention interventions with respect to personnel. We'll be recruiting more professional soldiers in the next few years. We want to increase the quality of our personnel as well as drop off the average age, especially in certain branches like the special forces. So this is a very comprehensive plan. We are compelled to do it because we feel the threat. We feel this destabilizing effect by means of a very aggressive and authoritarian and revisionist Turkish position, but we are determined that we will not give in with toward any type of threat toward our sovereign rights.
And finally, Mr. Minister, let me ask you, the U.S. will change administration in a month or so. What do you expect from the Biden administration on our bilateral cooperation, but also its approach to the region, and especially, of course, since that's our issue and problem for decades now, its relationship to Turkey?
Well, first of all, let me point out that I feel, and we all feel in Greece, that the level of our bilateral cooperation with America, the United States of America, is just about at an all-time high. And that is manifested in the Mutual Defense Cooperation Agreement, the MDCA, which is always expanding. We're always exploring new opportunities to reinforce and strengthen this strategic relationship. We understand that America places a lot of interest in Greece's strategic role in the region as a net security provider, as a provider of stability in the region overall, and we want to work on that. We've already explored new opportunities for enhancing this type of relationship. I think we will have more to say during the course of the year. For example, exploring a series of new locations where we should set up the infrastructure for that would enable this community of interest to grow together. We feel that if the United States of America has its own interest to look after in certain locations of strategic importance in Greece, like Souda Bay in Crete, ever growing in terms of strategic importance, then this is at a mutual benefit of both Greece and the United States of America. We will continue to project ourselves as the one reliable and credible strategic partner in the region, and we want that to be realized. And I think it's slowly, actually not so slowly, swiftly by now, it's being realized by our American friends and partners, both in
and also
terms
given
of
the alliances we have with Egypt, with Israel, I think also that helps.
We work on the multilateral schemes, engaging with Israel, with Egypt, with the United Arab Emirates, and other countries that share the same type of values and the same type of ambition with respect to stability and prosperity in the region. And there's no other way to go about it. Now, we're very anxious and eager is more like it, to establish a channel of communication with a new administration beginning of next year. We have lots to discuss, and I'm looking forward to working on strengthening this type of strategic relationship, because there's room for improvement, actually. And I think that the Greek government will be working on that very intensively. And I expect the same type of approach from the Biden administration. I understand that there'll be a renewed interest in engaging more actively in the region, and also probably in trying to mediate in good faith toward reaching an understanding with Turkey, because Greece has always been in favor of a dialogue, but not in favor of a dialogue under a status of coercion or even worse, military threat. I'm very clear about it. The Prime Minister is very clear about it. We're open to discussions. We have disputes with Turkey. The best way to deal with them is sit down on the table of dialogue and try to work out an understanding. And if we fail to do so, then maybe we would address ourselves to the International Court of Justice and have a judiciary judgment deal with that. But certainly, it wouldn't be wise to try to work out those differences under conditions of tension, escalation of tensions, and gunboat diplomacy. That doesn't do it.
Actually, Greece has just signed with Italy, with Egypt, and possibly with Albania going to ICJ. So as far as we are concerned, I assume the world can be certain that we want to solve any differences, which is natural on the exclusive economic zones and the continental shelf in a peaceful way through dialogue. Mr. Minister, thank you very much. And after a short break, Andy Zemenides will have an interesting discussion with Senator Menendez, one of our closest friends in the U.S. Senate.
Indeed. Thank you.
Welcome back, and I'm very pleased to introduce us to a speaker that really needs no introduction, but I'll introduce him anyway. Simeon and the Delphi Economic Forum had the foresight to call this a conference on the Eastern Mediterranean. And I'd like to point out that in U.S. policy, there is no bureaucracy that strictly deals with the Eastern Mediterranean. There's not an Eastern Mediterranean Bureau in the State Department. There's not an Eastern Mediterranean subcommittee on the Senate or House Foreign Affairs committees. But now there will be a construct for Eastern Mediterranean policy because of the leadership of Senator Bob Menendez. Because he took charge and authored and helped pass and force through the Eastern Mediterranean Security and Energy Partnership Act, the whole U.S. foreign policy establishment has to start thinking in terms of an Eastern Mediterranean. His remarks will reflect this strategy and a new approach. And while I can say a lot about Senator Menendez and his decades of Philhellenism and principled leadership in American foreign policy, and especially on Eastern Mediterranean issues, I could think of no better validator and endorser than the late Paul Sarbanes, who when in 2005 he told the community he wasn't running again for re-election, the community was distraught. I can remember the session. People were asking, what can we do? What should we do? And Senator Sarbanes simply said, make sure you re-elect Bob Menendez. That was prescient. It was true. And with that, Senator Bob Menendez.
I would like to thank the Delphi Economic Forum and all of the conference organizers for inviting me to briefly share my perspective on the Eastern Mediterranean region and U.S. interests in the region. When we met in November of last year, the Eastern Mediterranean Security and Energy Partnership Act was still pending in the United States Senate. Today, it is law, and already we've seen it yield positive results. We have seen a further deepening of the U.S. security relationship with Greece. We have seen lifting of arms export restrictions on Cyprus and the beginning of a U.S. military education and training program with the Republic. Simply put, we have seen remarkable progress in a very short period of time. Due to bipartisan support in the House and the Senate, and in cooperation with leaders in the executive branch like Ambassador Jeff Pyatt, we can confidently say today that the U.S. relationships with Greece and Cyprus are as strong as they have ever been. That doesn't mean, however, that we don't face real challenges in the region. Turkish aggression has only increased over this year in the Eastern Med, North Africa, the Middle East, and the South Caucasus. We've witnessed violations of Greek airspace, illegal exploration efforts in Greek and Cypriot waters, and offensive violations of UN Security Council resolutions in Famagusta. Without a resolute response, this unchecked aggression will only continue. I was disappointed that the European Union did not take stronger measures last week. I fear that leaders across Europe will end up regretting their decision, as we are likely to see a further emboldened Ankara in the coming months. In the Senate, I have led bipartisan efforts to ensure that Turkey is held accountable under U.S. law. The July 2019 purchase of the Russian S-400 system posed a significant threat to NATO and our allies in Europe. It was sanctionable under the CATSA statute, so we had a simple request for the administration: follow the law. And while the administration's delay was inexcusable, I was glad to see these sanctions finally imposed this week, and I will work to ensure full enforcement. I hope that this bipartisan resolve sends a clear message to Ankara, Brussels, and beyond that the United States Congress will not allow Turkish aggression to continue unabated. We do not believe that malign behavior should be met with disinterest, or worse yet, rewarded. At this event last year, I said this is the dawn of a new era in American support for the Eastern Mediterranean, a prime opportunity if we have the will, the energy, and the courage to pursue it. This sentiment still holds true. As President-elect Biden takes office next month, I am confident that his administration will sustain this momentum and further deepen our relationships. Turkey, Russia, and China's goals in the region dramatically differ from our own. I believe President-elect Biden recognizes the Eastern Mediterranean's importance for U.S. strategy in the region. I expect that the Biden administration will stand up for U.S. national security interests when it comes to Turkey, something we have not seen in recent years. And I expect that it will seek to hold Erdogan to account in close cooperation with our friends in the region. And if for whatever reason the Biden administration were to stray from the principles of the Eastern Mediterranean Security and Energy Partnership Act, I will not hesitate to speak out, as I always have. Friends, next year we will celebrate the historic 200th anniversary of Greek independence. Lord Byron, who died before the end of the war, famously wrote in his poem, The Isles of Greece, and I quote, "The mountains look on Marathon, and Marathon looks on the sea, and musing there an hour alone, I dream that Greece might still be free." Next March, we will celebrate this hard-won freedom. We will celebrate our shared vision for an Eastern Mediterranean architecture rooted in security and shared prosperity. And we will celebrate the shared democratic values that have roots in ancient Greek history and that we must carry forward together for generations to come. I look forward to this celebration and seeing you all in person next year. Thank you. Efaristo.
with the bicentennial of Greece coming up, it was so great to hear Senator Menendez quote Lord Byron. And I think one day when we're celebrating another major milestone in Greece, we will be celebrating Senator Menendez as a Phil-Hellene on the level of Lord Byron. But now going from Phil-Hellene to Hellenes, we also had great heroines of the 1821, and I think in 2021 we get to celebrate Greek-American women who are leading the charge in the new era of Greek-American relations, and that's why I'm thrilled to welcome Congresswoman Dina Titus, who is still right now the only Greek-American woman in the U.S. Congress, but will shortly be joined by Nicole Maliotakis, and the National Security Advisor to the Prime Minister, Mr. Thanos Dokos, who also has just recently released a must-read with parliamentarian Mr. Sirikos, who was on before, the Atlas of Greco-Turkish Relations, a comprehensive look that we will be circulating all across the U.S. policy establishment. Congresswoman, I know you're in the middle of stimulus negotiations, trying to keep the country from going into further economic damage and try to get us over the corona hump. For everyone to know, since we now officially have a president-elect and vice president-elect after the Electoral College, Congresswoman Titus, you were the first member of Congress from an early primary state that endorsed Joe Biden. So you got him, and Nevada was kind of the beginning of his comeback because he overperformed what people thought. And frankly, it was your county, right, that put him over the top in Nevada. So congratulations on the big win. We will always remember, if it wasn't for a Greek American woman, we'll tell him he didn't get elected. But Congresswoman, as we prepare for the incoming Biden administration, we'll discuss that in a little bit. This last Congress was quite eventful, and you were in the middle of all of it. There was the East Med Act that we already discussed. There was the sanctions that everybody's talking about. There was Hagia Sophia, and you led an amendment to keep Turkey, or to hold Turkey to account for its outrageous version of Hagia Sophia. How do you think we should remember the 116th Congress?
Well, thank you, Indy, for putting us together. It's such an important time for this dialogue, and I'm delighted to be part of it and very honored to be on the program with Mr. Dokos. So thank you for having us. We finished strong in this last Congress. President Trump put the sanctions on Turkey, which was a good thing. But you've got to remember that that only came after he was pushed by Congress to do that. We had called for the passage of those CAATSA sanctions much earlier and had passed legislation to force that. He just never got around to it. And it was only after we put it in the NDAA that has just passed with the overwhelming majority, so it's veto proof, we can override any veto, that he has been forced to do it. So that's a strong ending, but it was really Congress that played the key role in doing that. You mentioned a couple of other things, and I just will highlight them because they represent some of the best of bipartisan action by Congress. We need to look for areas where we can cooperate across partisan lines, and our dealings with Greece have been examples of that. It was a bipartisan issue when we voted to hold Turkey accountable on the transfer of F-35s from Russia. We wanted sanctions on that and wanted that not to occur, and there to be some consequences for it. You mentioned my amendment on Hagia Sophia. That was certainly very important to all Greeks here and abroad around the world, as well as just being such a fabulous cultural site to preserve for future generations. And we had to say to the State Department, you've got to take this seriously, and we do not approve of Turkey turning this our church into a mosque, or at least should stay a museum. Besides holding Turkey accountable, some of the things we did, we took a stronger approach to the Middle Eastern Mediterranean, and we renewed our strength with the partners Greece, Cyprus, and Israel in that new Eastern Mediterranean security and energy partnership. That bill allows for new security assistance. It lifted the arms embargo off of Cyprus, and it established a new U.S. Eastern Mediterranean Center for dealing with energy development. So I'd say we did pretty well in this Congress, and I'm happy to have been part of that. And the Greek caucus has been very active, and again, I stress the bipartisan nature of it.
Yeah, the 116th set certainly a high bar, and hopefully we can get there at the 117th. Mr. Douglas, before we get to the Biden administration, let's talk about like a little bit of a revolution in Greek foreign policy. You're setting up a National Security Council for the first time, trying to kind of create a national security culture as much as just a process. How do you see, as Mr. Ellis noted earlier, sometimes in Greece, historically in Greece and Cyprus and elsewhere in Europe, they really don't get the significance of the Congress. It seems that has changed. We saw Senator Menendez's trip, for example, what a big deal it was in Greece. How do you see your new National Security Council and process dealing with Congress?
Well, first of all, it's a privilege to be part of this conversation, and thank you for the opportunity. Yes, we're trying to create something different, something that exists in a number of countries for many years, especially the US. And this is one of the models. I was looking forward to travel to the US and talk to my counterparts there and see how the National Security Council is working, what is its cooperation with other important players in the national security architecture. Unfortunately, I had to do this through Skype and Zoom, which is not the real thing. So I'm looking forward, when circumstances allow, to have a number of physical meetings and find out and benefit from the American experience, also from other countries like the UK, France, and other countries that have similar institutions. Congress, well, I think we discovered its importance. We knew it was an important actor in U.S. Foreign and, of course, domestic policy. But in a difficult and unusual administration, let me put it this way, Congress has been an important balancing factor and actor. So many of us in Europe have realized its central role in many aspects of U.S. foreign policy. We're certainly looking forward to working with Congress, as a number of previous speakers have said, to strengthen the already excellent relationship between the U.S. and Greece. Someone said that the sky is the limit. I certainly agree with that. There's so much we can accomplish working with the U.S., but also with a number of like-minded actors in our part of the world, the Eastern Mediterranean, countries like Cyprus, Israel, Egypt, Jordan, the United Arab Emirates, and others, and create an axis of stability, countries that would like to have a stable region, cooperate with each other to a mutual benefit. This is Greece's vision, and we're looking forward to work with the US in implementing this.
Now let's move on to the incoming Biden administration. Congresswoman, you were there from the beginning. Even in the general election, you were one of his top surrogates, the Greek Americans. What do you look for? And you also know a lot of the incoming players. You've dealt with them from the time you were in Congress during the Obama administration. Do you believe that the historically improved bilateral relationships between Greece and U.S., Cyprus and the U.S. are going to continue under and maybe even get stronger under the Biden administration?
Well, I think they will get stronger, and for a number of reasons. You know, they laugh and call him Joe Bidenopoulos because he has such a long time, strong standing and relationship with Greece. And I think you'll see that just enhanced under his administration. You know, he's very familiar with Greece and with Cyprus. He's the only vice president who's visited there. He's called Turkey out on a number of issues in the past. He called Turkey out, the only one of the candidates, certainly this current president didn't, on the Hagia Sophia issue. He's called for the opening of the seminary. He has opposed and looked for solutions for the Cyprus, the Turkish occupation of Cyprus. He's appointed, as you mentioned, Indy, people to his cabinet. You see Tony Blinken as the new Secretary of State, who also have a long history and a lot of knowledge about this area and a real commitment to it. Another thing that you mentioned, and we just heard about the importance of the Congress, is that Joe Biden has been in the Congress. He was on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. I serve on the Foreign Relations Committee too, and know that we can be a stronger partner with the administration if people realize what an asset we can be. Certainly the Trump administration did not, but the Biden administration will. And I look forward to that. I'm also on the European subcommittee. And I think there's a lot we can do working together to strengthen our hand in this part of the world. Also, you mentioned how strategically placed Greece is and the geopolitical power that it has with people around it, whether it is Israel or Cyprus. You know, there's a lot we can do there economically, especially in the fields of energy, as well as politically, militarily. So that, I believe, will move forward. And a final thing is that Joe Biden has a real commitment to show our power through our example, not to use power as an example. And so he will restore the State Department. That has just been pretty much devastated under this current administration. A lot of positions not appointed, funding attempted to be cut, diplomacy not being put at the foreground. Instead, it's all been transactional. So it will be a whole different approach from the State Department that I also think bodes well for us and Greek-U.S. relations.
You know, Mr. Dokos, I'm sure you have expectations, and we've seen it in the press. We've seen it from other speakers and from statements from Prime Minister Mitsotakis. What do you think are kind of the most immediate expectations? In fact, since you have a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee who has some oversight over the Biden foreign policy, here's your chance to let Congress know what are the realistic expectations of Greece in the short term.
Well, we would like to invest. We will not be asking, when meeting with our U.S. counterparts in the new administration, we will not be asking for any favors, for any preferential treatment. We'll be talking about common interests. And I think there are a lot of them. So we'll be investing in promoting those interests, in convincing our counterparts in the U.S., but also in other countries, that there is a common agenda which is based on stability and keeping spoilers away from this troubled region, the Eastern Mediterranean. And I think there are a number of U.S. allies in this region who are working along the same lines. So I think we can make a convincing case that U.S. interests will be better served if the U.S. supports Greece and other allies in the Eastern Med. Now, having said that, Turkey bashing is, it's easy nowadays because Turkey has provided so much ammunition to its critics. But I think one has to be a bit more constructive than that. I mean, Turkey has to realize that there is a cost for its aggressive behavior. At the same time, what Greece has been saying, and the Minister of National Defense mentioned that, we have a dual track approach. Of course, when pushed by Turkey, we will push back, and in more than one way, diplomatically, militarily, by building regional and other alliances. there's also a positive agenda there. So the US could play an important role in convincing the Turkish leadership that it's much better for their own interest as well, for Turkey's interest, if they choose the positive agenda instead of that aggressive and destabilizing behavior in a number of fronts. I think the new administration can make a convincing case, much more than the outgoing one.
Congresswoman, we just finished up a pretty divisive election season, more divisive even than 2000. You have a smaller majority than you've dealt with in the last 2 years. We still don't know the outcome of the Senate. You have a new House Foreign Affairs chairman. You went through these great achievements in the 116th Congress, and as you noted, they were all bipartisan. Is that type of bipartisan achievement going to be harder to achieve in the next couple of years at least? And what should we be looking for in January that maybe influences Greece's approach to the Congress?
I don't think it's going to be harder. I think it may be easier for several reasons. In the Foreign Affairs Committee, we tend to be nonpartisan on most issues. Under Trump, it's gotten a little more contentious, but they like to say that partisan politics stop at the water's edge. So the issues that I discussed were all bipartisan in dealing with Cyprus, dealing with Turkey, dealing with Greece. So I think that will continue in the House. The fact that the Senate will be close, whichever way it goes, will mean they'll have to cooperate. And you've got Menendez there, who will certainly be leading that, and Van Hollen. So for those reasons, I think it'll be easier. Also, Trump is gone. He was a very destabilizing force and a threatening force. And without him personally there, I think you'll see some Republicans move back towards some of our more traditional ways of supporting diplomacy abroad. And third, having Joe Biden there with his experience both internationally and dealing with Congress, I think will help to lead our agenda forward. I can tell you that people have gotten tired of Turkey. Either side of the aisle, they now see Turkey as a very non-dependable ally. Talk about destabilizing. Certainly they have done that throughout the region, not just in its relations with Greece. And so, excuse me, there was some reservation, I think, about Mr. Meeks as the new chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee because of some of his statements in the past about Turkey. But he has certainly come around and is no friend of Turkey's now either. So I don't think you'll have a problem within the Foreign Affairs Committee pushing a pro-Greek agenda. We've got to get more engaged in the world. The U.S. has just pulled back. We pulled back our alliances, our memberships in organizations. We've abandoned our longtime friends throughout Europe, and everything has been one deal or another against some of the worst players on the planet. Joe Biden will correct that. He will not do diplomatic relations in that way. He will renew our friendships with our allies. And if we don't, we will leave a power vacuum that Russia will step into politically. And you already see what they're doing around the edges of their territory, what used to be within their sphere of influence. They're moving back there. And China will do economically. You see the Belt and Road Initiative. They're investing in infrastructure from Mongolia to Peru, and certainly Greece falls within that path. So if the U.S. doesn't step up, we are ceding ground to those two forces, and it's a big mistake.
Well, we've run out of time. Thank you both for joining. Mr. Dokos, I look forward to follow-ups. You've done a great service with the Atlas, you and Mr. Sirigos, since Washington has had to deal with false maps and false material that Turkey's been putting out. Having that is a tremendous pushback. Look forward to a new chapter starting in January, and look forward to your leadership again, Congresswoman Titus. And I turn over to Simeon, who once again has done a phenomenal job. Bravo to the Delphi Forum and to Simeon Tsomokos.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. After 6 hours of, I think, stimulating presentations, discussions, we are coming close to the end. But we have one very important session before we conclude. This is related with two very prominent and important organizations, Greek American, which they do a lot of work in the United States, in Greece. I will introduce them by the year of establishment. The AHEPA, the American Hellenic Educational Progressive Association, which was founded in 1922. We have the pleasure and the honor of having the president, the supreme president actually, Mr. George Horiatis, a lawyer by profession. As we all know, AHEPA, is the largest and the oldest grassroots association of American citizens of Greek heritage and Phil-Hellenes. They have more than 400 chapters in the United States, Canada, and Europe. And their aim is primarily to promote the ancient Hellenic ideals of education, philanthropy, and civic responsibility. Mr. President, we thank you very much for joining us this evening. Thank you very much. And of course,
we thank everyone.
Thank you. Of course, we have our very dear friend that we worked together for many years, Nick Larigakis, who is the president and chief executive officer of the American Hellenic Institute. AHI was established in 1974. It is a leading forum for addressing important issues which affect the relationship between Greece and the United States, and Cyprus, of course, and Southeastern Europe, with many activities in the United States, in Athens, and many other places. Nick, you may recall that during my tenure in the American Chamber of Commerce, the first conference we organized in the middle 80s, it was with AHI. And actually, this is how we started organizing very big events at the time. So thank you very much for joining us. We wish you all the best, George. Nick, let me start with you asking, we had a lot of comments during these 6 hours about how we expect the new administration to feel about the developments here in the East Mediterranean, in Greece, in Turkey. Are you also share this optimism that we're going to see a new spring of relationship between Greece and the United States?
First, let me say thank you, Simeon, and congratulations to you and your team for putting on an exceptional conference today. And as you mentioned, and as I recall, it was 1988 when no one was talking about doing business in Greece. And we, along with the American Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, cooperated on the Doing Business in Greece conference, a very successful conference at the Grand Hyatt Hotel in New York City. So we go back that far. Regarding your question, yes, as I heard many of your speakers reiterate during the course of the day today, obviously this administration and this President-elect Joe Biden comes in with a keen knowledge of the Eastern Mediterranean. He's been involved with these issues since 1974. And we take great pride at the American Hellenic Institute in that it was some of our leaders in Delaware and our chairman of our organization, Dean Lomas, back in 74, who were the ones who educated Joe Biden as to, back then, the Cyprus invasion. And as soon as he got elected, I went to my files, and I got two files in our archives, of which I'll put up here just a letter with multiple letters of Joe Biden to this organization over years, where he set forth his position regarding Cyprus more specifically. But over the years, our engagement with him on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, as vice president, I was invited to two sessions of meetings with him of a small group of Greek American leaders regarding Cyprus. So we are very positive regarding this team of people coming in, led by Joe Biden and Tony Blinken and Jake Sullivan and others, know the area very well. But that doesn't mean that we need to sit on our laurels and not be actively engaged, and make sure we keep reminding the administration its responsibility that it has regarding the Eastern Mediterranean, the importance of the Eastern Mediterranean, and most of all, its responsibility to promote and advocate regarding U.S. laws. And we've always said there's a number of U.S. laws that have been violated as it relates to what Turkey does in the Eastern Mediterranean, and no one talks about them, including, the Arms Export Control Act, the Foreign Assistance Act, and other areas where the United States government is a signatory to various international treaties, of which it should be more forthright regarding acknowledging some of the issues that Greece has to face every single day as it relates with another NATO member, Turkey. So, yes, we are, like I said, trust but verify, as somebody once said here in Washington.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you very much. George, I understand you are doing more work in education and philanthropy, but do you have any comment, related with the new administration? How AHEPA feels about the change in Washington?
Sure. In the first instance, AHEPA does many things, and the first amongst them is to defend Hellenism. We have, promoted, we believe, a very unique 200-year, when I say 200 years, although AHEPA is almost 100 years, a 200-year lineage, so to speak, of an American and a Greek interrelation between two allies, both born out of Hellenic ideals. And I can tell you that AHEPA has since its inception, whether it was in the 40s, with over 4.7 trillion raised for U.S. war bonds, and/or through to even the present day with the sanctioned Turkey by all the organizations that we've heard all throughout the course of the day. In our organization, you indicated that there were 400 chapters. We're actually 500, and it's not just in the United States, as you said. It's globally. So we're also working on sanctioned Turkey in Europe. So this grassroots organization is rather unique in terms of its service to Hellenism, in terms of its service to Greece, and we're very, very proud of it, whether it's the Truman Doctrine, the Marshall Plan, the statues that you see that are there, providing hospitals in Greece itself, the Journey to Greece program that we have. We have significant, and even today, with COVID-19 research that's backed by AHEPA in Greece, we continue with not only emergencies, but with a dedication that we believe is truly unique, not in terms of just its time, but again, throughout the chapter process. When you talk about the new administration, Nick is not very far from me in terms of AHI. I can tell you that we also have a chapter in Wilmington, Delaware, and many of the same people kind of wear the same hat. It's the hat of Hellenism, regardless of where it is. We have a wonderful chapter there, a wonderful community that has always had an open door policy with the president-elect himself. So we look forward to more. And then we turn to the other aspect of your question. Well, AHEPA has, for quite some time, for decades, used what we call the AHEPA Congressional Scorecard, and we do that in terms of meeting with all of our elected officials on all issues Hellenic and Hellenic American, i.e. in the best interest of the United States too. So I think it's a wonderful opportunity for us as we enter into this new phase and this conference's conclusion on, frankly, the eve of the Greek bicentennial, whereby HEPA will be leading the Greek nation this coming summer in celebrating that bicentennial.
This is great news. We're looking forward to having you all here, George. Let me know, because during my trips to the United States, I sense sometimes, maybe it's wrong, that we're losing these third generation Greek Americans, if you like. I understand you do a number of educational programs, etc. Can you elaborate a little bit on this?
Sure. We again, we do many educational programs in various contexts, right? I mean, we have our scholarships where we donate and raise funds and award some $200 million yearly to high school and college children. But if we turn the page towards what you're talking about, which is really a Greek culture and or Greek language perpetuation going to third generation, fourth generation young adults, then what we're talking about is really Journey to Greece, as well as our symposiums and a HEPA Academy in Washington, D.C. And I can tell you that this year we're very proud to announce that, again, based upon our memorandum of understanding with the Greek nation itself, as well as our celebration of the HEPA Supreme Convention in Athens at the Grand Baton at the last weekend of July this coming year. We're going to be having our Journey to Greece in conjunction with our Supreme Convention. We're going to be sending children from all over, not just the United States, but all over the diaspora to get college credits with regards to that. The other aspect of what you're talking about is Greek language itself, and I can tell you, rest assured that HEPA continues to be the #1 supporter of the Greek afternoon schools throughout the Archdiocese, 80% of which were started by the HEPA in its early years and continues to be perpetuated by us even today.
Thank you, George. Nick, I understand that we know that you are doing also a lot of work in educating, young Greek Americans about politics, about the issues in the region, Greece, etc. Can you tell us a little more on this?
Yeah, I'd be happy to, but obviously part of our education is educating members on Capitol Hill as well. And I'd like to be able to say, that last year, for example, in terms of our congressional outreach on Capitol Hill, we had physical meetings with over 100 congressional offices physically on Capitol Hill. And even though this year we were not able to be physically there, we did have 55 meetings via Zoom and or other phone call. And we continue to be in communication constantly with members of the administration at the State Department and also on Capitol Hill regarding programs potentially that we want to pursue legislatively in the next Congress. As it relates to our program of our next generation, as I've been doing this for 33 years, and as I travel the country, you find that unfortunately many young Greek Americans are just not keenly aware as to the importance of the issues in the Eastern Mediterranean. So to that effect, I started a program here at the Institute under our foundation 10 years ago with the idea of trying to remedy that small, but to move in a direction. And we take every year 10 qualified, highly motivated Greek American students from different universities, and we bring them to Washington for 3 days where we have meetings at the various public policy centers, Capitol Hill, State Department, the embassies, and others. And then when we go to Cyprus and we introduce them to the Cyprus issue, I take them to the occupied area. We show them what unfortunately the illegal occupation has done to the occupied area and how this country is divided. And then from there we take them to Greece and we introduce them to what Greece is doing in promotion of U.S. geostrategic interests and how important Greece is regarding its position. And paramount to that is defense. We feel very strongly that the cornerstone of the U.S.-Greece relationship is defense-oriented, and that has to be expounded on, of which many, many people are not aware. And so with that in mind, in addition to all the various defense policy briefings we get at the Greek Pentagon and through other sources, we also take them down to Suda Bay. Suda Bay is one of the most important, if not the most important, military facility in the Eastern Mediterranean for U.S. projection of its interests. It continues to be elevated, and we take the students there for a full day for them to be informed as to what goes on there. And if I may very quickly add, because of one of the students on this trip who came back and came to Washington and rethought her career path and became an employee at a major think tank, a defense-oriented think tank, Lexington Institute. We were able to work with that think tank through her and to put out a white paper on the importance of Suda Bay, of which we presented on Capitol Hill. And at that time, the Minister of Defense, Kamenos, he was in Washington, and we organized it where he gave the opening to this presentation to 150 policymakers on Capitol Hill regarding the importance of Suda Bay.
Great, Nick. Thank you. You are organizing quite important events in Greece. Are you planning to host, after the pandemic, perhaps in the fall or, after May or June? And actually, since you are speaking about this excellent program, let's find a way that we work together for your, students, that maybe they can visit us also in Delphi, and we can find a way that we can sustain, their trip, etc. So let's explore that possibility that we're closer to this, because I consider it as a very important, dimension.
I look forward to that, Seaman, and thank you, for saying so. And we'll look forward to, on the sidelines, talking about how we can do that. Maybe having one of these students come and be a presenter at the Delphi at some point, because we have some exceptional quality students who have gone through this program and have gone on to become and done great things. One student is right now at the White House working in the protocol office, and she's been there for 4 years, and she's been exceptionally helpful to us in so many ways. So yes, Greece, we hope to come there again as soon as this pandemic thing lifts. We do at least 2 major programs a year, one on a substantive basis where we have some policy-oriented discussion in December, and another one, of course, when we do our annual, as part of our delegation trip of our leadership, we host a major awards dinner at the Grand Britannia, and that's usually in early May. I think it is important, before we get off the air, and George, HEPA and AHI, Simeon, this is very important. Years ago, when the beginning of the relationship had started with Greece, Israel, and Cyprus, we wanted to strengthen it also from the diaspora organizations, if you will, here in the United States, representing the Greek and Jewish American organizations. So we've had now, I believe, 4 or 5 biannual trips of our leadership of HEPA, AHI, and the Conference of Presidents of Major Jewish American Organizations. That is an umbrella of 53 Jewish American organizations, where we've gone to Greece, Cyprus, and Israel. And in each case, we've had meetings at the highest level of government, from presidents to prime ministers, defense ministers, and so forth, to showcase and to strengthen the relationship and to bring it back here, and to also express that to our policymakers here in Washington.
If I may add to that, we also have the B'nai B'rith that we've also have had on those conferences too, Nicole. And Simeon, we also have had our Sons of Pericles and Maids of Athena, our junior orders, our future leaders, also participate in these various international conferences as well as receive and attend many, and even host many seminars throughout the United States and Canada and Europe. Many of the upcoming events, God willing, that they are not going to be in the virtual world this coming year during this glorious bicentennial, we're going to be highlighting the nature of the relationship between these two countries, Greece and the United States, both born out of the Hellenic ideal. And that is going to be something that we all organizations are so looking forward to. This is what it means to be a Hellene, and American Hellenic is really code for Western civilization. So we're looking forward so much and awaiting clearance to come to our motherland, to come to our Greece, and to celebrate as a diaspora, all of us together, be it in March and or be it throughout the entire course of the year. But certainly we have buttoned up our convention at that last week of July. And then we're also going to be having excursions all throughout the summertime as well, with our various chapters that we have all throughout Greece. And those excursions are going to be in Kerkyra, in Crete, and in Rhodes, and of course in Thessaloniki. But we're going to be getting as many people as we can over to Greece, with pandemic permitting, because I'm very, very comfortable and confident saying this on behalf of all of us. Greece deserves it, and with a bicentennial, we should all be there to support them in terms of tourism.
Thank you, George. Because all three organizations, we are people of action, I suggest that maybe we keep a little closer, we can support you if you like, as friends here in Greece for what you are doing. You can support us, for this important conference that we're planning to make it an institution in Washington every November, as I said before. So let's be a little closer and see how we can join forces, to promote, the bond of friendship between the United States and Greece. If you have any final comment, gentlemen, by all means, let me know.
I would just say we welcome to do that, Simeon, and look forward to next year cooperating fully on implementing and working with you on the program in Washington. Because at the end of the day, our goal is one: to promote U.S.-Greek relations. That is our bottom line.
Precisely. Thank you. Καλές γιορτές, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Το 2021 να έρθει γρήγορα.
Αμήν. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you.
Καλή σου μέρα.
Καλησπέρα. So with this last session, we conclude this second conference on East Med and Southeast Europe. I think we didn't have time to focus a little more on Southeast Europe, perhaps also the important aspect of energy, but I have a feeling that we covered quite a lot. We kept alive this important event that we started last year in Washington. We plan to continue this exercise next November. The minutes of those 6.5 hours will be loaded in our site by tomorrow. We had also a rapporteur who was keeping minutes, and definitely whoever would like to to consult, by all means they can visit our site. I would like to thank all the speakers, all the moderators for their participation, and a very, very warm thank to my dear friend and partner Andy Zamenidis for his great support. Without his contribution, I don't think we would be able to host this event. This concludes also the events of the Delphi Economic Forum this year. We started last March, if you recall, with this dramatic postponement of the event because of the coronavirus. We postponed the March event on Saturday before Thursday, that was the opening. We were expecting 3,200 people to come in Delphi. It was very tragic for all of us. Later on, though, we adjusted very quickly. We organized from middle April up to early June more than 30 webinars with more than 200 speakers from the United States, from Europe, from Greece, on various topics. We did a successful online conference, the 5th Delphi Economic Forum, and we continued, with the major projects that we had this last fall. We supported the Thessaloniki Summit with the Federation of Greek Industries. We had this EU-Arab conference, which went extremely well, and today with the East Med, the Southeast Europe Conference. We thank you all. We wish you very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And hopefully we're going to see you all in Delphi in physical form, between May 12 and 16. It is a special year for Greece. And actually, among our major topics we're going to organize, we're going to have at least 5-6 very important discussions because of the Greek independence. We thank you all for participating and we wish you nice holidays. Thank you.